Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD, powered by Ampverse, official VCT off-season event. My name is Lucifer, and today I'm joined by the mastermind, Crips himself. He was at the backlines yesterday, looking forward to what was happening, and we were discussing about it. So, Crips, what do you think we have on cards today?
I think it's a bit of a exaggeration when you call me the mastermind. I don't think I even have half a brain, but hey, to each their own.
I know
Thank you
about the
so much for
books
the
you've
warm
kept.
words. The books don't necessarily have anything useful in them. They might have some information about the
Yeah.
teams, which we will be telling you about soon. But yes, once again, thank you for the warm welcome. We had some amazing games yesterday. I'm hoping that we get to see some fair matches today as well. The best part about yesterday, Lucifer, was the fact that we got to see two fracture games. I was so
Yes.
happy. Like, my heart was genuinely filled with joy because up until now, every off-season event that we've seen that has a best of one phase has just ascents and havens right after that. We did have those as well,
Yeah.
but I did not expect to see fracture yesterday. Today also, I'm hoping that we'll get to see some of those interesting maps, because in a best of one, you need to just put in everything you've got, dump in every single strat you have. You can't afford to take chances. There's no
Yeah.
second map over here. So if you can throw a curveball or two like that by picking up the right map, great.
Exactly, I agree with you. I mean, every qualifier so far, be it generally seems to be in the case that we see Ascent or Heaven at max in the qualifier stage, the
Hmm.
best of ones. But again, one thing I do like is we keep talking about the thing that teams, if they have a curveball which works out for them, they need to play that offbeat game. Otherwise, in general qualifiers and best of ones, we end up seeing that they stick to their comfortable meta. The main
Yeah.
thing that I'm happy is in the start itself, we didn't see that teams did switch their metas, but we'll jump into the groups and give you a gist of all the teams participating. We did see four of each group, each team from four teams from each group participating. But today I am pretty sure the audience is waiting for two important matches: one where Bleed will be performing, and another where Fancy United will be performing. Crips.
Yeah, of course. We're gonna be we will be getting to see Bleed today for the first time in the tournament, and I'm really excited to see that one. Even Fancy United, for that matter. None of these teams have played yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
so these guys are gonna be coming in fresh. They had a chance to observe their opponents
Exactly.
yesterday. Now let's see what these guys bring to the table as well. Right off the bat, we're gonna be having MiTH versus Sharper. Neither of these teams had a good time yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
so one of these teams will be down 2-0 today.
Yeah. I hope MiTH are not ready for another upset. Yesterday for them was a big upset, and we started it off with thinking that MiTH are going to be the victorious ones, but now we're ready for them. Read them like a book. Can Sharper do the same thing? They looked like that when they played against Todak yesterday, but it didn't work out later in the second half. Coming to this next match, it is Oasis versus SBE, and we saw SBE how good they were in the second half to gain back control, get back into the driver's seat. On the other end, Oasis was still figuring out. They did get to the place where we thought that they should figure out LVR very earlier, but eventually that gives us an idea that they might be able to do a lot more. But the last two matches are the ones which all the fans, especially as I said, every group has one fan favorite. Those are the last two matches: Fancy versus Todak and Bleed versus LVR.
Oh, both these teams are amazing. Both of those matchups are going to be phenomenal. Fancy United, they've built quite a reputation for themselves competing in the last few off-season events. Todak as well. We saw an amazing comeback from them yesterday. Todak was down, I believe, 5-0, 6-0, something along those lines
Yeah.
in the first half. And then they
Yes.
mounted a comeback. It was a close game, 13-11, but they won it nonetheless.
Mhm.
Bleed, on the other hand, oh my god, they've already defeated most of the teams in this tournament in previous tournaments. So Bleed, naturally not just the favorites of their groups, but one of the favorites to win the entire tournament up against LVR, their old long-standing rivals. So that match is going to be an absolute cracker.
Oh yes, but right now on hands, it's going to be Made in Thailand Esports versus Sharper Esports. Made in Thailand looking forward to a redemption, not in terms of a revenge against their opponent, but at least getting their first point. But that is the same case that Sharper are looking forward to, because as Crips mentioned, we did see Sharper were off to a great start, but after that, when the scoreline came to a 7-5 half. We were rooting to get the pistol round under control, but Sharper were unable to keep the calm or the cool, and they started losing numerous rounds. And the second half was nothing that they could do. I mean, yes, it was Fracture that Sharper played on yesterday, and Made in Thailand they played on Haven. So two different maps. How will they perform today, and what would be their map veto? If I ask you, Cribs, what do you think is going to be a map today, which can be a decider in between these two because of the best of one?
I don't believe it's gonna be Ascent. I don't. Okay, if it is Ascent, then I think Myth will have a much better chance, because you gotta consider this one. It all comes down to individual brilliance
Yes.
and your coordination with your team. Just basic fundamentals like trading. That's what Ascent comes down to. And if it does go down to that, then I think Myth is the better team over there. When it comes to Sharper Esports, I think they can rely a lot on executes and like death ball attacks that they group up together with. But when it comes to just basic trading, I don't think they can keep up. They can go toe to toe with Myth. So between the two of those, I think Myth have an upper hand if we get like a simple map like Ascent or maybe like a Bind or something like that. Although if we do go to specialist maps which do require a lot of more coordination, like your Fractures or your Breezes or anything else like that, then I think Sharper Esports, they have a decent chance at this game.
One more thing I would put here for Myth is that if they come with their comfortable meta, which yesterday we didn't see, they did make a little bit of switch. Alone Fills was not playing the Sova, PTC was not playing the Sky, so things like that, they made a little bit in those changes, so I think that did not work out fruitfully for them. So if Myth fall back to their comfortable picks on any map that might come through, it might work out. On the other end, let's jump to Sharper Esports. The playing 5, you will be seeing that yesterday when they started off, it was good. The attacking half worked for them, but again, as I mentioned, two different maps. Change on that race could not do much, which happened the same case to be in the previous match as well when Southbuilt had played and Southbuilt had the Neon. So I feel like that's the only reason. And also a little times we did see a couple of angles being left open for somebody to just walk in and take control of. So Sharper, if they've refined that and made those things if they've worked on that, I feel like Crips, they will be having a good time. But we have talked about the veto, and now we will be looking at it and looking forward to which map both these teams are going to be fighting on.
All right, then I hope it's a good one. Ascent has been banned, and I'm really happy about that already. It goes down to Breeze. Good stuff. Now, when it comes to Breeze, I think both these teams will be in the surprise zone because they haven't really played Breeze matches anytime soon. In fact, the last time that these two teams faced each other was all the way back in May. And when that happened, of course, the lineups were different. The meta was super different. I mean, some of the characters were not even available back then. So you can't really draw derivatives from that match in particular, but those maps were Fracture and Bind, and Myth was able to win this 2-0 in quite a dominant fashion too. So when it comes to, like I said, difficult maps which require death ball attacks like your Breeze and your Fracture, you need Myth to be on their front foot, because these are maps where Sharper can also come through. If it's a simple map, then Myth obviously have a upper hand, but I believe that's not going to be the case today.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting standoff between these two, and especially that you also mentioned there were so many factors when these two teams faced off earlier that were not there, that is available this time. Is going to be one of them is Harbour, which we are rooting for, looking forward to playing in this meta. Yes, it has not still been done, but in this off-season event, this is the first time that Harbour is allowed, and I'm looking forward to which is that first team going to pick it up. Talking about how these teams have fared in Breeze itself, not in particular against themselves, Sharper have a better story to tell with better victories compared to Made in Thailand. So I feel like Sharper, if they've seen what happened yesterday when Myth got their loss, I think they could have seen what kind of play style Myth like to play, because we've seen, right, Myth like to stick together, and Myth have one intention that they want to execute. First they'll go for the fakes and then move on to a map or a site to get in, and then they will be together. So Sharper, if they know what has happened yesterday, I feel like they will be able to get good reads. But Made in Thailand, I don't think will be making similar play styles, right? Because now we saw how well Naos were able to read Myth. I feel like they're not looking forward to making that well read or well I would say, written plays. They want to make those offbeat and unpredictable plays. And if Made in Thailand are successful, I feel like they'll be coming on top of Breeze. But again, as I said, Sharper have a little bit of a better storyline with better victories. Who knows? Maybe they're well
Hmm.
prepared. They're hungry for their first point as well.
Oh yeah, both these teams need their first point. They haven't been able to get a single point yet. They were losing both their matches yesterday.
Hmm.
So it's super important, no doubt over here. But I do agree with you on the point that Sharper might be able to get the better read, because that happened to MiTH yesterday as well. I
Yeah,
mean, their attacks were not exactly straightforward. They were going for fakes, they were
exactly.
trying new things, and they were selling misinformation. But Naos was just able to read them like
Yeah.
an open book. Now, whether that is something that Naos relied on, like, I can't tell whether Naos did their homework and that's why they were able to read them, or did they just, get on the spot calls, or whether they just trusted their intuition for that thing. You can't tell if that was homework winning or if that was on the spot
Hmm.
stuff winning. So, if Sharpa have done their homework, certainly they will have an edge.
Yes.
But MiTH, they need to be a little more proactive this time, especially on their defense.
Hmm.
Yesterday on MiTH's defense, they were giving Naos way too much room to work with. They were just simply staying in sites and not gathering proactive information. And because of which, whenever Naos did attack any particular site, MiTH were not prepared for it because they did not do anything to account for it or stop it prematurely. So that is one red flag that MiTH need to uproot today.
Yeah, I agree with you. They have to address a couple of issues that they faced yesterday, uh, which again, they are a team known to, I would say, carry the momentum. So Sharper need to look forward to putting a stop to that. Which again, yesterday they were able to do it, and it looked really, really well. And I'm very happy that now teams will be looking forward to kind of working against their opponents, trying to figure out counters, because that was very crucial. We saw, as you said yesterday, right? I mean, now that we're not too sure if Nas were prepared or already like read what is going to be happening from Made in Thailand, but the way they came strategized and well prepared, and especially the confidence that they had, sticking on to a particular site, showed us that we are ready for whatever Made in Thailand brings. And so Sharper, if they had the same intention, they might be able to do it. But Sharper yesterday was shaky. Made in Thailand became shaky because they were losing a lot of those rounds. So
Yeah.
this comes down to how these teams kind of would like to play, but I did also drag in Harbour in between if it comes into play, because I feel like this is such a big map.
Yeah.
Harbour
Yeah.
can
You
like
need Harbour. Yeah.
makes brilliant plays, but again, it's not seen effective. And especially me and C were also discussing this. Harbour is not your like generalized controller just dropping down smokes, right? So you need to play around him rather than you calling the controller to just drop some smokes here and there so you can rush into a side.
Yeah, but I feel like if we do get to see Harbour, it has to be in this game. It has to
Yeah.
be in either a Breeze game or an Icebox game. Maybe a Pearl, but I don't think a Pearl is gonna ever make it into a best of one. So it has to be
Yeah.
in this game. Otherwise, we'll straight up see Harbour in the playoffs, if at all.
Agreed. I mean, it's going to be a tough one to make a choice, but I feel like we also were talking about ciphers coming in, which has been shown a little bit here and
Nah.
there from Sharper. So it can come in their meta here in Breeze, because we have seen, right, especially even in the Champions when it was played, brilliant cipher plays in Breeze. But let's jump into all the speculations that we have made and finally get a conclusion on the agent selection screen coming here. And there is no Harbor, unfortunately. So our hearts
Aw.
will still be a little bit on the
They
sidelines and
sink into
sad.
the sea because we don't get to see the water agent.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm done with the puns for now. Well, Niffy on the chamber, no surprises over there. We saw him yesterday as well. Change is gonna be on the jet. Yesterday we saw him on the race.
Hmm.
Amazing utility usage, but not quick follow up enough. And that also has to be accounted for, because yesterday Jasper was playing Breach. Obviously, you can't play that on Breeze, but
Hmm.
Jasper's utility was not being utilized well yesterday.
Yeah.
So the coordination between Jasper and Change was kind of off yesterday, but I hope today that has changed. Nugent was an absolute delight to watch. His Sage plays were amazing. With the sky in his hands this time, I feel like he can make some amazing moves. Today, the coordination between Change and Nugent is going to have to be amazing, because I hope Nugent can set up some good flashes for Change to take the front foot.
An interesting setup from both the ends. It is a mirror composition that we are going to be seeing. So it's all about Crips, which team uses its utility at what timing, because it is going to be so crucial. If somebody has their walls and this side they don't have it, and it becomes so tough, right? Like your toxic screen was up for a second over there and immediately now it's gone, but the opponent has it because he waited for the right opportunity when it goes down, and now we have the players also in front of his screens. Sharper looks sharper than ever, especially than yesterday, and that's what everybody wants to
Mm-hmm.
do, right, Crips? Be better than what they were yesterday.
Definitely. That's the motto of improvement. If you were in a school in India, you'll probably see this written
Yeah.
on your chalkboard every morning. But the reason we say that you have to be better than yesterday is because certain storylines make this game very predictable, especially when you take a look at how passive MiTH were playing yesterday on their defensive side. I think Sharper will have an easy time in the second half, but let's just hope that both these teams bring their best today.
25 seconds on the clock, and we will be seeing Sharper and Made in Thailand. Again, for all the viewers, this is still the qualification stage. So, whoever kind of misses the opportunities or the points as of now still stand a couple more chances later down the line, but they have to count all the cards that they have in their hands. If they start slipping those cards away, it would be a done thing. It does not matter whether they were a fan favorite team or whether they had the hugest audience supporting them. It will depend on which team came out well in the Skyesports SEA Championship, well prepared, well strategized, and every team has come out with new coaches, changes in their lineup, new strategies, new metas, and it's time for it to function here on Breeze for Made in Thailand and Sharper Esports. So quickly getting into the predictions, I feel like this is again going to be a closely contested matchup because
Mm-hmm.
we know how Sharper play. They're a little bit sporadic, wait for the right opportunities, and then jump in like all guns blazing. On the other hand, Made
Yeah.
in Thailand, wait. They are calm and composed. They will look at the clock and let the clock run out, and they want the opponent to be in a chaotic mindset. So I feel like
Hmm.
very close in that manner. But if again momentum flows, Made in Thailand might just have the command. What about you, Crips?
Okay, simply because you're picking Made in Thailand to be your pick, I'm gonna have to pick Sharper because that's like the tradition of
Yeah.
casters. But you're right over there in one aspect that both these teams have somewhat similar playstyle. The only difference being Myth take it to the end of the round in a chaotic
Yes.
situation. Meanwhile, Sharper just take a look at the opportunity and then they jump in.
Mhm.
But they all have the habit of executing together, especially on
Exactly.
the attacking side. So when it comes to attacking side, except for the timing, both these teams have similar strats. The major difference is going to be on defense, where Myth have a significantly more passive style as compared to Sharper, and that I think might be the difference maker over here, ladies and gentlemen. The first game of the day about to go live.
It's going to be a B hit coming here from Made in Thailand. Flash is sent from both the ends. A little bit at least flash sound call is there, and that's the reason the shock dart. And look at this Newton, he's pushing up. They've seen the crossover at the half wall. There's a player in Nest which is covered by this.
Oh
Oh
no.
my god, the poison cloud, and then Kadoom to jump up. But there's Change who puts the mid doors, gets the instant trade, and back to a 4v4. They're rushing in. They've gotten B. It's going to be a spike plant.
Good attempt by Myth over there. They figured out that the B side would be empty because they heard way too many footsteps on mid. And the moment they lost one of their teammates all the way from door, they figured that Sharper have no defense on the B side, so it's going to be open for the taking. Now, all that Sharper need to do is wait for the downfall of this Viper wall, and then they can start flooding in. Change has already found a little trickle inside. He spotted out two players, and he's drawing the rotations towards himself, which creates more space for his teammates to come in from Gen. But Myth is winning all the duels. They're destroying the members of Sharper, and the only person who's been able to get a kill so far is Jasper. I don't think he's done enough. Niffy with a lovely shot, but he can't stake the spike just yet because the snake bite is boiling down so much time, and I think it's already in the bag. Myth can start the celebration.
First pistol round goes in the favor of Made in Thailand. Very well played, even though we saw that Sharper were able to like drag attention to some areas, especially when it was being pushed from B main. We saw from Change, but it was not enough. I feel like if he would have at least gotten one kill over there, maybe we would have seen this round fall in the favor of Sharper, but it did not happen. Sharper, on the other hand, did show us they have a good retake setup, well planned. but they would have to wait a little bit longer before they get the weapons on their hand. Right now, Made in Thailand will have the advantage of getting the anti-eco and bonus buys, but we'll be looking forward to if this is going to be working, because we've seen a lot of thrifties yesterday as well, Crips.
That was a big red flag. I hope we don't get to see any of those thrifties today. You shouldn't really be losing out your economic momentum like that.
Yeah.
But hey, MiTH, at least this time they have the proper buy, because yesterday we saw MiTH take some economic risks. They went for force buys and they lost it, which made them lose the first few rounds of the game. At least today they are buying weaponry when they're supposed to maintain the momentum, and they're getting the kills as well. So it seems like a done and dusted round already. No contention from Sharper just yet, but then again they were never supposed to get much done in this round in the first place.
Yeah, Kadum is just with that Marshall making it seem like every shot is easy. Yes, Nugent did the same thing with the Marshall, got one for himself, but now he has very little health left and too many players from Made in Thailand to fight against, and whereas his teammate, he's still not here. So they're just waiting out, letting the spike run its time, and then looking forward to taking a couple of players, making them lose a couple of weapons if possible. Nugent spotted the head of Sova. Did not work, and this is what I said, Kadum making it seem so easy, picks the fourth as well. That's the second here for Made in Thailand, and not much of a loss to talk about in terms of the weapon as well.
Well, now we'll finally get to see the buy round coming in from Sharper. And the best part about Sharper on buy rounds is they're super disciplined. Sharper, whenever they're on the defensive side, they will they'll seldom lose to these individual peaks. They will seldom overextend and give up the advantage. They will almost always peak alongside their teammates, which is good, because then the trades will always be in the positive for them. But the negative side of this is, if you don't rely on those heroics, or if you give too much space to MiTH, then they might just have a say in this round. So Sharper, they need to strike that balance between going ahead aggressively and letting Change get the space he needs, versus sticking together and making sure the trades go in their favor. That balance, I think, is going to be very critical for Sharper, and it took them a while yesterday to figure it out, right? I mean, when Sharper was going in for those defensive rounds, they were just staying on site. It resulted in Todak getting way too much control. And Todak also is a very similar team which relies on hardball executes. They don't really go for those split picks. So they hopefully learned their lesson from yesterday, maybe strike a little balance. They're up against a similar team. MiTH also rely on execute. So they just don't want a deja vu of yesterday.
I agree. And one more thing that I'm worried for both the teams. Right now, at least, I would say Sharper have a little bit of an upper hand because they're starting off on defense. On the other end, Made in Thailand, they have to be worried that they will be switching over to defense in the second half, which has not been a great day for yesterday on defense for them. So, kind of a situation where if Sharper are unable to keep the lead here in their defense, they might be able to bring it back up. But on the other hand, Made in Thailand, they would have to figure out anything in terms of the attack, of getting numerous rounds, getting a huge split right in the scoreline as well. Now we see the technical timeout from their end as well. I hope any whatever difficulties that they're facing, hope they correct it, because it's very crucial, especially the qualification stage. Even though we were just saying it's just about the points, get a couple of points in a couple of matches, and then maybe you will be able to make it. But out of the 5 teams in a group, there's only 2 teams making their way out, Crip. So I think that will be a tough fight, and we might end up also seeing a couple of teams fighting just because they had their points similar, and then we look forward to the round differential, we look forward to who has had better victories. And you don't want to lose a chance to qualify and get to the playoffs because you clashed with somebody with the same number of points for your group, and then you had to decide based upon how your previous matches stood. So
exactly, yeah, and those round differentials are just heartbreaking.
yes.
You may be better than the other team, the one that you lose out to, but simply because of round difference, it's going to be more difficult for you. And that's even rougher for a team like MiTH, because when they lost yesterday, they had quite a big amount of difference between them and Naos. Meanwhile, Sharper only lost by 2 rounds. So
Yes.
already, if you're looking at ties, Sharper is the better team off over here.
This is something that we are like jumping into, and it can happen at any moment.
Yeah.
Today again, there will be one team who will be getting the point, but at the end of the day, that other team, whichever loses here in this matchup, will also be looking forward to getting points in some other match. But if those teams clash out, It's for them to have a heartbreaking situation down the line just before the playoffs gets announced. But right now, looking at this mirror lineup, right, Sharper
Hmm.
have had 2 rounds. Uh, we haven't seen much from them coming in terms of how they would want to place their utility and go for the fights, because again, you just have to rely on your pistols very early on, and now Made in Thailand, who got the advantage to buy up in the immediate second round, they'll be more than happy. Got a couple of utilities for themselves as well that they could lay down and get a easier round. But now is where Sharper need to stand tall, because they will be on the full buy, whereas Made in Thailand will play on the bonus. And you saw Kadoom yesterday didn't have a great time. He was not allowed to do anything, but right from the get-go here, Kadoom is just popping off. He's looking forward to whatever he can, whether it's a pistol, whether it's the marshal that he did in the second round. He's already gotten a 4K to start the day off, and if it continues here, Crips, I'm worried for Sharper.
Definitely. I'm worried about Kadoom as well. A lot relies on him, and that's way too much
Exactly.
responsibility for one man to shoulder. Yesterday, when he had an amazing round, his team would guaranteed win. Look at these peaks, right? You know for a fact this guy is a rising star, not because he killed New Gen Rising Star, but also because he likes taking those risks. But at the same time, his team is a very disciplined one.
Enemy kill.
They don't really like individual plays. They rely on team plays much more than individual heroics. So
Yes.
there's a clear personality difference, a clear cultural misfit over here when it comes to the playstyle of Kadoom individually and his team. Yesterday also you saw the risks he took were way too high for my appetite. Like he would be dashing into garage, a place which doesn't really have too much elevation, and there's way too many corners. If your dash goes wrong, you can easily get tapped out. Yet he was winning those duels. He was winning those
Yes.
duels by just dashing into his enemies' faces, whether it's the Astra on the side of Naos or anyone else for that matter. And that was possible partially because of lovely flashes set up by his fellow Omen and other
Mhm.
people. But again, it's a bit too much risk. And if he continues to take those risks in measured approaches, then Sharper, they better pray.
I agree with you. I mean, we keep talking about how crucial a role of a duelist is, but you cannot rely on the entire gameplay or a round on your duelist itself. It just makes life too hard. You get a couple of rounds, yes, for that duelist popping off, but later down the line, when they figure a counter, they'll be looking forward to taking your duelist down first, and then they'll be sure that your entire setup or your later game, the layers that is there, it's all broken down. There's nothing. You're just trying to figure out on the go, and when you're trying to think on the go, you just start making mistakes. So I hope Made in Thailand have made that change, because on the other end, when Sharper have changed already, we were just talking about how different duelists can be on changes, and it's always relied on setting up change with utilities. He never just runs in blindly taking those risks, because he knows that he needs to get space for his team. It's not about the kills for him, it's about pushing back the opponent
Yes.
who's ever in the site and getting space for his teammates, get the spike down when they're on the attack. And on defense, it's him trying to keep them clear of sight, but which did not work out yesterday. So again, two
Yeah.
different perspectives on these duelists.
Exactly. I love the fact that you pointed out the two differences between them, because Change and Kadoom, they both had amazing backup yesterday, and at
Yes.
least they can capitalize on their fellow support agents. So I'm happy about that. Of course, there can be some complaints about Change not being able to capitalize on the flashes of his fellow breach yesterday, but then again, there is no breach today, and the person supporting him is Nugent, not Jasper. So this could be a major difference. A slow start
Started. Yeah.
to this
Get
one,
out of my
rather. I
way.
mean, mid, they could have taken mid control like last time, but instead of going for mid right at the start, they're going to use it as a late rotation. Made some noise towards the A side. I'm not even sure if that sound was heard by Sharper or if they even registered that. But Sharper have no reason to push out right now. They've already got information on mid, already got a decent bit of information on B because of that guiding light. It popped, must have
Oh.
indicated someone over there. So they have the info they need. They don't need to push out yet. The ball is in the court of myth and time is running out.
Sharper have a huge risk here because they are on the full buy. They need to make sure they put players down. Oh, Jazz did get one, but PTC immediately on the trade. Does not recover the weapon. But look at the position. Alon Fills pushes up, but he spots before the flash could pop and takes down Nugent. There's Niffy still on site, but the weapon upgrade works for... Oh, Alone Fills. He takes Niffy down as well, and all of a sudden, this is going away. Leviathan does take a player down, but look at his health. Change comes up huge from the archers, from the defender spawn archers, and takes both the players down. Sharper, very costly but a much needed first round.
Yeah, that was a little weird to see Nugent caught out over there bird watching. Simply had utility in his hand, couldn't do anything, and the site fell into chaos so quickly at the hands of MiTH. And for a second, I thought that, yeah, this is done. MiTH is going to win this next round as well, but Change just coming in, kicking ass, taking names. That was ridiculous. The fact that MiTH offered fights to Sharper in the first place is a little surprising to me. But then again, Sharper had the better weaponry. It would be unfair if they lost this round. Although MiTH came dangerously close to taking it away. Let's see if this trend continues now that both the teams have similar weaponry.
Previously there was the Bladestorm use, but right now Made in Thailand have the Seekers to work on. So it looks like Made in Thailand are strategizing to keep getting ultimates for every round, which can get them an advantage and an entry to site. Jasper's the same way that from the first round he's holding the nest, he's still holding it. Flash goes out, but this time to mid, so Nugent does not get any info. This Trailblazer should spot out PTC. Ooh, actually PTC destroys it. I don't think it wouldn't have spotted him. Eventually down the line it would, but look at how players are slowly getting back to B itself. They've found success in their pistol rounds, and that's the reason they're thinking of hitting here back with their full buy.
Exactly. Also, the fact that the Viper and the Chamber are on A makes it an infinitely harder site to attack. So the Jet and Sky combo seems a bit more doable to them over here. Here comes the execute. Kadoom rushes in, but Change is good for the kill. And he's defending it well so far. He's also got the other two people reveal, and the crossfires are holding strong for now. It takes a heroic effort from a lone Pills to finally get the trades to swing in their favor, but it's still down to a 2v2. They get the spike plant, but can they account for Niffy coming in all the way from behind?
Leviathan, he's just dragging attention towards mid arches. It all depends of what Niffy can do, as you said. Alonfil's cross has been seen. He's been pinged. PTC on the other hand, I think his position is still a little bit unknown, and I think PTC might play as the wild card here. Leviathan slowly creeping in, and Niffy, look at how close he's gotten from B main. But he gets spotted from PTC, and PTC takes down Leviathan actually. Now it's all up to Niffy. His shoulders have been seen, and Alonfil is just waiting for him to peek and puts him to the ground. Made in Thailand with the third.
Whatever they failed to do in the previous round, they did it now. A very similar approach from them. They started off towards the A lobby area where they just made some noise towards the ropes, towards A main. Went back towards B again. Exact same approach as the last round. The only difference is instead of fighting when the spike was down, they just hid themselves. They waited for Sharper to come inside, and they didn't offer those duels right off the bat. They just relied on their crossfires, and if they keep doing that, well, then MiTH are in for a very good couple of rounds.
Right now, Sharper, they're on an eco. Not much to work with. Tough round for them to again pull off, but the Bladestorms are out from Change. Can he do something? In the meantime, Kadoom is creeping up. Jasper with a classic, hoping for a right-click headshot to take down the weapon. I don't think that's going to be easy, but Kadoom is also hearing a lot of footsteps that right under him towards the mid doors, so he might be relaying that information as well. This might be a mid heavy, but in the meantime, attack looks to be at 8. Oh, Alone Pills. So close to death.
Yeah, right. He's lucky that he survives with just a dink.
Jazz. He might be the game changer here, Crips.
But will he be able to get anything done? Jazz is waiting since quite a long time over here, and almost every player of Sharper is now on the A site. Meanwhile, the rest of MiTH has already started to fall back towards B. If they hurry up right now and they get inside, they will be able to get a free plant. And now it all comes down to the attacking Jet. It all comes down to Kadoom and how much can he do over here as he hears all of them rotate, information being relayed, sound cues being taken in. If he can go in for the backstab, this retake will end before it can even have a chance to begin.
He takes the first already. He peeks from Halls, gets one on. Everybody's worried about Halls. How did we leave it completely open? Change, he's still looking forward to fighting side. He just has a couple of blades left. A couple of players inside, so if he connects, he'll be replenishing his blades. But in the meantime, they are not giving him the upfront duels, and when Congarad wanted to challenge along with his teammate on this one, they get 2, and now Congarad is looking for the last, and with the flawless, that's going to be Made in Thailand with the 4th.
Good. Made in Thailand, not losing a single weapon. They're going to start building their economy. And that's amazing, right? Because yesterday we saw them have economic meltdowns at the worst possible moments. If they can avoid that problem in this game, so much more will be available to them.
This round, I mean, we knew right from the get-go it should be Made in Thailand's round. But the way Kadum just stood, right? We were just talking about how Kadum, it all relies on him to play the round, get the space. This time it wasn't. So Made in Thailand, they've adapted.
Yeah. Usually, Kadum is the one responsible for getting space. This time, he was just making sure that the map shrinks around Sharper from every direction. He's got his dash active. Chains wants to make a move, but this time he's got no backup. He's going in by himself. If he dies over here, this will be a negative trade which he can't get through. And he's stuck over here. Needs backup from Leviathan. At least he's able to make it back to safety, so all his adventures weren't going to waste. But once again, Kadum is snuck in towards the brown halls. He can't move any further ahead because of the trademark present. But hey, at least he's stuck over there and he can get the sound cue so he can relay some information to his teammates. At least he'll be able to figure out if Sharper is already on the rotate or not.
Even though Change did that risky move, if he got one at least, I would be more than happy. But he emptied his entire util. He just has to rely on his gun now. On the other end, look at this. Alone Fills with his ultimate trying to tag a player. He does, and he's going to be getting a kill as well on Change. And Leviathan in the meantime puts down Kadum. The opponent's Hunter's Fury is out. They're looking for doing a lot more damage. Thought the Viper's Pit might be the solution. It was a solution for only Beta to run away with the spike, but not get anything on site.
Yeah, both the Hunter's Fury used. MiTH, sure, they must have been able to activate the Viper's Pit, but what's the point of having that pit active when there's no other teammates to stand inside it? He barely has any time.
10 seconds
I just hope that he's able to get the spike down, because if he doesn't, then he's going to be facing that economic penalty. He's not going to be able to plant it. It's done. Just last round, I was saying that MiTH was struggling economically in the previous game. Because of the flawless, they keep their weapons forward, they can maintain economy, yada, yada, yada. But the moment I say that, MiTH do the worst thing that they could have done to their economy is live alive with the penalty like that.
And look
at least
the
they didn't
main
lose the
talent.
gun, so...
Yeah, that is fine, but look at how quick they are to adapt to and get into a timeout, right? Which yesterday was done a little bit later down the line. I think this is very crucial. Made in Thailand themselves know as a team, they're very good when they carry momentum. If they lose that, then everything just starts toppling down. It's literally a game of Jenga for them. If they keep it going, it works. Unblock moves, it's the entire team's downfall. So this timeout and the talk that they have with their coach should be for them to get back into the game. Otherwise, Sharper are here to equalize the scoreline.
They should be able to, given the way things are going. Sharper, at least they seem to know how to counter MiTH's executes, and which other team will know how to counter an execute based team other than an execute based team themselves. Both the teams have similar attacking styles, so I guess Sharper is the kryptonite to MiTH. They are the one team that knows how to stop this momentum-based attacking side. At least they're able to ruin that momentum every now and then. And with the trademark present towards Brown Halls, they won't be having the repeat of the previous round where Change was just able to go ham. I'm sorry, where Kadum was able to go ham and shrink the map around them.
I think Kadum making another call to again execute Hall while it was already known. It was read very well from Sharper. Now the round has again started to a standoff. This time they're playing a little bit aggressive, especially with the Viper's Pit down at A main. But the hit looks to be from Made in Thailand at B. They've spotted the player. Niffy whiffs.
Oh, Kadum with that massive popping swing threw his aim off. And just like that, within a matter of seconds, the site belongs to MiTH.
Skyesports does punish Kadum for his initial kill that he took, but right now it is a retake that they have to work on. Ultimates better for Made in Thailand, but none of them are like flushing ultimates or like which will give them winning rounds. Kongarit pushes out his seekers, looking forward to information. Oh, the recon is going to be huge. Alone Fills immediately capitalizes, but Jasper and Nugent, they double down. Now they're looking for the last few players left and punish Beta, who thought he could push it from elbow, and they put down PTC. That's going to be the third here for Sharper. And what a brilliant play, waiting for the right approach. You saw when the round started, and even when Kadum got the side entry, right? You saw Kadum was looking towards the right edge, the corner of the pocket where people hide, because he knew there would be a flash that would come, which would kind of blind his teammates, and he needs to be there to fight it out. But it didn't happen. Nugent waited for his teammates to regroup, and that's how they won the round.
Exactly. Nugent had the patience to regroup along with his teammates. More than that, to some extent, Sharper were able to flush out the members of MiTH from their hiding holes.
Yes.
They realized that if MiTH just keeps on hiding and build crossfires, then Sharper won't be able to retake. So what they did is they used the snake bites in some of the more common angles, just flush the players out of their holes, make sure the crossfires are broken, and when the 1v1s are offered to Sharper, they win those. The Doom though, what an absolute monster! He's got them both! Niffy with a double of his own! Both these guys are just going absolutely ham, but unfortunately, Kadum had backup, Niffy did not, and once again, the B side falls into disarray.
The spike done again. Number disadvantage, but this time Leviathan gets tagged, and PTC was holding the angle. He knew he would peek again at the arch and punishes him. Now it's all up to the last player. He's back at B main, the previous strategy that he did. But this time it's being read. Vita is right at center and PTC holding the angle. I mean, for a second he just peeked there and he sees Jazz and puts him down. Made in Thailand were looking like they would fall, but they're looking like they're trying to somehow manage and stay afoot.
Oh, and the storylines are changing so quickly. Just in the last two rounds, I've been saying that Sharper, if they get the duels they want in the retake, they should be able to kill MiTH. The Sharper team literally used their utility to bait MiTH out into the open, and then they beat them in the fights. This time, this guy, PTC, just activated his tour de force, and he's like, you want me to fight? Sure, I'll give you a fight, buddy. I'll give you all the fights you want, and I'll win them all. I don't think Sharper will be looking forward to having open fights like that again, especially the way this round went. This time Niffy doesn't have too much to his name, but he's still gonna be able to get a shot, and he teleports back as well, destroying Congared's head. That was a juicy shot.
They need something right now to work because they don't have the weapons. It looks like Jazz is the only one who has a weapon on hand, but everybody else is just playing with pistols and sheriffs coming across. And you saw the headhunter needed to do some damage, and it did. Change right now. Wanted to contest the player with the Aldron, but he knew the distance was a little bit too much. The tag is not going to be there, so Change will still stand right behind the pyramids. Recon comes to check. This time Change does get tagged, and Beta punishes him immediately. Nugent wanted to capitalize in the same angle, but it doesn't find anything. They have the front of the side. Nugent is getting pushed. They did try to tag him with the box, but in the meantime, look at this, there's a push also coming in from mid-doors, and Nugent immediately capitalizes on the distraction. But now he's been regrouped with his teammate Niffy, who did get the initial first blood. They're looking forward to taking the last player down. Beta is super low. He knocks the head rolling down of Nugent. Now it's all up to Niffy. Full health on him. He has to have a 1v1 duel. 4 bullets on the headhunter.
Yeah, but the moment he crosses that toxin screen, his health is going to be reduced in half, and then both those players are basically on the same amount of HP. He just needs one bullet to kill Beta, but does he know exactly where he is? If he goes along like this, he's going to be in for a nasty surprise. Beta loses this one, and MiTH, these guys have just manifested their absolute worst nightmare. They did not afford to get thrifty, but they just face defeat. It's heartbreaking how difficult it is for MiTH to acquire the economic advantage, and when they finally do, they face a thrifty loss.
What a play coming in from Niffy in this round. Brilliant. I mean, to go on the forefront duel. Previously also he wanted to do the same thing, but the entire team over-aggressed with him. This time they were at least on the thrifty, left Niffy to over-aggress, and everybody just wanted to hold angles. But right now it's going to be an equal footing and a fight coming through. 2 ultimates on Sharper's end, but the other end, MiTH have 3. They have the Viper's Pit back online, along with Kadum and his Bladestorm. Is it going to be used? Is going to be something that we will look at. Leviathan, they wanted to flush him, but Leviathan sneakily hides behind the pillar, gets the first player out. Kadum is down.
Oh
but look at Leviathan, not stopping, sprays down, gets 3 for his position.
Finally takes the other Viper to put his killing speed to an end, but the Seeker has hit Beta in the head, and Nugent is here to finish things off. MiTH did not even get to plant the spike. They just barely planted the spike, and that's it. The round is done and dusted. This seems like a deja vu of the previous round where MiTH was struggling to plant the spike. Sure, they got into the site, into the area where you will put it down, but the moment they tap the spike, Sharper just collapse upon them.
This has been the same case we have seen yesterday, Chris, that Leviathan and Niffy are just brilliant. When they've popped off, their entire team have got numerous instances where they get to rounds. And Leviathan here, a smart play around the pillar, because it's not generally predicted, especially him destroying the recon as soon as it was sent out, right? That made the biggest move. If he wouldn't have destroyed the recon, if at least one ping would have gotten through, I don't think Leviathan would have survived and wouldn't even had a chance to get a 3k. Back to equal standing, but right now we talked about, previously we talked about the Bladestorm. It's going to be used now. Viper's Pit is online on the other end as well, which will be right now put down at B. Oh, look at this Eugen and the mid push. Eugen and Jazz should get a lot.
Deploying drone.
Okay, I'm kind of concerned about this one, Lucifer. It's a bit too easy. They allowed MiTH to go ahead and plant the spike. Okay, yeah, now I see why they've done this. It's because they wanted to use the Hunter's Fury to clear them out. But it's a bit too late. They've already taken post-plant positions. Kongared is playing a suicidal angle. He's just looking to take down as many members of Sharper as he can, even if he goes down. The only person who can make a difference over here is the backstabbing Viper. The Viper coming in the form of Levi. And if he's successful, then it will be great. But he hasn't stopped yet. He's just about to make his play, but it's a bit too late. Alone Phils has already destroyed his teammates, and it's down to a 1v1. It's Levi, the man who started it all, has to now finish it as well. Meanwhile, Alone, he's going all the way around from mid, and there's absolutely no way Levi can get the shot onto him. The Hunter's Fury denies the defuse, and the round is done.
Made in Thailand, right, in this round, felt like they shouldn't have gotten anything. But again, you see, right, Sharper, when they're quick to react rather than waiting for the right opportunity, lose it. They had mid control entirely for themselves, and the players who had entered from mid doors, they could have kind of fought with them and then won it. But look at them, going for that 1v1 duel, even after knowing Kadum had the blades. It's a risky move. But on the other end, Alone Phils, kudos to him to move out of position, get back to halls, and from there on, wait for the right opportunity to fight with the opponent. Because Niffy was holding halls from a long time, even when the spike was getting planted. Still, full buys from both the ends, but it's going to be double op setup coming in from Sharper.
Wow, and this is going to be a difficult one to deal with. Sure, they figured out where the two of the first is, but do they know where the others are? They don't know that there's yet another op up close, and Change is now going to declare it loudly and clearly to them by taking down Kadoom. The Viper's Pit does go down on the A side, so that should make it a little more difficult for the ops to be of use. But Change, he's got the blades as well. He fails. PTC and Alone Phils are taking names and kicking ass. PTC on the triple. He doesn't get to complete his killing spree, but he definitely does get his team the round. Lovely stuff from Made in Thailand. And this team, Made in Thailand, has just gone from waves upon waves to just different places. They started off as a team who don't want to face in the post-plant scenario, and then they just changed the tide. They were like, sure, if Sharper think that taking fights in the post-plant scenario will result in a win, we will prove them wrong. MiTH just took fights, except they took it on their own terms, took it from positions where they can cover each other.
I still don't feel that the first half Crips was like favoring Made in Thailand.
It
Look at
wasn't.
the scoreline, it's 7-5. And Sharper, even though it didn't look like it was Sharper having control of the first half, they have managed to keep themselves stable, right? That we have to get rounds, keep the scoreline close, and that's what has happened. Now, as soon as this halftime pause resumes, I feel like Sharper might just have a better time, because we've seen both Made in Thailand and Sharper have good rounds on attack, not great time on defense. And now Made in Thailand, I'm worried for them. Kadoom, we talked about him, how we started off the day today and how the rounds were flowing, but after that we didn't see Kadoom. It was the other players coming and stepping up. We saw PTC in the last round where he just walked up, all got a lot of it. Alone Phils making a couple of crazy moves. So I feel like when these players just step up and understand that it's not only Kadoom's game is good, but on the other end, Change did not have a great show, just like on defense we've seen, but on attack is where he shines.
Layers upon layers to MiTH's attacking side, but we always knew that attacking side was good. What about their defense? It was problematic in
Exactly.
Haven yesterday against Naos. Let's see if they're able to pull it off
Take
today
flight.
against Sharper. Both these teams fighting for their first point in the tournament. The loser goes down 0-2, and you never want to have a start
Caution
like
here.
that.
Leviathan alone with the drone fights. They did not give up a lot of information, but they did give a lot of map space. Look at the mid control coming in from Made in Thailand. So there's no way they're going to be creeping up towards Hall and mids because they have the complete idea. But looks like Kadum wants to back off. PTC finds the angle, gets a player down, but change with an immediate trade. But he has taken a little amount of damage, or make it half of his health lost. And now immediately look at Kadum where he's rotated. He was planning to get back to Nest and A, but after knowing that players are at mid, he went and now he is joined by Alone Fills. And now going to B is going to be that much difficult if they don't know what's happening.
Yeah, but the problem over here is the Jet is playing the first contact. And if Kadun continues to play in that angle, he's going to be up for a few more kills. He's given enough information to his teammates. Alone Fills walks right out of the Viper, stops in screen and takes that fight. The trade doesn't come through. Kadun peaks, but he's a little late. Leviathan is just that much sharper. 2 versus 2. HP
30
advantage
seconds left.
lies with MiTH, but are they going to be able to make it here in time? The Trailblazer spots out both of them,
Oh.
and this is their cue to move right in.
Flash goes out. This should be an easy retake coming in, but Leviathan, can he put a stop to it? Kongarad already has the angle on one, but Leviathan gets one. He's looking for the fourth as well. This man with 11 HP is still looking for to frag out. They know both the positions, but look at how they're playing right at the back of the side. Spots the head, looking for the connection, and Leviathan with the fourth. What a round from Sharper, where it looked like it's everything gone from their hands to getting that round back in.
Exactly. I'm actually very happy the way this turned out. MiTH, it started off as a round which I was happy with because they were taking mid control proactively, something that they never did yesterday. But the way Leviathan just managed to take it all back, it was ridiculous. He was struggling at like 8 kills, and with this 4K alone, he's at the top of the scoreboard now. But we need more such heroics from this team.
Double swing fails. Hall push fails, and now they're just taking kills one after another. The Marshal from Kadum is also about to fall down very soon. Eugen, he's rushing on top of them. PTC, after his rendezvous, he's back on the orange. He's looking for some connection, but change is not stopping with Hose, Marshal, and Leviathan capitalizes on Kadum. It's all up to Beta, and Beta is now like, wait, what just happened, guys? I was just getting to A side, and you're all down?
At least MiTH didn't spend too much on that eco round. The force buys yesterday were kind of dramatic, so I hope they don't have to relive that again. But hey, it's fine, I guess. They relinquished the first 2 rounds to Sharper. The next one's gonna be a buy anyway. He gets sprayed down, but then again, that's no surprise. 7-7 is a manageable scoreline for MiTH. Now the real battle begins.
I hope it would have been a flawless, but nonetheless, that's fine. They wanted to take a player down, but didn't recover the Spectre that was on hands of Leviathan when he fell down. So Change still keeping his Marshal, feeling comfortable. So I feel like maybe Sharper want to keep this bonus rolling rather than looking forward to buying it up. You can see even Jasper thought of buying up and immediately stole stuff and back to a bonus is what they're going to be playing. On the other hand, it's a full buy, but because they had invested a couple of weapons in terms of the sheriffs, most of the players from Made in Thailand are on the half shield.
Yeah, that's when the Spectres really shine, right? Get that dink and your aim's already thrown off.
Yeah.
Continue swinging, continue popping swinging rather, just like the Sharper players are doing right now, and you're gonna have an easy time. Slow and steady approach from Sharper this time. They're splitting up on mid as well as elbow as well as brown halls. It's not something that they usually do, so this is them stepping out of their comfort zone.
And Made in Thailand right now just holding the positions, because previously when they tried to push out in the first round, it did not work out. And this is what Made in Thailand have a lot of second thoughts when we look at them, that if they try to push out and if it fails, they get back to kind of stand off, right? They just wait for the opportunity, and that's what is happening. And if Made in Thailand lose this round as well, which is a bonus for Sharper, they'll be rattled. They will not be sure whether we should hold a side, whether we should play very passive, give them the side, or whether we should be proactive and take a fight. But right now, the clock is running down. So Sharper, whatever they have to do, they have to figure out fast. Spike is
30
towards
seconds
B.
left.
So that's the hit that they have mostly planned to. But look at Beta setting up with already a lineup for the entry.
Yeah. Sell misinformation, make them think that the Viper is available towards the B side. Meanwhile, the Viper is playing on the completely opposite end. PTC doesn't need any backup. He's able to defend this all by himself. A triple makes it look so easy. Finally, Leviathan stops him. Alone Phils did struggle a little bit, but he's got this round in the bag regardless. Niffy also gets intercepted by Kadoom. So, made in Thailand, the passive approach is indeed working out. This whole round was like one big game of chicken. MiTH falling back to their good old tactics of staying back, not playing aggressively. And sure, it didn't work yesterday, but in this round it seemed to work out just fine. Partially because Sharper also were going for a really slow approach, so it just boils down to which team makes first contact. And if both the teams keep playing slowly, then this is going to fall into a chaotic situation, which you've already mentioned, MiTH are better at.
Agreed. And you could see they know what is going to be happening, but right now that was a bonus. So full buy is what Sharper are going to be playing. Leviathan, because of the start of the second half, the brilliant manner that he showed up, he has his ultimate online. But they still don't have something to work on. No info yet being gained from Sharper. No, I would say, moves still being made. They're just trying to slowly creep up, looking forward to anybody who's pushed up to take map control. The Aldron, I guess this time tags changed. Previously it couldn't. This time it does. So he had to back off for a second. They're looking forward to a split A push. But there's already a hold from Beta as well as Kadoom. This is going to be tough. The snake bite fails. It still has a gap. But look at Alone Fills on the stairs. Exchange of blows coming in. Kadoom doubles down from the pyramids. But Jasper, he has entered. Can he do something here? Spots the head of the opponent's over. But is not able to do anything. Kadoom gets spotted, gets sprayed down, but PTC and Alone Fills, they fill up and get that round in the team's favor.
There simply wasn't enough vision denial from the side of Sharper. The Viper wall they put up can be easily countered by anyone who takes elevation over there, gets on top of the stairs. And even if there isn't anyone present, Kadoom basically puts himself in a suicide angle where he's safe from anyone coming in from A main. Of course, he's a little vulnerable from the double doors area, but he knew that his teammates were covering double doors, so he has nothing to worry about. Even if he dies, they'll trade him out. I'm actually really surprised that MiTH's passive approach is working. Partially because Sharper isn't doing enough to flush them out. Let's see if these crossfires can be broken, because if it doesn't get broken, then Sharper are just going to be seeing a repeat of the same round over and over again.
It's very crucial for Sharper to make this work. They're still entering in. This is a 3-man setup, just like the previous one. It is the same. Alone Fills, Kadoom, as well as being filled up with Viper. And Beta, yes, his lineup towards B was good, but A there was a gap. But again, it was enough for at least to give an angle where they could fight on. This time the team, if they push together, they might be able to take down Kadoom, which I feel like is going to be the thorn in their executions.
Oh, the Viper wall's about to run out. They need to get the plant before that happens. Oh, nobody's broken the recon. And Beta, Kadoom, they both get free kills because people get pinged through it. The big green wall put absolutely no cover for them if the recon dart is still alive over there. And finally, they tried to plant the spike, but it's been denied yet again.
To wait on that recon was just brilliant. Right now it's just exchange of blows coming in. Even on the trades, it is going to be made in Thailand standing up because they have the numbers. Even if Beta would have fallen down over there, there was other two players who could immediately trade it out. So made in Thailand, a brilliant setup coming in. And we were talking about this yesterday as well when we saw a couple of teams not using their utilities very early. We saw this time both the teams, Sharper as well as Made in Thailand, did not put down any utilities. When it was time to get the side control, that's when Sharper made the first use of utilities, and then it was Made in Thailand. And this is where initially when we were talking Crips, we talked about mirror lineup. It's all about the timing of the utility. And this time, it is this brilliant Alone Phil sending out that recon.
Yeah, and nobody broke it. Two people got revealed through the green big wall. They got 2 free kills. MiTH, yeah, that's how the retake just deathballed onto them. Sharper haven't been able to get any success, but at least Leviathan is able to get that lovely shot. Hopefully he can convert this into some momentum.
Has recovered a weapon through elbow. And mid control is also completely gained from Sharper. Bladestorm out from chains, but again gets tagged by the Aldrone, will be pinged. And he's still looking for to contest. Alone Fills just swing. the other side. But look at the offbeat position Congarad was in, but fails to kind of have a good battle.
Oh, I'm kind of
Still
nervous
not looking
about this
fruitful.
one. How was Alone Phil's able to get away with that? You had Jasper covering from window, another guy covering from cannon, and he spotted out 2 players over there, which could be a false information for mid because the actual execute is coming towards the A side, not B.
Beta is going to be very crucial here. They've already wrapped around him, which he has no idea about. Fails with his head on kill and gets punished for it. That kill would have given them this round.
Exactly. Now it's back to a 4v4. Situation has equalized, but it wasn't supposed to. At least this time they don't break the recon, but at least they cover it with Cloudburst, so nothing is that bad. Change, he still peeks out. A very brave push. Kadoom finally silences him, but is it a little too late? Because Leviathan is still playing his off angle, and this off angle does get covered by Congo Red, who just continues to slay, and Kadoom just sprays him down. MiTH are making this work.
Look at one kill being not taken gives that entire round away back. If Beta would have been dead, it's a done round for Sharper. They would have written it in their name.
Yeah, if Beta was dead, then the reverse Viper Wall, it wouldn't have been active. Any players who would have been hiding inside A main would have had clear lines of sight and they would have been able to fight. But because Beta is still alive and they get to control when they drop the Viper Wall and when they don't, they can control the pace of the fight. They can control whether or not Sharper can trade these frags. They couldn't.
Made in Thailand looking way better on defense than yesterday. And now look at the PTC, he just goes for a shotty because he has his ultimate. And not only him, 3 more of his teammates have the ultimate, whereas on Sharper's head, it's only the Viper. Contesting right now will be too tough. Halls being held from PTC with this 2 force. Viper's ultimate already being placed at B main. It's already making life difficult. But there is Leviathan who wants to slowly sneak up. But Beta, he's ready for that.
Are they though? I hope they are. Leviathan still standing inside the Viper's pit, suffocating, choking, hoping that he can diff the other Viper, but it is just him trying to knock on the door, a door that he knows will not be answered. It's up to Change to actually make a difference over here. Luckily, nobody's covering him from the top of mid, so he doesn't have to worry about that part. If he can somehow sneak in towards that tunnel over there, it would be great. The trademark will detect them in the end, but by that time it will be a bit too late. And now, poor Beta, he's isolated. He has to watch both the backlines as well as B main, and that's a bit too much for him to handle. At least he's able to get the kill on to Change, but can he reposition? No, he cannot. Jasper does get him down in the end.
Oh, Congarad gets a dink through the wall. But look at the Hunter's Fury coming out. But Congarad has already crossed, and this might be the opportunity. He might find a free kill here. Yes, he does. Jasper is down and Seekers are going to be out. They're just waiting for the other players to close in, but there is one at mid-tunnel still. So this is going to be difficult for them to go for a retake as long as Niffy is not dealt with, and he is. There goes an exchange, but Nugent gets one of his own on Congarad. Now it's all up to the last player surviving PTC. He does not know where to go to. He has a shot in hand, but Leviathan gets the advantage in the Viper's pit, is able to spot a red silhouette and immediately sprays that down, and that's PTC put to ground.
Yeah, the only counter that you can put against a play like this, the only way to stop Beta and push him out of his Viper's pit is to pressure him from the tunnel, and that's exactly what Sharper did over there. There was only one trademark placed in that location, but it was a bit too shallow. By that time, the site had already been breached, and poor Beta was trapped all by himself. His teammates also weren't close enough to help him out. So the moment he went down, the B side crumbles as he was the lone defender. And after that, Sharper just hold on to their own. They use a Viper's Pit and Hunter's Fury of their own as well. Secure the round. Sure, they spent 2 ultimates in that process, but hey, a round is a round, especially when MiTH is this close to map point.
Operator out here from Made in Thailand, something to look forward to. Seekers are sent out to look forward to information. Hunter's Fury to deal with somebody at Halls, but look at Change how close he's gotten to Beta. He needs to find the skill, but Beta, he's creeped around the right side of the pyramids, but Change is going to be deal with him, and he is going to be putting him down. And now all of a sudden the A side is completely under control. The recon will annoy them, but Alone Phils is not that close to fight or get any kills or capitalize on that recon.
Yeah, save has already been called. Members of MiTH falling back towards the B side, hoping to keep their guns alive. with only unknown fills over here, hoping to do some economic damage. And he's found Leviathan off guard. Maybe he can find a couple of other kills as well, cause some damage onto Sharper, because Sharper are just starting to build up their economy. If they keep Sharper humble right now, then the chances of comeback will be minimized. But the 9th round for them is inevitable.
Look at this. This round, again, we were just talking about how timing works. This time, Sharper were making sure that they are going to be the ones who are going to be timing their utilities and immediately finding value out of it and not letting Made in Thailand react. Made in Thailand kept their utilities, were waiting for the right opportunity, but before the right opportunity struck, they were the ones getting hit by bullets, rained down, and they were sent back. But now they're going to be taking another quick tactical timeout. And this is what I appreciate that I've seen today from Made in Thailand, that they're quick on these timeouts, making sure whatever wrong that they've done to immediately, I would say, scrub on it and get better.
Up until now, what has really been working out for MiTH is the position towards stairs on the A side and the oranges. Anyone who's taken control of that region from Sharper denies MiTH the opportunity to retake. But as long as MiTH have control of that region, they seem to be at a much better stance. And examples of this are the previous round and 2 rounds before that. MiTH was successful in retaking simply because Beta was alive over there. And this time you saw what happened. They took control of oranges very quickly, and Sharper was able to deny MiTH the retake simply because Sharper had orange control. That area seems to be crucial for MiTH. You take that away from them, you take the round away from them. Win conditions been identified by Sharper. Let's see if they can continue to make that win condition come true.
There's 2 rounds here for Made in Thailand to close this map, and there's 2 rounds for Sharper to close the gap. Not going to be easy for them because they're right now firefighting, right? They're just trying to get closer and closer and make sure Made in Thailand find no value. Previous round was a little bit heavy in terms of the ultimate to get around for Sharper, but on the other end, Made in Thailand, they have one ultimate, that is on Kadum, his Bladestorm, which he's trying to fight out at A. My bad, he's at B.
Yeah, it's interesting how the trademark this time from Sharper has been placed towards the back of halls, which means they just want to commit to the A side and make sure they don't get backstabbed later on. There should be a clear indication, and MiTH are reading this appropriately. 3 members have rotated towards the A side, so I think MiTH have the right read over here, but Sharper don't know that there's a stellar amount of defense propped up over here. If they continue pressing onwards, then they might be walking into a stack, which is a trap, and they can't afford to lose their lives like this. They instantly deal with the recon first. You can't afford to let a boo-boo like that happen again.
This time, thankfully, Toxic Screen is not going to go down, and they will be able to get back in post-plant. And there will also be a chance to go for those snakebite lineups. But in the meantime, can Made in Thailand get around? The Bladestorm is still active. There's no backstab. Everybody is hitting from the defended spawn itself for this retake from Made in Thailand. The opponent Toxic Screen comes up, closes off an angle, and also prevents any vision from A main.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at this point, the win condition for Sharper is pretty easy. They have the shock dart lineups, the snakebite lineups, and even when they don't have lineups, they have guns. The moment that Viper screen drops, Sharper just take all the frags they need, inching closer and closer to double digits.
Sharper played very smart in this round. They knew one thing for sure is MiTH, at least one of the player, loves to play on the right pyramid, and every time that they're looking forward to a player, they first check the right pyramid, or for them it's the left pyramid as they're entering, and they always find one player. Earlier it was Made in Thailand capitalizing in that position, but after getting a read, it's just them putting them down. And from there on, you saw how quick they are in making sure their utilities stay afloat and get the spike down and back off. They knew if there was supposed to be a retake happening, they had to come and fight because all the players from Sharper were surviving. But right now, Made in Thailand back with all the weapons. Can they make sure that Sharper don't get to an equalizer?
These guys have a big responsibility, a 3-man defense over here, but the crossfire gets destroyed. Gonger and PTC finally come alive, but from the pillars, PTC is an absolute menace. Backup has also arrived in the form of Kadum, and MiTH now are in treacherous waters. Sharper have dropped the spike into no man's land, and there's no way for them to recover it. MiTH seem to be finally in a position to close out this map point, reach it and grab it with both hands.
This time again, they thought quick execute work, but the orb from PDs, he is not stopping to find targets. One last player to deal with to get this round and confirm themselves. The match point here on Breeze has been spotted and will be closed off on his doppelganger. Beta finds it and puts down Leviathan. That's going to be a 12-10 scoreline here for Made in Thailand. Looking forward to closing it out. But because Sharper were getting rounds back to back, they have the economy to buy up again. But talking in terms of the ultimate, it's only on Niffy who needs to work on. Newgen is one far away, so getting an ult-top might help. But I'm not too sure because Made in Thailand, they've found a way to put a stop to Sharper's quick executes.
Exactly. Now, even though I complain that MiTH aren't really an aggressive team, they don't need to be because the pace of their rotations is super quick. The moment they see a single hint of Sharper, they make that rotation. And the moment I say that MiTH don't really play aggressively on mid, they do exactly that. They've got the Sova and the Sky present over there, just checking for pillars. They don't spot any of the members of Sharper, so they're gonna fall back to their defaults and go back to ground zero. But the trailers, the Seekers, all of them will reveal exactly where MiTH players are, but Beta has gone undetected. Congaret peeks out, drops the spike, Beta now strikes, and these players have been able to strike twice. Oh my god, it's amazing. The defense, it's stellar. Niffy finally comes in from double doors and is able to put this out. But the spike, it's already traversed onto the site, and MiTH's attempts might just go to waste.
Back to a 2v2. There is an ultimate, but that's just a 2 force. But look at the fight. It's Sova versus Chamber on both the ends.
Yep.
Jasper, no, sends out a recon, but Alone Phil still capitalizes, misses his initial shot. Now it's all up to the last surviving player. Finds the first, he's on an ace Niffy here to close it out. He's looking to fighting with Alone Phils, misses his shot immediately. Rendezvous is out, but Alone Phils, he's looking for sticking it. I think he's going to sticking it all the way through, but Niffy! When the initial bullets were sent, Alone Phil steps off the defuse and Niffy capitalizes. Oh, Sharper. They just were at the shores of being sent out of this matchup, and Niffy saves them with an ace.
What a way to step up for your team. I was a little scared, I'm not gonna lie, especially
Yeah.
when Congared and Beta were racking up all the kills like that. Niffy came in from double doors and got that triple. Sure, he was a bit late. Sure, it resulted in the death of his teammates and maybe that backup wasn't timely enough. But when it came down to brass tacks, this man steps the hell up. One round away from an overtime. MiTH, they are that much closer to putting Sharper down 0-2 in this group. But will this prophecy come true? We will find out in the next few seconds.
Hall was being held until now from Niffy, but he leaves. He has his 34 still active. But in the meantime, Sharper are still looking for an A hit, which has been successful for them. But again, it might be a risk. Kadoom is here, and along with Alone Phils with Beta, this setup of these three players has always worked at A. Recon comes out, Change steps in, but there's a Recon which does get destroyed, so Change does not have anything to be worried about. But they still don't have a lot of space. But look at this, Kadoom and Change right next to each other. It's all about the swing, and it's going to be Kadoom who swings, gets Newgen, but Change doubles down, takes down Beta as well. It's all up to Alone Phils to buy time.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Change is buying more space over here. He's the only person who's actually on the pyramids. Everybody else has either fallen back towards A main or is trying to make a move towards Brown Halls. Of course, that person in Brown Halls was Niffy, and he's been taken care of, so the danger man is out of the equation. But the utility dump has already begun. The timer is ticking. One of the players of MiTH has to stick this despite the snake bites and shock darts being in the way. The others have to act as human body shields and cover the diffuser, but that's not going to happen. Conga tries to go for the stick. It's just down to Jasper, and I think he's done enough. They do it. We are going to overtime.
That was so close. I thought the first snake bite that came in is not going to be enough, but the second one bought enough time for them to keep them off the spike and keep them on fighting. But yes, you saw how ready Congared and PTC were. I feel like Congared and PTC duo is a very deadly duo. It has not I would say, seen its day of light a lot of the times, but whenever it has happened that Congarad and PTC are alive, Made in Thailand have been successful most number of times. So I feel like that's a little bit of an understated duo, but if it happens, it might just work out. But this is going to be the first overtime of the Skyesports SEA Championship, and what a way to see this between Made in Thailand and Sharpur when they're fighting for their first point.
Both teams struggling to get their first point of the tournament, and they have to go the distance. A quick mid plus A execute from MiTH doesn't encounter any resistance, as the members of Sharper are more than comfortable hiding behind this toxin screen and giving up the site to MiTH. They are more than comfortable going in for the retake, pulling in, gathering forces, 5 versus 5. I'm starting to get nervous, Lucifer.
Yeah, they've given the space to plant the spike, but look at where the players are from Made in Thailand. They're spread around.
Yeah.
So if anybody pushing from mid will be caught from the ends of Made in Thailand players. Sharper need to be very smart about it. 4 players are already here for the retake, but they're still behind the orange. They've not even come close to the pyramids. PTC is waiting up close. Change trying to fight with him, but misses the chance. Nugent immediately on the trade. Back to a 4v4 situation. This needs to be fast. The spike is sticking right now. They've gotten close to the A main, gotten control of it, but the same snakebite lineup is working out here for Made in Thailand. Kadum and Alone Films gets one. The ultimate is here for Alone Films. Rather than tagging, he's just bagging the players. Now Niffy, he becomes the last and gets put to the ground. That's going to be a 13-12. The first round here in attack. Made in Thailand take it.
Imagine being able to farm up a bloody ultimate in an overtime round. That's just
Exactly.
ridiculous. You get a frag, you plant the spike as well, and the moment the members of Sharper try to come in and fight you, you get that one as well. Activated instantly, and you secure the round for yourself. MiTH have worked really hard to get the advantages that they have now earned, but how will they retain it? Sharper made a massive mistake by giving up the site to them. They trusted their retake, sure, but you gotta consider that in a 5v5 where you have both the Sova and the Viper alive, you need to start taking fights before the defuse is tapped. You need to be able to get into A main, bag the kills, and then get onto the diffuser. Because if you don't, if the Viper Sova is still alive, they will just play for time. They will just dump the utility and make sure you can't stay over there on the spike.
Made in Thailand got the first round here again and are here close to finish off the map. But that was the same case when we saw it in regulation. So Made in Thailand, they need to find a way to close this. But what we were worried about, yes, happened. Defense is a little bit weak for Made in Thailand. But this attack to buy so much time, you saw, right? There was so much time that was wasted in trying to get close to pyramid itself from Sharper. I thought the round would have already fallen away. But when they got closer to A main, eventually there were just too many players alive. But right now the round has started here. Can Sharper save themselves once again?
Can they? I know it was a rhetorical question, but here's the answer to it. They make a lot of noise towards Brown Horse, and look at what that forces MiTH to do. They've placed 3 players over here, and this fake is actually going to work. Now, most of them are present towards Brown Halls, and the remaining members of Sharper are heading towards the A site.
The fake was so good, Crips, but they're looking forward to hit back to A again, and 2 players are pushing up halls. Alone Fills as well as Kadum. Kadum gets spotted. Now it's up to Alone Fills if we can find anything. He's still there. I think he didn't spot Leviathan, or if he spotted, he just kept trigger discipline. Yes, he did, but Niffy came to check and gets punished. Now Alone Fills running away, barely surviving, but get the spike down.
Yeah. But they've only killed the chamber. What they really needed to kill was the Viper and the Sova. Otherwise, this will be a repeat of the previous round where they can just dump utility. Change still playing towards Pyramid, the same position that PTC was holding previously. And Change has been fairly successful in this region. The only thing that can go wrong is if his teammates do not back him up. But it doesn't seem like that's going to be a problem at all. Alone Fills finally puts his killing speed to an end. The toxin screen drops and the shock darts come raiding in. Rising Star, he is an absolute menace in this round, doing so much for his team. Beta finally silences him, but now he's got no choice. He has to stick with defuse, and he's doing it! He's doing it! He stays in the snake bite, tanks all the damage, takes his team to the win.
What just happened around that looked like we would go to another overtime? Just having those toxic screens up. I'm pretty sure Leaf is not that happy as well after winning this matchup, because this round, I mean, if put in plain simple terms, I don't think rightfully Made in Thailand should have had this. But again, you having your utilities ready makes you get the advantage, and that's what happened. Beta and the other side Leviathan, both the Vipers alive. It is very crucial. This is why we say in these kind of maps Viper is very crucial, Icebox Viper is very crucial. So if you have your Viper online, this is the kind of advantage you can take and walk away with the victory. Made in Thailand would have beaten themselves up if they didn't have Beta alive over there to save and clutch it out. But again, Beta quick to respond to fight with Nugent at mid doors. That was very necessary. If he didn't fight with Nugent at mid doors, and Nugent, kudos to him for the efforts that he did portray, but eventually it was not enough.
Yeah, poor Nugent. Imagine being able to get the timing on your flank right and getting 2 kills as well, but that's
Yeah.
still not enough. You thought you have the round in the bag because the snake bites are still active and they're still dealing damage, but all it takes is one brave, healthy man to tank all that snake bite damage, continues taking it while just the snake bite ticks away at your HP, and you still win the game. At least the first half had a little more structure to this match as compared to the second half. The second was. I don't even want to mince my words. It was just pure chaotic, and both these teams were relying on post-plant fighting and trading
Yeah.
to get down to it. There was a lot that they could have done to prevent the situation from becoming this dire and this chaotic in the first place. But hey, a win is a win, and even though MiTH struggled to get it, they finally have put up one round on the board. They stand 1-1 on the scoreboard right now. Meanwhile, poor Sharper, they don't really have a sharp game today, and they don't really have a good scoreline either.
They came out really well when it started off. I was worried about their defense, but they showed up that they had a very good first half scoreline that they had closed on. And after that, even in the second half that started off, they played out really well. A round in the pistol itself, the first round in the second half, which looked like there was nothing written in the name of Sharper Esports to get it. Leviathan helps them clutch it with the 4K, and that tells us that these kind of plays being done can actually help the team to get back, and especially these individuals trying to get that spotlight and immediately showing their mechanical prowess, I think did work out to an extent. But afterwards, we always talk about it, right? Individually, yes, you might be able to find a couple of kills, but if the team comes together, it's always the team that wins. And I think at the end of the day, in the last overtime round as well, it was Made in Thailand who came together for the fight and won it out. But otherwise, look at this, when the full buy rolled in, it looked like Sharper looked and fared a little bit better.
Yeah. At least the first half had a little more structure, you know. It started off with MiTH getting an absolutely ridiculous amount of kills and just being able to plant the spike every time. But every time Sharper was able to force MiTH to fight in the post-plant position, Sharper would have relatively good success in the retakes. And they would be able to force these fights by getting the MiTH players into the open on the back of the snake bites. They used the shock shots to just draw them into the open and win those fights. And every time MiTH were out in the open, they would be losing the round. So that's when they started to just rely on their aim duels and the crossfires rather. Second half comes around, MiTH already have a decent enough lead, and for the most part, it seems like MiTH's passive approach was working. They didn't really have too many rounds where they played mid aggressively. Even if they did, they wouldn't find too much action over there and they would just go back to their defaults. And those defaults would work up until they didn't. Up until Sharper decided to just exploit the ace side again and again and again in a similar fashion, and MiTH just had no response to it.
Exactly, all the positions that MiTH generally played in were read out, and that's the reason Sharper had more success at A. And you could see the more obvious positions, rather than going on an upfront aim duel, it was generally them just checking the angle and finding a player just trying to stand there and kind of stay away from the duels. But there were rounds where they used to change a little bit in their setup, because of which you can see the right round in front of us where we saw Made in Thailand get to match point. The setup from both Kongarid and PTC, and that's what I was talking about. They played so well. One right at the entrance and one who was playing on the back half of the wall just played to a great extent to buy time. But this push to the overtime, credits due to the Viper. I mean, Leviathan, yes, did do a brilliant job in the second overtime as well, but it was not enough. And It happens. It's just the utilities which give you an advantage, and that's the best part of Valorant, right? It's the utility that you're not ready for that puts you down and gives you a loss or a victory from your team. But talking about the Chambers here, you can see both of them played a phenomenal game here on Breeze. PTC and Nifi, kudos to you both.
Yeah, PDC and Niffy, both of them have such amazing stats because every time they got into a postman position, they would be just solid anchors for their team and they would defend the planted spike really well. That's how they were able to farm most of their kills. PTC, of course, a little more because when he has his AWP active, and by his AWP, I mean not just the one that you can buy, but also the tool they force, any kind of sniper. Whenever he has that active, he's always able to get 2 or 3 kills in a single round. So those multi kills really padded his stats. But in my personal opinion, this battle came down to Leviathan and Beta, the two Vipers.
Yes.
Their utility was the one which tells the team to fight. Their lack of utility dictates them to fall back, and so on and so forth. It was on their calls and on their utility that the team made the moves, and most of the times it would come down to whether you have the correct line of sight or not.
Exactly, I agree with you. And you can see, I just mentioned that as a team, whichever team fared a little bit better, they're the ones winning it out. Leviathan, on his individual mechanical prowess, was insane, 20 kills for him. But on the other hand, Beta not only has 18 kills, 2 less, that's all. But look at the assists that he also has. So he played for the team majority of the time. And when he had to step up, he did. Especially that Niffy missing his shot on the headhunter and Beta immediately switching up. And Beta was the reason that they lost that round. And we would have seen maybe that Sharper would have actually kind of maybe made their way first to the I would say match point. It did not happen, but that was the first match here. Such an exciting one. We went to an overtime, but that does not put the action to an end. There is still 3 more matches, but we'll be taking a quick short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD, powered by Ampverse official VCT off-season event. A brilliant showdown on the first match, and when we did think that it is similar teams, it did go to even the overtime, which we were speculating yesterday. But Crips, that was just the first match. Right now, we have a banger of a match. We saw Southbuilt yesterday, like bulldozing their way in the second half when they got the attacking chance, and now they have a chance to get another victory because they are right now having the first point. But on the other end, Oasis from Group A, they are also hungry for their first point.
Yeah, Southbuilt, Oasis, both the teams looking really strong. Unfortunately, they didn't have the best of games yesterday, and you can't really blame them for that. Southbuilt, on the other hand, at least they have a decent performance, right? I can't really say the same for Oasis. They were facing a team which definitely was better than them. Louvre was on a whole new level yesterday, especially on a map like Ascent. It really
Mhm.
doesn't bode them well because Ascent does, as I said, it does come down to your basic fundamentals like your
Exactly.
trading and your backup with each other rather than those complex strategies. So, in a battle like that, obviously, they did not have that great of a time because you could clearly see the lack of trades coming out from their side. Meanwhile, at least with Southbuilt, I can safely say that they are able to back each other up well enough, and I don't think they're going to be having a difficult time today. Uh, Going into this game, I clearly think that Southbuilt are the favorites over here, especially when
Mhm.
they were able to beat Team NKT yesterday. Sure, it was a little difficult. Team NKT is not considered to be one of the strongest in the region, and when it comes to a team like Southbuilt, who are one of the finest from Philippines, on paper they shouldn't be struggling against NKT that much. But the fact that they did
Mhm.
kind of makes it seem like they're a little shaky, even though on paper they are the stronger team.
Now, the interesting thing that when we are seeing these versus, these teams have faced against each other for 5 times or more, and it looks like Oasis have stood a little bit tall compared to the overall fight when Oasis and Southbuilt have fought against each other. But yes, the recent one, it has been that Southbuilt have won it out. Can Southbuilt keep their momentum going? Because as we said, this entire tournament here in the SEA Championship has been giving us a lot of new things that teams are working on, how difficult it is to contest the opponent. But right now, quickly talking about the roster of Oasis itself, starts off with Coco, Draxi, Headhunter, Maki, and Wild Oreo. Yesterday, Headhunter and Wild Oreo were having a brilliant match. But again, I feel like Oasis as a team here, Crips, is very good. They were just late yesterday when they were fighting with LVR, a little late to kind of adapt to their playstyle and read
Yeah.
what LVR were planning to do. But when Oasis read that, they put up a brilliant competition. But it was a little bit too late because match point was already there. But now we'll jump even into the Southbuilt roster, and I want you to tell us that Southbuilt, they've done what they had to do, especially with what we saw from Aziz.
Hmm. Aziz, my God, this man was an absolute monster. Regardless of whatever he plays, whichever duelist he's on, he is an absolute god. Ja, on the other hand, on the chamber, he's slightly hit and miss. If he's having a great game, he is gonna anchor like an absolute boss. Of course, it's not his responsibility to clear out the areas, but he can lurk if required. Meanwhile, Papi Chulo is just super consistent with his initiators. I seldom see him miss a flash or fail to follow up with a teammate, especially when he's alongside a player like Aziz.
Right now, we know the both teams. We know they're playing five. We'll be jumping in the map video, looking forward to which map these two teams will be fighting on. Ascent, Fracture, Breeze, Pearl, Bind, and Icebox are out. So it only leaves Haven
Nice.
and South will start off on defense. Again, an interesting matchup. Now that we are seeing Breeze, Fracture all in the mix, I have no complaints whenever we see Haven and Ascent coming back in the qualification stages, because we are seeing the action on other maps as well, other metas also coming through. But now being Haven, in terms of the question of which of these teams are going to be coming up and winning it out, it all depends on how we are going to be seeing the meta come in. We have talked about Phoenix yesterday, but I want to ask you, do you think in the meta, in this Haven map, there can be a Phoenix in the mix?
Nah, at least not from these two teams. I don't really see them picking up Phoenix because that character is a bit too stationary for everyone. Uh, let's take a look at a player like Aziz. The man always plays
Mhm.
duelists, and not just duelists, movement-based duelists. Raze, Jet, Neon. So he likes to move around. He's a man who can cover distance well, and he knows it. Player like Flippy, always sticking to the controllers, and the player like Pro, always sticking to the initiators. Of course, that does change with Papi Chulo every now and then. But these guys like picking duelists which have movement because their initiators also are flashy based initiators. They prefer to have the KO and the breach quite often. So I think the Phoenix isn't really required over here, especially when their initiators are doing a great job of throwing the flashes in,
True.
and the follow up by the movement characters can be immense. So I think that has a much more wombo combo approach rather than the Phoenix relying on his own flashes.
Right now, with Phoenix out of the board, which again, as you said, he kind of still acts as a lonesome character trying to fight it out. Trying to play with the team is going to be tough with him, but nonetheless, it is Haven. So if you're able to put a player down to anchor, it might help out. But depending and looking on both these teams, they do not like to function individually as much as we see. They like to play as a team from both the ends. Yes, Oasis gets separated. That is just because somebody rushes from their opponent team. Otherwise, they like to rotate together, try to hold off things as much as possible. But on the other end, we know, just we were speaking about Aziz on the duelist, how he functions is his movement is so good, and this at the same time the entire team of Southbuilt are able to help him out. It's not like there's like waiting for Aziz to do something, but then after which the utilities are thrown down. As soon as Aziz is doing something and planning something out, there are a lot of utilities already put down, and Aziz gets his job done a little more easier. But big question here is going to be what are going to be the duelists. We have seen Raze in action, we have seen Jet in action as well, which can be the same case here. We have certain times
Yeah.
seen Neon as well. So too many characters out there to play with in terms of what they want as a duelist, but I feel like it'll depend on the initiators of how much of that action momentum is changed.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think the Jet and the Rays are both equally good agents over here, and they can be used also pretty well. Like
Mhm.
yesterday, when Southbuilt was playing against Team NKT, they used the Neon, considering its fracture, so it makes sense to have the Neon on that map. But the way Aziz was playing Neon, he was not exactly the guy who clears out area and makes space for her team. He just leads the charge, and the team makes space as a team. They go in together. So they
Yes.
are also the kind of team that love to stick together. But that being said, there were several rounds where they would where they would just keep someone like either Flippy or maybe someone like Papi
Mhm.
Chulo as a lurker, which is weird, right? An
Yeah.
initiator playing as the lurk. Well, why would you do that? Because once you play someone like KO and all you need to throw has been done, all your flashes have been used, all your fragment grenades have been used up, you have absolutely no utility left. So at that point, you can just act out on your own. And in a situation like this, I think Southbuilt are a little more versatile because they
Mhm.
can have the non-conventional agents play these lurking roles or away from the team. Agents that you would expect that they will stick together, but they don't always necessarily do that. So Southbuilt, they are comfortable straying away from the meta and breaking the rules, breaking
Yes.
breaking the agent rules like that.
I agree with you. I mean, Southbuilt, in the sense itself, Southbuilt, I would say they've ended up built different a little bit in terms of
Hmm.
how they would want to play. But this entire tournament, I was just thinking about it. The entire tournament, whenever we have seen defense coming in a particular map, right? We end up telling that defense with these kind of agents coming in, with a Sentinel coming in, a Killjoy coming in, should be good. But every team so far that we have seen, none of them have had a great half on defense. Everybody has faced difficulties. It is always seeming to be that attack, whichever team it is shining. And right now, South built are going to be starting on of defense. So
Hmm.
I'm a little bit worried on that perspective. That's the only reason. Otherwise, as you rightly said, South built should be the out favorite right here. But Oasis on the other end, because of the overall stats that they've actually taken down South built a little bit better compared to what South built have taken on Oasis. I might give Oasis the upper hand because, as I said, yesterday they were late to adapt, but when they were adapted, they looked very good. It looked like the match could have gotten a little bit closer, but because the opponent team was already on match point, it didn't make their life easier to get there. So now can be the chance where they don't have to worry about like there's a huge score difference from the get go. We have the attacking advantage as well here on Haven, being a three-sided map should give us the upper hand, and I feel like maybe Oasis are coming out prepared for it, especially after watching what Southbuilt did yesterday.
Exactly. Now, regarding Southbuilt, I have a few more things to add about their initiators, especially when it comes to Pro. His flashes, his fault lines were spot on yesterday. They would always connect. I did not see a lot of times where the opponents were able to dodge his flashes. But that being
Yes.
said, the follow up between him and Aziz was not always on point, at least on the defensive side. On attack, obviously, Southbuilt were amazing. The follow up and the way that the initiator used the utility, it's perfect. And the initiator duelist coordination on the attacking side was immaculate from between Southbuilt Esports. I can't really say the same for their defensive side.
Southbuilt, I'm looking forward to how they're going to be kind of working around. And as you mentioned, right, we are going to be seeing, we saw a breach previously. I think the breach is still going to be coming here from Southbuilt. So
Maybe.
there's one more thing I want to add as well. Pro, we were just comparing how it was working between
Hmm.
pros and with the neon combo and the raise and breach combo, where we saw pros utilities were, yes, as you said, were getting dodged and things like that, but they did get the timing because of that flash, which they were able to flush their players out. But now we will see if that is the same case happening here. The agent selection, is it going to be changing? Southbuilt, as I did think so, there is going to be a breach, but it's not going to be on pro, it's going to be Papi Chulo, and pro will be the one who will be picking up the Sova. Aziz comes on the raise, Ja will be sticking to the chamber, and Flippy with the Astra on the other side of Oasis. Finally, we are going to be seeing Omen coming in, and we might end up seeing a lot of aggressive Omen plays as well. But Marky, who I thought should be jumping into the Jet, he's come on the Duelist. So there's a little bit change in both the Duelist metas, on the controller metas, as well as the Initiator setups coming in, because there's a Sky and Fade coming in from Oasis with Coco on the Sage.
Exactly. So this gives Marky so much more incentive to pick up those fights early on, right? Because he's got two healers. Both of them can change the pace of the round really quickly. Sage can slow it down when required. Nexi can pick up the pace when required. So you've got the ability to both slow down and speed up. Plus, you can get infinite heals with those two guys. So that's amazing. Now, I haven't really seen Coco on the Sage before, so that could be a surprise for us. But everything else, it's believable to some extent.
Right now, we are going to be looking ahead at what Oasis can bring in front of Southbuilt Esports. It's not going to be that easy, but it's going to be a fun game for sure, because Oasis, if they're unable to figure out what they have to correct, then Southbuilt will be running away with the map for sure, because we have seen them how brilliant they play when they kind of get the control, and especially when Aziz can become the duelist for the team.
I mean, Aziz seldom disappoints. I just hope that the coordination between him and his initiator is good because, like I said yesterday, it was slightly problematic. Hope that doesn't happen again today. Oasis, on the other hand, was struggling with the trades. Now, that happens in a map like Ascent, but on Haven, if you fail with those tradings, you don't just lose the fight, you lose the entire site and maybe even the round because retaking on Haven is not always easy without ultimates. And let's see if Oasis is up for the task.
Starts off with 4 seconds. Ghost invested coming in from Southbuilt with all 4 players except for one. On the other end, Oasis quick to hit towards C. There is a setup that we have seen from Southbuilt which is like more favored to Garage and C hold. C is only going to be positioned with Flippy behind the green box. Gets spotted. The Prowler tries to take a bite of him. Boombot pushing them back from getting control of it, but there is a quick exchange. It's still a 4v4 situation. C-Long is where all the menace and the action is happening, and it's going to be Wild Oreo to pick up one, but Flippy on the immediate exchange as well. So it's coming back to again even Stevens, but Ja being very smart and quick to take window and slaps another. He's looking forward to the third here as well as he spotted the player, but Coco puts him down with his own ghost. Now Coco is thinking of walking off, but Garage has already been pushed, and Flippy takes him down. That's the first for Southbuilt.
Southbuilt acted like a boa constrictor in this round, a snake that surrounds its prey from all sides and just squeezes the life out of them. Oasis, they try to deathball their way onto the seaside and they are met with an unstoppable force. It's like
Yeah.
3 men standing in their way, stacking the seaside. And when Oasis realize, okay, this is a bit too hard, there's way too many people over here, they do not even get an opportunity to fall back. Ja is already present over there, making sure they don't have any exit avenues.
Quick round coming in again. It should be another Southbuilt round because they have the weapons here in the anti-eco.
Mhm.
This time a two-man setup and highly contested if there is an A hit. Jar ready for his swing. Marky also looking forward to a right click. I'm pretty sure on that swing. It's all about the timing. Both of them right and the tippy toes. Oh, the pistol is seen. Jar quick on one and immediately Rendezvous out. Flippy is looking forward to pulling up all his stars, either a smoke or a gravity well, to make sure that they don't have any more difficulties. But that was just a dissipate.
Slowly and steadily heading towards the P side. This is going to be a contact play. Papi Chulo isn't holding the wider angle. He's just waiting for the trademark to get activated. Once they are slowed, he will strike. And if things go wrong, he can always just use the fault line as well. But oh, look at this creative wall. It blocks out the C-Link side. At least they don't have any danger from there. But Papi Chulo still has an angle on them. The one-way smoke forces them back, which gives enough space for Oasis to at least get the spike down. So even if they lose this round, it's fine. They were just supposed to get the spike and get that bonus that comes along with it.
They do get the spike, but that's all they do. It's going to be a flawless here for Southbuilt. I mean, you see how Southbuilt played in this round. They just waited in garage, 2 players over there. But on the other end, Papichula, as you mentioned, he did not want to go on a head-on battle because we've seen certain times, especially with the chamber on the opponent's end Nexi, he could have taken a headhunter shot, which could have taken a player down. But on the other end, at A main, there was already 2 players who had pushed out Pro and Aziz, taken so much control of A. But right now, it's nothing to be worried about. It was just the start and 2 rounds, and Oasis right now have full buy to fight with. So this, it can be the change of momentum. And we talk about Heaven being so much attack favored. Can something happen here on attack for Oasis?
Let's see
Look at
if
another
it
push.
can. I mean, there's an early push from both the chambers, but Nexi is the one who comes out on top of that duel.
Aziz, he's also reading it right. He wants to get up closer, uses a dissipate and tucks himself. I'm pretty sure Headhunter has the idea that there should be somebody in that cubby, but it's all about checking it. In the meantime, look at a player who's already pushed up shot. So Aziz, even if he gets one, it'll be tough for him to run away back because there's nobody helping him out. The Prowler spots and Coco puts him down.
Oof, lovely shot.
That's
And
gotta
with
hurt.
that, yeah, it's not just gonna hurt his head, but it's also gonna hurt his pride. He did not even have any idea that there was a player already present over there that deep. They knew that the A side was leaked, but not that quickly. Well, spike's gone down. Save's already been called. Southbuilt Esports, they have no problem relinquishing this round now, do they? They knew they didn't have the ideal weaponry. They knew it was a bonus anyway, so they don't mind losing it. If they can at least get a couple of kills onto Oasis members, that would be nice. I don't think they can get any exit frags over here, can they?
Player standing.
Oh, no, they don't even get to save the weapons now. Well, that's a bit unfortunate. Breach holding the backlines. Can Papi actually get any exit kill or two? No, not at all. Hey, no problem, man. Oasis, they win this round. They were supposed to. Southbuilt finally have enough weapons, and now we will see the true test of skill. Oh, love seeing those shots. Absolutely wild. Good stuff coming out from the members of Oasis, as in a situation like this, all they had to do was not give away too much, and with them keeping all their members alive as well, the economic momentum will keep on building. When Papi Chulo takes that lovely shot onto Wild Oyo, he's a breach, and him taking first contact is not something you see every day. You would usually see a Jet or a Raze down there, and Su is taking first contact, but Coco, now it's a little difficult for him. If Coco tries to approach this region, he's going to be met with this deadly crossfire held by Ja and Pro. At the same time, his teammates are gearing up right behind them, but not close enough to trade. Is this going to be a contact play yet again? It seems like it. Prowlers clear out Garage. They both cross-check each other. Coco wins the duel and Marquis turns around. B-side's been captured and nothing else can be done about this one. The plant is inevitable. Will Southbuilt go for another save over here? It seems like they have no choice. Maybe if Aziz can get a kill, they can start going in. Oh, this is such treacherous timing. The fault line, it actually stuns Coco. He doesn't have a chance to dodge the paint shells and Aziz clears him out. 3v3, the retake is back on, but too much time has already passed. They know for a fact that now every member of Oasis is playing down on mid. There's no gravity wells to keep them off the spike, but they can at least throw their bodies down, and the bodies are being dropped on the floor. Headhunter and Nexi win this round yet again. Whew. A pretty cool round from Oasis. I love the way how they dealt with the problems. They realized that in a situation like that, when all the members of the attacking side are down on mid and there's a big smoke covering the spike, the best that you can do is throw utility and keep the diffusers off way. But they didn't have too much utility. They didn't have the gravity wells either, nor did they have any raise utility. They have already used all of that up. So they just tried to spam, and it actually ended up working out. But more importantly, Southbuilt felt the necessity to fight them rather than stick the defuse, because they don't have any hard utility to block that region. Now, unlike the Sage on Oasis, there's no other character on Southbuilt that can cut off an area completely, unless it's like a Cosmic Divide, which does take time to farm up. But yeah, Southbuilt, that's why they felt it was necessary for them to fight rather than continue sticking the spike. And Oasis did a wonderful job of dealing with the problems. Although I have to appreciate that fault line plus paint shell combination from Southbuilt, amazing stuff, good coordination between Papi and Aziz. I would love to see that again. Getting utility kills is super difficult, but if you're able to get those consistently, then that is amazing amount of damage dealt without taking any risk, because you have to minimize risk in a difficult game like this.
Where are you?
Early utility to clear out sewers. Let's Oreo get down there.
I had this fight.
But he's not going to go any further than that. He's just staying in sewers, because from this position, he can hear the footsteps of all the rotations that Southbuilt are doing. And with the information that he just relayed to the team, Oasis have a decent edge on what's happening. Good trade from Headhunter. He doesn't even see his opponent, but he can still avenge his teammates' death. Oreo now looking to move into A side. This could be treacherous. Ja is holding A long, and he's seen him. All his efforts gone down to waste. If Oreo had just snuck past the bigger box over there, it would have been so good. The trademark didn't even detect him, but of course, when he goes for the shrouded step, the sound cue must have been heard by Ja, and that's probably what prompted him.
Teleport's ready.
I think the rest of South will also know what's going to happen. They are preparing for a B hit or a garage push. And given the way how Southbuilt have taken passive positions, they are more than comfortable getting this side given to them. And Oasis, they've taken the side, no problem, because Southbuilt are comfortable with this. They can just deadfall retake. Oh, with the nightfall coming through, it might delay the retake a little bit, but what it actually does is clears out Garage and gives them more space to revive Maki, brings it back to a 4v4. Ja is going in for a longer flank from Garage, and this could be treacherous, but Nexi is marking that region. It all comes down to timing, and the timing, it was there, but Ja still wins the duel. Oh, this is difficult now. Pro jumps down, gets the shot onto Maki. The remaining members are now snowballing into the site, and Pro has gets done all. Headhunter has a massive task ahead of him, and he wins every single fight. Four frags for Headhunter. What a shot! Oh my god, that was difficult. This man is definitely the MVP. Not because he got 4 kills, but also because his Nightfall cleared out Garage, which gave enough space for Maki to be revived. So he's not just creating space for his team, but he's also getting all the kills, clutching out the rounds. Headhunter stands true to his name. The reason why Oasis still have the edge in this map. Southbuilt are down to their last economic legs. If they lose this round, the next one will be an eco for them. Oasis must win this if they want to get a decisive lead in the first half. If they're able to knock Southbuilt down from their economic high horse, this should be a decent lead for Oasis that they can now string together rounds in the back of. Prowler broken, dark cover placed on top of Garage. This all from the side of Oasis indicates a clear C plus Garage hit, but Southbuilt are not really rotating on the back of it. They're still calling this a bluff. They still think that the two members on Seaside will be enough to stop, but Ja can't do anything. Flippy does get the revenge, and he's doubled up as well, so that's amazing. How on earth is he allowed to get the third one is beyond me. But the stun, it finally stuns Flippy, not Aziz. He still gets that frag, and Flippy is still going strong. He hasn't been cleared out. Papi Chulo jumps in as well. Coco finally puts his killing spree to an end, but there's no way he can plant the spike without getting surrounded. Oh my god. He doesn't even get to plant it. The Rolling Thunder throws him in the air, off his feet, but Coco takes off Papi's head instead. Pro also denies him. What on earth are these rounds? They're coming down to the wire. They're so close. These are the kind of rounds that trigger my anxiety. Also, the fact that Sam isn't around to cast with me is a little anxiety inducing, but hey, he's missing out on the action. We are getting to see the finest Valorant over here, the most chaotic Valorant too. Southbuilt.
You want to play? Let's play.
By just winning this round by the skin of their teeth, they can afford a buy, but it's a very risky one. They have to sacrifice either their armor or some utility, and even when they do so, it's not guaranteed. Wild Oreo pushing through his own smoke, resulting in his own demise. Definitely not the wisest of calls, but hey, at least he gets the information that Papi is continuing to play that area, but what he hasn't figured out that the chamber is in that region as well. The C and the B side look relatively undetected, unguarded, but relatively is obviously a wide term to throw around. And with that being said, I would like to invite my long lost relative Lucifer, who's back from the dead.
Oh yeah, I had to take a trip down hell, but yeah, there were some issues there. Corrected them back here, but Papi Chulo sending a couple people my way, and Nexi is out. He's taking a lot more, gets the third. And it is looking very difficult for Oasis to convert this, and Maki wanted to make sure he still finds a way into the game, but he might have taken a player at Suez, but still A is nowhere close to being under control, and now they have less than 20 seconds to kind of work around with.
Well, here comes the execute. A fast-paced one from Maki. He goes on top, only to be greeted by 3 other members.
Ooh.
No way they can plant the spike over here. Headhunter does get 2 kills, but those are only consolation frags.
Oasis, I mean, they are taking this toe-to-toe with Southbuilt, but it's still a long way, right? Southbuilt are the ones on defense, so I would still give them the benefit of the doubt that once we see them on attack and Aziz completely functions, because right now he's at the bottom of the scoreboard. That is not where we generally see Aziz. Everybody is stepping up on the other end, but Maki, who's not having still a better game, still sitting with 3 kills, so Aziz faring better. So I hope Oasis figure something out, but at least in this round, one hope is they find a thrifty. Otherwise, this is another round that Southbuilt would push their scoreline and get 5 on board. But Nexi with a headhunter snaps sharp and takes Papi Chulo down.
The judge in the smoke. The only thing that can ruin this is Prowler, and yeah, at least with the Prowler, he's able to figure out that there's a person holding up close and you shouldn't really push this region, and they don't do so. When they do it on the back of yet another Prowler, and way too many bullets being thrown through that door. They get him with the woodworks. With that, the judge is out of the picture. The danger man is out. Oasis have gotten 2 kills, and they haven't taken any damage in return. This seems like a thrifty that actually has a chance of working.
That's the only hope that they had, and it seems to be right now working out. But in the meantime, there can be an obstacle, that is Ja, which they have to deal with. But looks like Ja doesn't want to contest, and look at the TP coming in. There's already one player who's gone to Haven. Oh wait, I think he's in Hell, not Haven. Yes. And a wall to make life even more difficult. Recon does give away the position, but there's already an obstacle that they cannot push through. The wall.
Oh, and the wall, not just the barrage of guns on the side of Oasis, even they seem like a decent and a popsicle. Maybe Maki is doing a much better job of keeping these boulders away from the side. Pro is only good for one. Wow, good stuff. With just a bunch of sheriffs and specters, they're able to pull off a win. It isn't exactly declared a thrifty, but we know the economic situation on Oasis wasn't the best. So, hey, they equalized the scenario, and whatever advantage that Southbuilt had worked so hard to acquire has been neutralized.
Just imagine to get a sheriff shot through a garage when there was a judge, right? We thought that the judge fight, that if it happened, it would have been easy for Flippy over there, but it didn't, and it went the other way. And now look at it, Southbuilt are in a crunch. They're the ones who will be playing on pistols and only a couple of sheriffs. Quick recon sent out to check A lobby. After it gets broken, they know there's some action that is at A, but they're still looking forward to going for some more visual information. Jump peek, but when he knew there is just vandals, backed off. But in the meantime, Aziz, with the sheriff sneakily tucked in, but I don't think he'll be finding any value because nobody's thinking of heading there. The spike's still with Coco, and Coco, he's let his team to look forward to visual information with utilities, and even if there is a chance to take a player down and then figure out where they want to hit. But as time is progressing here, Crips, I feel we might end up going for a B hit coming in from Oasis.
Oh, lovely stun by Papichulo. The moment he sends that fault line out, Aziz will peek. Now, luckily, nobody from the size of Oasis gets caught in that fault line, which is impossible to dodge. Time is running out, but at least they haven't lost any members, so they can still group up together and hit this A side with full force. That is, if they want to go towards A at all. After two members of Oasis were spotted towards the A side, Maki makes his presence known towards B, but Papi, he is instantly gonna kill him. No resurrections available yet, but this Nightfall forces them to get away from the B side and give it up to Oasis, who can now safely go for the plant, but this retake seems a little easy from the Southbuilt, especially when there is a Roaring Thunder that has denied the spike plant in the first place. They can't even get in towards Garage because the Astra is towards C-Long, who can easily ruin their post-plant positions. This is going to be a tricky one. Time is running out, and so are their health points. Cha, he spotted out two players. Papichulo will stun them. Oh, but Nexi, he's the man who rescues everybody. An unorthodox peek from Garage gets this retake ruined before it can even begin. And even the backstabbers has been dealt with. How on earth have Oasis recovered from this one?
I have no idea. I was just about to say what Oasis did in their broken round where they had a couple of sheriffs and a Spectre. The same thing is looking to be in frame as we were seeing. But then it takes a turn where they immediately rush to it, see a quick call coming in, and Nexi waiting for the right opportunity, smacks two players and then immediately runs back. Thankfully, the recon gets destroyed and he'll be able to make back to side. Otherwise, Pro could have found Nexi over there and then maybe things could have turned a little bit ugly. But nonetheless, it was an eco. Back to a full buy. We see Ops as well out. Nexi, unfortunate that his teammates were not nearby, so could not get an angle and had to back off.
No, but with the smoke that Oasis has placed over there, they should be able to get a decent bit of A-long control. At least, even if they don't get the A-long control, they want to make Southbuilt think that they will take A-long control. Now that it's dissipated, Southbuilt respond by taking C-long control in response. With aggressive peaks being made on both the sides, Southbuilt have way too much room and they have way too much comfort. It forces Oasis to go towards Garage, a place which looks undefended, but Southbuilt are ready to give it up because they have much better positions instead. Look at the positioning of that chamber. He's already reached the bottom of attacking spawn.
This is going to be tough. Now they don't have any place to even back off, but the swing a little bit iffy, but it was a quick exchange. So for the side of Southbuilt, they're still good because they have the numbers up, and especially with Ja having so much in control, it's going to be tough. Maki needs to find one. The ult hits him, and that's going to be another player down. They're still not gotten the spike down, and Coco also falls. It's all up to Wild Oreo. Gets smacked by the Nova. Pulse trying to run away. A good shrouded step coming in, but there is a player at ceiling. He needs to quickly take that player out, but Flippy puts him down, and that's going to be a 5-5. Southbuilt and Oasis are going toe to toe. This is what I said, right, Cribs? This is what we kind of presumed. Looking at how Oasis played, Southbuilt might have a tough game, and it looks like Oasis are quick to adapt today.
Yep, Oasis have been struggling to get the plant down on the B side, even when Oasis have done a lot of homework. I mean, Papichulu can simply deny the plant with a rolling thunder in the previous round, but this time they didn't even need the ultimate because they had the information available way long ago. They could see this. I'm sorry. They could see this B hit coming from a mile away.
Missed another shot again.
Stun and the Hunter's Fury being activated by Southbuilt. I'm surprised nobody has died yet because that stun should have been able to get at least a single kill.
Yeah.
Along with the Hunter's Fury, there's no room to escape. So Oasis dodged the initial bit of utility that was supposed to bury at least one person in the grave. Let's see if they can capitalize on this one. They won't get a better chance than this.
While Oreo had a double fight towards C, eventually failed. But look at the push up close from Ja. The Prowler will give away his position. He's trying to retreat, but again, he goes back long and he again repositions with the op scopes out. Looking forward, but double peek, and that swing this time worked out towards A for Oasis, whereas previously Southbuilt made the double swing work in their favor at C. But right now, the site is under control. Spike should be in, but still look at the Haven. In the tower, Pro is already up close. So Spike planting is a little bit difficult. Shock Dart goes out, should be doing a lot of damage to Coco over there. Yes, it does. He needs to patch himself up. Another Shock Dart comes, but thankfully he runs away this time. But the op has a gap that is found through the wall and connects, but Aziz! What?
Last player standing.
Oh my god. No way. No way Oasis lose the round even after so much is done. Oh. Southbuilt were hitting some ridiculous shots, but Oasis are able to finally win all the duels. I have to point out one thing though, Oasis have been struggling to plant the spike regardless of wherever they go. The disruptive utility from Southbuilt is just way too much. And what Southbuilt are counting on is that when one of those guys decides to sit down and plant the spike, the utility will get the kill onto that one particular player. Meanwhile, the others just swing. And they're hoping to play on that timing, but hey, I think Oasis have now figured out the game plan of Southbuilt, and they just bait that timing out and decide to just fight rather than commit to the plant. If that's the approach that Oasis are going for, then it's going to continue working for them.
Exactly, Oasis are getting things figured out. Yes, when we were seeing the scoreline 4-4-5-5, we did get the idea that it looks like Southbuilt are looking good, but still, one thing that I'm a little bit worried for Oasis, that this is the attack and the only lead that they've taken right now is of one round, whereas Southbuilt on a defense are faring well. This timeout is very crucial for Oasis. They have to figure out that the last round here is either a 7-5 in a 2-round lead, otherwise it's going to be a 6-6, and the second half starts afresh where it can be anybody's game, and if Aziz has his day, he's just going to be popping off and taking everybody down, which is still not looking that great of a fight for Marquee. He has been trying to do it, but how Aziz on the offbeat just immediately jumps in, and you saw him taking two players in like a span of a couple of seconds itself. That does tell us that he has a lot going on. But look at the trap setup towards Garage. 3 players, and on top of it Aziz pushes out, but there is a cover, and Marquee this time takes him down. A counter as a paranoia to make sure nobody else pushes out.
I'm surprised Marquee still loses that duel. There was no way in hell he should have been able to win that one. They had him dead to rights, but the table has been flipped, the body has been buried, and no recoveries can be made. Prowler still being sent down Garage, but I don't think they're gonna find too much over here. Even if they do get Garage control and somehow take over the C side, the Astra is more than comfortable giving up this region. Nightfall about to hit them square in the face, but Flippy, he's still holding down the base, alive, hiding inside the nebulas, hoping to get something done, but the moment he gets detected by that Seize, Headhunter sprays him down. But hey, that was supposed to happen. There was no way he would have been able to hold the fort on his own. He did not fall back when the time was right, didn't regroup with his teammates, and now Southbuilt find themselves at a massive man disadvantage.
Papichulo and Marquee about to face off, wins the duel, but Headhunter immediately with the trade. Still an upper hand here for Oasis to close it on a 7-5, but Headhunter needs to win the duel. Pro gets it. It's a 2v3 situation, but Pro's health is not that great, and Wild Oreo puts him down. Now it's all up to the last player, Ja, but before he could see anybody on his crosshair, he gets put down, and Oasis get themselves a little bit at least of a comfortable start on the second half with 2 rounds of a lead.
It's not that big of a lead, but
Exactly.
considering how Oasis started, I think they've made a lovely recovery. At the start of the first half, Oasis was struggling to get the spike plant down because Southbuilt would throw down so much utility the moment the spike was tapped. They just simply had no way to defend themselves. So that's when Oasis was like, screw it, who wants to go for the spike plant? We tap it, we get back, we know that Southbuilt will then try to make a play, and then we counter that play. They predict in whichever way Southbuilt can hit them, and they just set up crossfires in such amazing ways that Southbuilt have no way back into the site. Imagine being able to set up crossfires before the spike even goes down. That's how good Oasis were in this attacking side.
This halftime will give us an idea of what can happen if Southbuilt can actually do something of the sorts of Oasis, or is it going to be Oasis still keeping control? Because again, as you said, as we know, there's just a 2-round difference right now. The lead is not that great, but something that they can work on and get closer to double digits if possible. But this one, as you said, Maki had no right to win over there. It was written that he should be taken down, but just having a couple of more, I would say, targets, I think that's the reason Aziz was a little bit confused. But when he saw Maki up close, he was like, I should fight with Maki, but before that it's on. So these kind of things were a little bit situations where Oasis got an upper hand on. But now I would say Southbuilt's attack is something that we have always seen, at least yesterday when we have seen, has been phenomenal. So if they get to that stretch, I don't think Oasis will have anything to say on their defense.
I better hope they don't. This round seems like a really fast one as Southbuilt are channeling down all their energy towards shot. The shot dot doesn't do much. Wall stops them in their tracks, and Southbuilt are like, screw it, our initial utility dump has failed. The members of Oasis have already stacked the A side. It really doesn't make sense to continue going there, so they will try their luck towards Garage, and their luck is paying off. Shots through the wall, Wild Oreo down, C side up for grabs.
Oasis have already lost the player out and they have no control of Garage. Ja is ready for anybody who comes close to clear of Garage, and even Oasis know that retaking Garage is going to be a tough one. Headhunter is the one who has the responsibility, whereas the other players are rotating and coming in from all the other directions. One player is looking forward to a backstab, that's going to be Aziz, but before that could happen, that was Maki. Before that could happen, Ja immediately repositions, but look at this exchange. It's back to a 3v3 situation, still doable for Oasis and get this spike diffused, but they have to go on a C-long duel, which is going to be tough.
Yeah, the only person who can really change this is Nexi with his Headhunter, and with the C's making trouble for him, I think they can challenge Bobby Chulo. He still wins the duel. No way, man, no way. Southbuilt are a firing squad, just sending down pain, lead, death, and destruction down that narrow corridor. Oasis have no chance. And you could figure out they have no chance because the first frag that Nexi was able to take like that on the back of that fault line, it was just ridiculous. Look at this. Ja peeks. Coco has no way to win that duel. He's stunned in the face. Headhunter can't follow up as well. It was absolutely phenomenal from the side of Southbuilt Esports. This is why we fear them so much, because when they start deadballing together, their executes are just so sharp.
Right now, as the round started, Nexi was ready to take a player down, but unfortunately, positioning on top of the boxes, he did not get a headshot. But still damaged a lot on Aziz, and they don't have any healers, because of which Oasis might just find an upper hand. But Aziz is still looking forward to taking somebody down. But Oreo with the Shori, standing and waiting for the right time. But Aziz, before anything happens, a brilliant paint shell and a fall line barely escapes. The same damage that the Headhunter had done, Wild Oreo receives with the paint shell.
Yeah, but that was certain death. If it was any other character other than a Norman, that should have been a frag.
Done deal. How smart was that move coming in from Southbuilt?
And that's exactly why I love Papi Chulo, especially when he's setting up his teammates for frags. It's a different story, he doesn't get the kill, but hey, it could have been disastrous. Now Pro goes alongside him, using his opponent's barrier rob as cover. This backfired so heavily for the side of Oasis.
Coco had the right intention over there. But at the last moment, just as you said, the utility setup coming in from Southbuilt is so good. The recon came out and immediately pinged Coco, and he couldn't hide any further. Even the wall was taken down. That was a brilliant position, and he then got contested. And as you said, the wall was just used beautifully from Aziz to immediately take down players. Now, Southbuilt have gotten themselves to a 7-7 even standing, and it's going to be a tough for Oasis. They have a full buy, but on the other end, Southbuilt have a bonus that they'll be playing around with, and especially Spectres in Haven, if you get close enough, puts you in a winning situation.
Well, here we go. Recon Dart clears out the entirety of a short region. What they don't know is Nexi is still over here. Teleports back to safety, telegraphs his position. No problems so far, right? Right? We've seen this before from the side of Southbuilt. They take control of A long and A short. They send some utility down. They force out the barrier orb, and then they hit some other part of the map. We've seen this in the last 2 rounds. But can Oasis actually do something about this one?
We've talked about Oasis trying to adapt, but I feel like right now in the second half, Oasis are still trying to figure out what is happening. And as you rightly said, Southbuilt's intention is with very minimal utility, try to get major chunk of their utility base out, and Oasis are doing that. They are exhausting a couple of their resources on every site whenever they see some action happening at one particular spot. But now with the stars plays and looking forward to a hit, Coco dodges the Nova Pulse, and because of which Aziz might be out for a little bit of a difficult situation. Prowler tried to take a bite, but Aziz will be able to dodge that. It's only Coco on site who takes 2 players down, but Pro immediately puts him down. Unfortunately, Coco, if you were assisted with anybody else, things could have worked out. But Marky swings with the satchel, takes 3 of them down, and Oasis get back into the game.
Marky needed this hero play. At this point, it's pretty obvious. The way Southbuilt are executing, you cannot defend if you're on the side. Sure, you can get a kill, maybe 2. The fact that Coco is allowed to live so much over there is because of the dark cover that was placed down by his own Omen. Otherwise, it would have been a done deal.
One enemy remaining.
So yeah, you need these disruptive plays because given the way that Southbuilt are playing, you see how many gravity wells, nebulas, even dissipates for that matter, and fault lines are being placed on the A side at the same time. It's almost like they're carpet bombing this entire site with utility. The floor is lava. Wherever you stand, you're gonna get stunned or get vulnerable. So there's literally no point defending this A site or any other site for that matter in a normal way. The best that you can do is use your own teammates' dark cover to build space for yourself and keep dodging and playing ring around the rosies with Southbuilt, or you become Marky. Just waltz in with your satchels on the back of a paranoia and make those hero plays. Of course, you can't rely on hero plays all the time, but hey, that doesn't mean you can't try.
Yeah. Marky, I'm pretty sure he saw a little bit of a pixel, and that's the reason the spray. And he has used his paint shell to perfection. And Ja gets trapped. On the other end, it's still Pro does find one, so it's back to a 4v4 situation. But look at Papichulo with the setup again. Coco might be just in trouble. He's hit by the fall line, but just because the Spectre up close gets the headshot, and Aziz is out. And look at the aftershock which comes to flush him out, does flush him out, but there's already Marky on side. Gets one, looking for the second. The spray transfer works. He loses for the fourth, but Papichulo puts him down. It's a 1v2 situation for Papichulo, and he finds one through the gap. Now it's all up to the last player, and the last player, he's on the backstab. Papichulo has no idea. He's walking right into A main where the Omen Wild Oreo is up. And that's going to be an easy one for one round. Oasis get one more. And that was their bonus.
If Haven is a desert, then Marky is the Oasis in this desert. Buying them so many frags like this. How does he even spray transfer so quickly? It's ridiculous how good he is, especially in this semi-retake situations. I can't even call this a retake. The spike never went down, but he waltzed into the A side, disrupting the hell out of Southbuilt Esports, just creating so much chaos, disrupting them so hard that Southbuilt had absolutely no semblance of what was happening, no way to strike back.
Another round.
Sorry, go ahead.
Southbuilt need to figure out if they can do something here. I mean, this is a save round for them, but again, we've seen save rounds, thrifties, weaker buys, mixed buys coming, which has seen success. But can it happen here? You can see how wary and also cautious Oasis are playing, right, Crips? They do not want to kind of give away their chance of getting double digits here. Just because the opponent has weaker buys, we go risk for a fight. Wildorio and Ja right at the corner. A recon might reveal Wildorio's position. Oh, gives away his position.
no. At least he got a dink off. I didn't even think he would do that. But that's not the problem. The problem over here is the Raze coming in as a lurker. Sure, a 3v5 retake is difficult, but it might become even more difficult when the Raze goes through. Oh, and the party, it is ruined before it can even begin. A thrifty pulled off by Southbuilt Esports. Now, this was difficult. Not only did they win the thrifty, but they also baited out the showstopper, which was a big ultimate that Maki had been farming up for a long time.
And look at what it does to the economy of Oasis. They're on a deficit. Where they had 1-2 rounds, they cannot buy up a weapon because every time that Oasis have won a round, it seemed like Maki or somebody else stepped up in a 1v1 situation. And therefore, right now, Oasis have to stick to an eco. And as you said, there's nothing that worked out in the previous round, even though it seemed like it. But this time, Nexi goes up. He needs to get back, return. And thankfully, he had his rendezvous positioned already, the first one. And the second, he positions rendezvous out. Now, he's given a call to Maki. There can be a quick aggression coming towards A main. Nexi, quick to check on Sewers. Gets a little bit damaged over there and backs off.
This is deja vu all over again. Southbuilt taking A control, or at least trying to take A control. Will they fall back? Won't they fall back? We don't know, because in the past, Southbuilt have been very keen on showing presence over here and then falling back. And that's exactly why you see that Oasis are still holding the double stack on Garage. They don't trust this to be a hit fully, even though Southbuilt have given away quite a lot of sound cues and they've made it obvious that we are heading over here. Oh, Nexi, so sharp. Marky's able to recover that weapon. Nexi's done what he can, but now the danger man is over here, and Maki has been phenomenal on the A side defense in the past. He's giving up on it. I don't blame him for doing so.
What is happening here, Crips? It's going back and forth on these eco rounds. Previously it was Southbuilt to take one, and now it looks like Oasis much more have that idea. The Rolling Thunder hits. Coco walks into it for no reason at all, but nonetheless, nobody's on site. The plan does come through, annoying with the blast packs over there. A brilliant Nightfall coming through, does attack a couple of players. The Haunt as well gives the position, but nothing to capitalize on. Papichulo and Flippy get one each.
Oh no, Oreo tried to be a little sneaky across the smoke. Didn't really get anything done. Headhunter also can't hold his own. But hey, Oasis were on a thrifty in the first place. The fact that Maki is able to recover a weapon itself was a pretty big deal. But hey, I'm liking this. At this point, Oasis are taking the page straight out of Southbuilt Esports book. They're just trying to disrupt the planter by throwing in satchels or whatever else they can. Nightfall should have been enough, but they didn't follow up on it quickly enough.
Yes.
It does reduce the HP of every other player who's on the side, but if they would have just flung into the side, flooded it with numbers, the moment that Nightfall hit, it might have been a different story.
This time it looks to be a C hit. Tags Wildorio, again trying to run back. Dodges the Hunter's Fury, but look at the walk-up coming in from Aziz. He's in already, trying to fight, and he gets stopped off. I think the C's put him, or like stuck him to the ground. And they lose. Southbuilt, they lose an opportunity of getting C control completely, and they've never positioned anybody else. We've seen Southbuilt always executing together, and that has given Nexi an advantage to take A lobby control. So he's sitting up front. Now the only position that the entire Oasis team needs to be worried about is if there is a B hit.
Yeah, and even that has been taken care of by Hunter. He's playing inside his own teammate Smoke. That too with a Vandal and doesn't get shot back, which is surprising because Vandal traces can be seen so easily. The B-side attack fails, so they try to go towards Garage. It could be successful if they get the kill onto Maki, but even if they do, the rotations have already arrived and it becomes even harder. Ja now tries to take fight towards the top of garage, and he's good for only one, but Papi comes through with the trade. Unfortunately, there's no avenue for him to fall back. Even if he's able to plant the spike on C, where will he go? He has information only on one player. He has no idea where Nexi is, and Nexi's already trying to make sure that he can't go to A, if at all. Papi Chulo has that in
10
mind.
seconds left.
If he continues to plant on C, then it's going to be Marky's responsibility to stop him. This is actually kind of good for Papi Chulo. The fact that they are not playing together gives him
Exactly.
an opportunity to take 1v1s.
This is going to be tough for Oasis. Look forward to get this victory. Marky looks like he wants to buy time and regroup, and rightly so they have done. In the meantime, Papichulo, he's keeping a look on the back of site rather than trying to go long or something, because he stuck the spike inside towards the Radianite box, and that's the reason he's positioned. But look at the positioning. Papichulo with one hand gets
No
the
way.
second follow-up to a 3k to clutch this. No way! I'm pretty sure. I mean, I saw on Nexi's friend that there was the little tip of the barrel that we could see, right? I don't know if Nexi saw that. That's
Papi
gotta hurt.
Chulo turns into Papi Clutcho, and this is a clean round by Southbuilt Esports. Of course, it could have been better, but the fact that they are able to recover in a situation like this, they lost all their fights towards B, lost their fights towards the seaside as well, and they were like, yeah, screw it, Garage is the only play we have, let's make it. The trades went well, and Papi Chulo clutches for the win.
Teleport's gone.
Amazing stuff. And with that, Southbuilt Esports have reached double digits. They've forced Oasis to go down to inferior weaponry. They're scraping together everything they can, but while doing so, they've scraped the entirety of C long for themselves.
Oasis. This is being read, right, from Southbuilt. Look at it. There's Pro already looking forward to a positioning. He sees both the players and now still is trying to contest the paint shell. It flushes him, and now on top of it they capitalize, and the spike carrier is down. But still, they don't have weapons to fight it out, and it was only one player who was left, Wild Oreo, because Marky, he was put down. 4v4.
Yeah.
Something to be like okay with here for Oasis, but they have got no control out of it.
Oh, the paranoia. It's big. Holds them at bay for now, buys them a little bit more time, but Wild Oreo, even though he's done, he taps them away with the Sheriff, and he continues to destroy them. Finally, Flippy and Papi Chulo silence this seaside predator and bring it down to a 1v1, but Flippy has a doable task over here. His position revealed, but he's baiting out the spike plant, and he's done enough damage. Headhunter, not so healthy, bleeding internally and hemorrhaging from the sides, now looks to make his way inside. He's playing ring around the rosies of the boxes, and Flippy, he buries them right here and now, taking them to 11. Oasis had a wonderful comeback in the second half, but it now seems like Southbuilt are just running away with this game.
This is what we were worried about. Southbuilt pick up the momentum on the attack, and once they get an idea about what they have to do and how they have to play it, they're doing it. Wild Oreo was a menace in that previous round. He stuck like he was the guardian of the seaside. He did so much damage with that. Sheriff got 3 players down, but better weapons proved a point over there. They could do a lot more damage, take a lot more players. Now the round has started again. Oasis are back on economy, bought up weapons. Nexi has pushed himself with the op, looking forward to some control towards C, and that is being read on the other end from Ja. While the spike makes its way towards A, but there is a little bit difficult. Look at Nexi, he should have a prey, but Ja plays with that dish and just walks away.
Fault line and gravity well. Good combo to counter Marky, but he's not playing forward over there. Holding back, just keeping it calm. Oasis need to conserve the utility, because in the past Southbuilt have done a good job of baiting all that utility out, which makes it harder for Oasis to defend when the actual execute comes through. Oh, here comes the Rolling Thunder. It's not gonna let them fall back. Marky Headhunter still stunned over here, but at least Marky takes one down before he finally bites the dust. The C's holding them at bay, and it's given time for the rest of Oasis to come to the A side. The Nightfall comes through, but Papi Chulo, he is an absolute menace. He chews through them all. Finally, Nexim puts him in his grave, but this was so chaotic.
And I saw Papi Chulo over there being the last surviving player. I thought, okay, Southbuilt might just have it under control, and especially Wild Oreo as well as Nexi. kind of clashing with each other. I thought he's just going to catch them in a spray down. Thankfully, it didn't happen. Oasis are also trying to get back into the game. Yes, they did lose a couple of weapons, so economy not that great. On the other end, they're finally breaking down Southbuilt's economy that they were building up. In terms of the ultimates, if we want to talk about, Maki is close to his, and his teammate already has a resurrection.
Never really get a chance to use the resurrection. Up until now, Oasis, they haven't really been able to get too much map control at once, especially given the pace of Southbuilt Esports. The nades directly on top of him, and if the nades have been countered, the showstopper has been as well. Headhunter is just kicking ass. Oh my god. The fact that he's able to silence the showstopper over there itself is huge, but then he doubles up on top of it. Oh, chef's kiss right there.
I agree to that completely. And look at this. Wild Oreo knew that where another player would walk in from. Takes down Flippy. It's all up to Papi Chulo. 8 bullets. If he goes for a reload, gives away his possession. Wild Oreo still holding the angle. He might just be able to take a player down. No, says Papi Chulo with the spike. Rushes back to C and looking forward to another clutch being pulled off. If he pulls off a clutch, this is a masterclass from him. But making life difficult, resurrection from Coco on Wild Oreo.
One more kill and Papi Chulo will have the Rolling Thunder available for himself. He can hear all of them come in from CT. He knows he can goes back around the garage in case things go wrong, but by that time it will be a bit too late. Oh, never mind. He's never even given the opportunity to do so. Can't clutch every single time. Can't rely on him to do so every single time as well. Oasis tie the score.
11-11, but what a play coming in from Headhunter, holding B from the start. And we were
beautiful.
talking about the utility setup that Southbuilt have, right? The way Papi Chulo uses it. The same kind of setup here came in for Headhunter to help himself over there to survive at back of sight. And I think that needs to be given credit, especially to fight with that showstopper. If there was no utility throwdown where Aziz wouldn't have been paranoid, and I think Headhunter would have gone down and that 3k wouldn't have been pulled out. But Oasis will equalize the scoreline, but still they have to worry about that. Both of them are just 1 point away from reaching match point, and Southbuilt are on an economy deficit. But Southbuilt, whenever they were on an economy deficit, most of the rounds have been won by Southbuilt.
Well, they find themselves in a situation like this again. Shabby buy across the board, inconsistent. But the spike is still towards the base, which kind of indicates that Southbuilt aren't really committing to this A attack, even though they're trying to make a contact play over here. Now, in the past, Southbuilt don't really go for contact plays. They've always made their presence known with utility and everything, but this time with them sneaking around, this could be a change of pace that they're not ready for. Rolling Thunder committed towards the A side, but keep in mind that is still not the main execute. They're getting all the kills. Ja is getting so much done towards Garage. Aziz is getting so much done towards A. They've got kills for days, and they probably don't even need to plant the spike to win the round now.
This is what I said. Southbuilt majority of the times have gotten these eco rounds for themselves, broken by rounds for themselves, and that is happening again right now. And it all happened between Ja and a couple of players who pushed up towards A.
Yep.
And everything just broke down.
Yep. And it had to be done at a time like this, right? It's a crucial moment in the game. They are so close to map point, and now Southbuilt deviate from their standard approach of executing and go towards a split push. Something that they haven't done in the past, but when they do it, it surprises the hell out of their opponents.
The setup is just insane from Southbuilt, and Papi Chulo, credits to him. Like, you could see that fault line, if it wouldn't have strike two players over there, Coco and Wild Oreo would have done a lot more damage. But right now, shambling around to get some kind of a buy is Oasis. You can look at them. There's a Stinger also in the mix with a Bulldog and a couple of half shields. There are two ultimates, but if they're unable to fight with the weapons, I don't think ultimates will matter.
Ultimates are tools. Weapons, they are actual means of mass destruction. Let's see if this destruction can be seen. They may contact towards B yet again and fall back, which isn't really a surprise. Southbuilt are known for making contact and falling back, but what they aren't known for making are split pushes. That's not their general style. And after the last round, Oasis have to be thinking now. Because up until now, Oasis has been decent at figuring out when Southbuilt will actually go for the execute. It's been obvious that way, but the last round was not. So now they got to reconsider everything that they know about their opponent.
Southbuilt have gone super slow in this round because they know they're already at match point.
Mhm.
2 players guarding A, and look at Coco ready to prop up the ball again. Props it up. Good timing, and Suva's control has not been lost, even though they're not actively keeping it. Nexi, he's also repositioned here to help out his teammates. Smokes come up, they're trying to break the wall. The Nightfall is going to connect with a lot of players. I think all the 5 actually. And now it's made life difficult for Southbuilt, only 20 seconds on the clock.
Oh no!
all
Southbuilt are
taken
actually
down.
doing this. They're winning every single duel.
One player standing.
And there's no chance for Headhunter to get anything done. Wild Oreo's coming in from the back lines. He tried to shroud a step, assuming that the trademark would be towards the window room, but it wasn't, and he walks right into it. His position's been known, and just marking the angle. It's done, ladies and gentlemen. Southbuilt Esports are the first team to go 2-0 in the AMD SEA Championship.
Oh my god, Southbuilt, yes, it was a tough battle, but to keep your calm and composed nature and keep pushing through every round was a tough thing to do, Crips. Because even the last round you saw, right, they were hit with so many things. First the wall, and then there was a slow up to make sure when the wall was broken down, and also the Fade's ultimate Nightfall hits all the players. But still, they kept that push to A, and unfortunately, the players from Oasis Gaming just walk in the same line of fire that the players were just aiming down to, and Southbuilt punished them for that.
it it really was difficult for
Mhm.
Southbuilt Esports over here. Definitely when Oasis was starting to go for those disruptive plays. But Southbuilt found a solution to that, and the solution was just change up your pace. Because
Mhm.
there was a time when Southbuilt was going for just full-blown executes, and Oasis would just give up the side and play for retakes instead. A simple and elegant solution. But then when Southbuilt Esports were like, nah, we're not going to go for retakes anymore. We will, in fact, counter initiate on you based on our own utility to stop you in your tracks. That's when Southbuilt was like, screw it, we need to go for the split push. And that
Yeah.
one split push they did, in the only split push they did in the entire game, gave them the map point. And it threw Oasis into a state of self-doubt. They started doubting whether they
Yep.
actually know their opponents. So they can't get the proper read. And even though there was a stack on the A side in the last round, it didn't really matter, because even if you're standing on the A side, no matter what numbers you have, Southbuilt bombard you with so much utility. Fault lines, gravity wells, nebulas, everything is thrown at you, and the floor basically turns into lava.
Yeah, and it has not changed in terms of their A hit, right? Where
Yeah.
and what they use. You know, if it's a
Yeah.
gravity well coming at the pocket, or if right next to the sewers there's a Nova Pulse. It has always been the same thing, and they know where the smokes are. But I feel like the timing that they hit it, players
That's what
from
matters.
Oasis are not ready for it. They might be standing away from it, but the time they immediately rush upon it, it's just too good and perfect, and
Yeah.
nobody's able to counter from Oasis. So, unfortunate for that, but we'll quickly jump into the schedule. If anybody was wondering, this is not the first match. This is the second match of the day where Southbuilt, as rightly Krips said, are walking away the second point of the tournament right as of now in the qualification stage. But there are 2 big matches that I'm going to be looking forward to witnessing. One is going to be Fancy United from Group B and Bleed from Group A. And everybody was waiting for these 2 teams, because out of all the 10 teams, 8 teams showed themselves off yesterday, and these 2 teams were left out.
Yep. These two teams were indeed left out. Fancy, Bleed, arguably some of the best teams in the tournament. We finally get to see them in action, and they are going up against Todak and LVR respectively. Todak, yesterday their match was pretty shaky. They made a good comeback. Sure, they can pat themselves on the back for it, but I don't think Fancy will slip up as much as Sharper did yesterday. So Fancy United have a chance to take down Todak, because based on their performance yesterday, they look shaky. Of course, we will see the match for itself, and we'll see whether my prediction is true or not. But between Bleed and LVR, this is a rivalry as
Oh.
old as time.
I agree with you. It's going to be a very interesting matchup. And after seeing LVR yesterday, Crips, They are such a disciplined team. I just love the fact that they were waiting, calm, composed. They never were like eager or like going for an ego peak or looking forward to a couple of extra kills. I want to be that MVP for the team. Nothing of those sorts. They waited. They made sure their utility base is completely used, and that's where they find an opening and an advantage as well. And they completely, I would say, took control of Oasis and took that victory as well. So Bleed, unknown, LVR, such a disciplined team. It's going to be a very fun match, as well as at the same time, it's going to be intense and nerve wracking.
Well, intense and nerve-wracking can be described as the state of pretty much every single game today, because they all
Yeah.
went down to the wire. The first game went into overtime. This game almost went into overtime. So it seems like the second day of AMD SEA Championship is bound to induce anxiety for you. The only thing that can probably calm it down is maybe a bucket of popcorn.
I hope it does, but right now, quickly, we'll talk about the standings or the scoreboard here. Papi Chulo, you could see, this is why I said, I mean, he was phenomenal. Yesterday, if you saw one face of him, today you could cleanly see his setups, right? When he was communicating with Aziz, when he was communicating with his teammates, and how Flippy was also helping them out with all the Noah pulses, gravity wells, and the wall smokes as well coming down. So I feel like the communication from Southbuilt was on point. But one thing that Oasis did also good was the adaptation game that they played, but it was not enough. It was always that they were trying to adapt and adapt and adapt, that they lost, that they had to also take the driver's seat control. It was that always Southbuild were trying to do something and Oasis were trying to react. So the reactive approach in the major, I would say, overall picture, it does fail.
Yes, that's true. The reactive picture does fail, but at least at the start of the game, Oasis felt a little more proactive. So I don't know why they gave up on it. Maybe it's because Southbuild's tactics seemed a little too bizarre for them towards the end of the game, so they felt like it was necessary for them to hold back. But let's hope that the next few games, the teams hold absolutely nothing back and give us cracking matches. We're gonna go on a short break for now. We'll see you on the other side with some amazing matchups.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD, powered by Ampverse. This is a VCT off-season official riot event, and I am very happy to be joined by my boy right here, Cribs on the desk. Man, it's finally good to be together.
I know, right?
Yeah.
It's good to have you back on the desk. And my God, you're just in time for some of the hottest games of the
Oh, yeah.
evening. Fancy United, Bleed Esports, potentially some of the best teams in the tournament. We didn't get to see them yesterday, but today they will debut in the AMD SEA Championship. And boy, oh boy, I can't wait to see what they have in store for us.
Yeah, and the matches that they're playing themselves are blockbuster matches. We've got Fancy United going up against Naos Esports first, which is going to be a funny occurrence altogether because just a few days back, Fancy United actually lost the Made in Thailand, who Naos Esports beat yesterday. So it's going to be a whole sort of a bonanza fest where we're going to wonder which team is going to be able to take down the other. But what I am especially excited for being someone who loves new strats, someone who loves innovation, is Fancy United playing because they always have something new ready for them.
Exactly. Now, whether we'll get to see that new stuff right off the bat or whether they'll save it for later stages in the tournament, we don't know for sure because in a best of one, you don't really need to show your entire playbook, right? You make one or two of those amazing plays, make sure that your opponent can't figure you out for the next few rounds, and you're sorted for the map.
Absolutely. And in talking about the map, I noticed you guys just finished off a Haven. I'm fully expecting that Haven to come back through, considering what
Fair.
I was playthrough yesterday. And Fancy does like playing that out. And I'm wondering if we get to see some of Fancy's signatures in that double controller, off double controller comp that do not like by Piper Omen, the Omen Astras come out and really bamboozle the heck out of Naos because that's what Naos really stood out for me yesterday. They pulled out something that nobody was expecting them. They picked up the win where nobody was expecting them. And just like that, they made a statement for themselves. So that's exactly what Fancy is going to be looking to do today. But I do want to ask you, Crips, given the fact that this tournament, every single team, it seems like a wide parity is involved where any team can take down any team. How exactly do you think the coaches are involved in getting these players ready? You got to go in locked into a BO1.
I mean, I don't think the coach can do much to prepare the players, especially in a BO1, because even if you prepare, you do it for the long hauls, you do it for the marathons. There's multiple maps that you have in your bag. Now, in a best of one, if you get vetoed out, if you get screwed in the veto, there's really not much that you can do. You have to come up with stuff on the fly. And in BO1s, the upset potential is the highest. Like, for example, yesterday, Naos, Made in Thailand. Under normal circumstances, I would say Made in Thailand would win, but hey, we got to see that surprise, and now Naos is up against Southbuilt. I'm sorry, not Southbuilt. They're up against Fancy United, a team which is on paper significantly stronger than them, but because Naos already made their mark yesterday on Haven, if we get to see Haven once again, I think Naos will be fine with it. Although I must point out, yesterday Naos, they got a free reign in the second half, where MiTH were playing super passively on their defense. I don't think Fancy United is a team that plays passively on defense at all. So that might be the major game changer over here.
Oh, absolutely. Fancy United as a team, it's something that I've come to appreciate is their proactivity, their ability to continuously challenge the area that is being taken away from them or challenge on the other side of the map. And since we are talking about this particular team, let's have a look at their roster. We've got Fisher, Nidzi, Suka, Wukong, and Yes, I Can. Last, but definitely not the least, Yes, I Can, one of the most exciting players on this roster, Crips.
Oh, definitely. This guy, even off the Fancy United roster, he's made a name for himself. He's built up that notoriety in the VCT circuit. And I don't just mean in the SEA or the APAC region. He's built that notoriety across the world as such. So I'm really excited to see this guy in action. This is going to be my first game where I cast Yes, I Can. So I want to see what this guy is capable of. I want to see how much he forces me to push my throat to the limit.
Listen, I've seen this guy pull off a Phoenix on Breeze. If it does end up being Haven, I will not be surprised if they pull out a brand new comp and go for the Phoenix, though they have been leaning towards much more meta comps recently. So we'll have to see. We'll have to hold our breath for that one just yet. I'm sure we'll get to see the veto on our screen very, very soon. But before we head towards that, let's talk about Naos for a second, because we've talked a lot about the history of Fancy United and what they bring to the table. But something that Naos has in their bag is that confidence, that boost of having started off correctly. We've got Kakarot, Blurred, Jay, NDG, and again, Moyer. What an amazing game this guy had yesterday, man. He just popped the heck off.
Yeah, Moyer definitely was on fire, but more than him popping off as an individual, I feel like the coach part that you mentioned before this is very relevant over here, because yesterday Naos was able to read MiTH like an open book.
Yeah.
Now, if you are prepared for your opponent, if you know exactly what they bring to the table, then it's very easy to counter them. Not that MiTH was doing much to be proactive enough, so Naos was able to counter that easily. But again, if Naos is prepared for Fancy United today, and if the coach has done their homework, if they've figured out what Fancy United lineup looks like and what composition they go for, I think Naos is going to be able to give them a fair fight. But that being said, Fancy United isn't the kind of team that keeps a composition for too long, right? They switch things
Yeah.
around quite often. So how do you predict a team that doesn't even know what they want to go for, that keeps things changing on the fly, that just trusts their instincts and doesn't stick to the game plan all the time?
I think we can add a nuance to our discussion with which map is going to be played. So let's have a look at the map veto and then wonder if we're gonna get Haven, our discussion most definitely gets that much more interesting. And
Oh no.
almost we're gonna go to a descent. And I know you say, oh no, because we were talking about Haven a lot, but I'm actually really excited because again, Ascent is a map where I have seen, yes, I can pull out that Phoenix. So we might get the possibility of that Phoenix come out. We might get the possibility of Naos being the one thrown for a bamboozle, because I was talking about this with respect to Harbour yesterday. You're not getting many scrims where you get to play against Harbour. I am damn sure you don't get many scrims where you get to play against the Phoenix.
It's fire and water. You combine all the elements of the earth, and maybe you have a force that can be reckoned with. In a situation like this, I believe Fancy United have the upper hand, because Ascent is not the kind of map where you can out strategize or outsmart your opponents to such a high degree. For the most part, you can figure out what your opponents are doing on a map like Ascent. It just comes down to your basics and fundamentals like trading, giving each other backup, making sure your utility lands on time, and follow up is there on the back of that utility. So it's the little things which I think Fancy United is more well rounded in as compared to Naos.
Yeah, absolutely. And really, like you said, Ascent has been run dry by so many different strategies and compositions. It's very hard for you to bring something new. And that's why, like you mentioned, the fundamentals, one key fundamental I always look out for on Ascent is the adaptability. Noticing which weak points exist. Like yesterday in the LVR match, we kept noticing that the mid was open, but LVR were able to identify their weak points and shut them down quite effectively. I want to see these teams recognize each other's weak points, and then the team that is able to capitalize on one of those weak points first, we're most likely going to see them as the winner.
We got to see something similar in the Breeze game today, where both the teams were just one-upping each other. They identify the weakness, fix it immediately, and the other team identifies another chink in the armor, that gets fixed. But then again, that was a Breeze game. Most of that identification revolved around the placement of the Viper utility. I don't think we're going to be seeing a Viper today on Ascent. So figuring out those weaknesses is going to be much harder, because the teams are that much dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely. And in that regard, I'm just really excited to be able to pull off the triple baby again, to pull out the Phoenix voice lines. I really hope that Fancy do go for their actual.
You're really excited for the Phoenix, aren't you? Like,
Yeah,
you see
man,
the
like
excitement
we
just
never
palpable.
get to see it. Like, come on, like who doesn't love the Phoenix? The Phoenix was where the entire lobby started, where we all used to get hyped up back in the old days, 2 years back when he used to be meta. Since then, the dude has been refined to his tiny apartment in London, never leaving it. And recently, he's got a chance to come back. So, yeah, why not?
Oh, well, I mean, if he can bring the fire, then certainly Fancy United have the heat back in. But do Naos have the cool, calm, and composed nature that they require to counter this? I don't know. I mean, Naos also gives me the vibe that they are a team that can thrive in chaos. They just don't find themselves in those chaotic situations too often. It seems like they can handle themselves under pressure, but Fancy United were born in these chaotic situations. They can thrive like no one else. So when it comes down to the wire, when it comes down to those situations in the round where there's only a few seconds left and you gotta plant the spike, you gotta do all those things to get control. When it comes down to the last second, I kind of have a feeling that Naos will crack under pressure. So for them to thrive over here, they need to be proactive right from second zero.
Oh, absolutely. And I think proactivity has been proven to be key for every single match we've witnessed so far, where teams that are not able to control the tempo or the pace at which the map is being played do end up just falling prey. It looks like they almost lose their identity and they lose track of what is going on, become a helpless figure who is just getting stomped or railed by the opponents. And that's not something we want to see by either of these teams, considering the matchup we're going to see now very well may decide who is the top seed from the group, since these are two of our top favorite teams to qualify from the group itself. So I'm sure they're going to want to come out all guns blazing, Crips, and I'm sure that's what we want as well.
Definitely. And speaking of proactivity, there's different kinds of proactivity as well, right? There's the kind where you go for it right at the beginning of the round. You are on the defensive side, you push out A main, you see nobody over there, you figure out, yeah, the opponent's either going to come mid or B. So that's the kind of proactivity you see right at the start. That proactivity is easy to counter if the attacking side plays a little more passively. And then there's the kind of proactivity which you see in the mid round. There's like 30-40 seconds have passed, you have seen no action, and then you start to wonder, where are these people? And that's when you push out. That is a different kind of proactivity. So sure, proactivity is key, but when do you decide to press the W button? That also determines a lot of things.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the when idea, I always like to look at it from my perspective as a coach. Like, it's about when, how, and with
Why?
who you're doing it. And not even the why, right? Like, the why almost coupled in together with the when. When you're trying to answer the when, you're usually thinking about the why. Like,
Yeah.
I want to push in mid round because these guys are playing too passive. I want to surprise them. It usually gets answered together. But for me, the key usually is how. We see a lot of teams yesterday in our matchups go for the aggressive push with the right idea, or go for the proactive play in terms of area control with the right idea, but miss a beat in terms of doing it together, in terms of the fundamentals you mentioned. We're not seeing those double swings necessarily or proper trades, but hey, I see that Phoenix come out, and surprisingly, it's not on Yes I Can, it's on Jin. So that's going to be an interesting affair. But hey, I got a Phoenix, so I'm happy, man.
Well, at least your wishes have been fulfilled. So Jin is gonna be bringing the fire. You know what happens when you pour Jin on fire? It creates an even bigger fire. That's an alcohol joke. Please ignore that.
Yeah. Fair enough. You know what? What happens when you start understanding how to approach this composition? What happens when Naos really put their fundamentals to the test? Because you mentioned that you feel Naos might be the sort of team that might crack under pressure, and I am concerned about that as well. Because if you look at the composition we saw them play yesterday, or rather the style we saw them play yesterday, it was a lot of heavy utility focus. This composition, on the other hand, much more meta, not exactly as utility focused. You've got Moyer on the Jet instead of the Raze, where he's going to have to rely on a lot more of his fighting ability rather than his utility power. And that's where we're going to have to see a lot more coordination between him and Jay to be able to pull off these situations. And I think that's where Kakarot is once again key. He was the gel that held the team together yesterday. The question is, can he be it today as well?
Okay. I have a question about Yes I Can and NDG. Now we've seen that Yes I Can really hold his own. He's a very cracked aimer. So even if he goes away from his team, even if he tries to go in for the lurk, in a situation where he will find himself most likely alone and without any backup, I have a feeling that Yes I Can will be able to win duels if he goes on the lurk. But when it comes down to NDG, sure, he's a great aimer, but he doesn't have the notoriety that Yes I Can has. So you've spoken about the initiators, you've spoken about the different duelists. Here's a little tidbit about the controllers too. The only thing that's left to be addressed is the Killjoy versus the Chamber. Do you have a preference between the either of those?
I mean, I most definitely do. I think Fishio on the operator, I have seen him again and again be absolutely devastating. And that's really what it comes down to. Let's be frank, Chamber is useless if not for the operator. It's his ability with the operator which turns him from useless to overpowered. straight up. And if you're able to utilize that operator frequently, then that's where your strength really comes in, as compared to Blur's ability to be a solid anchor on the killjoy. So very contrasting roles despite it being the same category, and we'll have to see how their team plays around these contrasting roles, where I'm expecting Fisher to be continuously aggressive. Blurred is going to be much more passive in that regard.
All right. Well, if you expect Blur to be passive, then he just has to stay alive, buy time for his team, and make sure that in a post-plan situation, he's the one who has the most impact. Of course,
Yep.
there's no point of having a killjoy if you're not alive in post-plan. Otherwise, your Nana swarms, your lockdown, and everything else is useless. But yeah, when it comes to ultimates, I think they need to make sure that Jin gets his ults up as fast and as frequently as possible, and Blurred uses his ult in the most impactful situations where the enemy can't really destroy them. Now, luckily,
Eh,
you don't have a Sova, so no Hunter Fury versus Lockdown Patient gameplay will be noticed. But if uh,
that's okay.
if Wukong
You've
is
got
creative enough, he can use those fragment grenades to destroy lockdowns if Blur places them in positions that can be used.
Yeah, I mean, now they go through the walls as well, right?
Yeah.
But
So
we're ready to start us off. Fancy United on the attacking half. And for this type of composition, it's going to be all about that extreme control. Trying to get that 6-point high profile, run it back online ASAP. And you can already see one ult ob in the bag. Jin's got it started.
well, while he's making noise towards the A side and he spotted out at least one player, the spike is still lying towards B. So this is a two-pronged approach that Fancy United haven't made their mind about. In the middle of the dash, he gets Moyer and snaps to Kakarot. Bro, no way. He's got 3 points, half his ult available already. This might just be online in the second or the third round itself. NDG does see them falling back, but hey, what can he even do at this point? Even with this information, it's not actionable.
This is totally a case of Jin in the pre-match lobby telling yes I can. Take a seat, bro. I got this. Full Phoenix style. 2K picked up already, and the way it is going out, he might just end up getting his run it back available in the bonus round, and that could be humongous. But let's turn our sights back onto the round as it is right now. You've got Fancy United
30 seconds
regrouping
left.
towards the A main area after putting heavy presence towards the B side, forcing them into these deep areas, and now able to get into A. But hold on, Jin gets shut down by NDG, and that will be a moment of respite for Naos, maybe a possibility of retake.
Yeah, but look at the super late lurk from Chamber. I mean, he won't get a lot of opportunity to make any impact, but now that he's been spotted over here, NDG is gonna have that in the back of his mind like an itch that he can't scratch. He has to break the door quickly before the Chamber arrives and ruins their plans of retake.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god. Wukong doing monkey business over here, going ape shit on them. Naos have absolutely no chance of getting anything done. The best that Blood can do is maybe take a kill or two before he dies, and even then it won't be all that impactful.
Just like that, that's the pistol round picked up for Fancy United. A 3K for Wukong to get us started, and immediately those are the key ultimates for this team, that null command and the run it back, and already you can see they're very close towards them coming online. So we're gonna go towards the anti-eco for Fancy United, and now they're gonna wonder how they can gamble and maybe try to damage the eco of Fancy as much as possible. Usually on Ascent, we see that B stack on the eco, but I'm really glad Naos has set up A stack this time, maybe even a little bit of aggression with it.
I don't mind whichever site you stack, whether it's A or B, as long as you are doing something that's not a default, I'm okay with it in the eco rounds. But yeah, you're right. 4 points of the Phoenix ult already online, 4 points of the null command already online, so he's getting one more. I don't think it's very wise of Naos to give them so much orb control.
Yeah, 100%. You really want to be contesting that Phoenix because that's his strongest part of his kit. There's nothing else better on the Phoenix than the runner back. And if you're going to be letting him get 3 to 4 run backs per half, then that itself
insane.
is like, yeah, that's scary, man. That's terrifying. Oh, look at this.
Here.
They've turned their A stack into a B stack, Crips.
Yeah. And I'm just happy that Fancy United are taking their time to explore mid rather than going towards one of the extremities. At least this way they won't be walking into a trap, and even if they try to go for a mid plus B attack, they'll have the chance to fall back towards A when they realize that this is indeed a stack.
And Blurred. Oh, lurking in the shadows.
30 seconds.
Waiting for an opportunity. And Fancy with no idea that there's 4 players on site. Only one player breaking it down and shows that they're hidden altogether. And Fancy, they pick a 1, but they're immediately getting traded out by Jay. Damage is the key here. Remember, every single kill Naos get is that much more valuable. But they're going to be limited to just 2 clips. It's just going to be a couple of weapons taken off board. And given the fact that Jin picked up a Vandal and that he's got his running back online, this is going to be a hell of a bonus.
Oh, yes, definitely. They have a decent number of weapons in this round, which, let's be honest, you're not supposed to have such amazing weapons in the 3rd round, especially when you're the ones who are running one bonus. You've got that and the run it back, it's a disaster. All the guns in the world that Naos have worked so hard to purchase, they probably will not even be given a chance to pop off. Okay, now this is the different approach that they are taking. See, when Naos was on eco, Fancy United take mid because they don't want to walk into a stack, but now they're more than comfortable going for a full-blown B execute. Oh no!
Running back to start us off is Jay actually to shut it down. Trying his best to hold on with his buddy Blurred deep on side. They've got the backup from NDG coming in. Now Jin, he didn't get a chance with his run it back, but when he does run it back, he finds a double kill. But it's Fancy United who gets shut down. The quick rotations from Naos coming into play. And this is exactly the sort of situation where Fancy is probably like, well, we don't have that gap closer duelist in terms of the raid of the jet, which really slows down our approach at the side.
Exactly, especially when the site is manned with all these nano swarms and alarm bots and everything. So even if you do somehow make it into the site, if your Phoenix does go down there, the other people cannot follow up behind him because the Phoenix can die to the nano swarms and he doesn't give a damn. But the others take way too much damage, and this is when it really starts to hurt Fancy United.
Without the running back. They're back on their default approach. This time, mid default rather than extremities control, looking to change up their style. But what is consistent is Fisher's forward trap every single time, denying them information towards his B-main area and pulling utility again and again. And now they had enough of it. They wanted to contest it, and Fisher's like licking his lips. He's like, give me some of that, baby.
And well, at least he got a taste of blood. Let's see what else is in his appetite. Jay, he spotted out at least 1, with the possibility of 2 being there. He's heard the sound cue, so he's gonna give up on this area and would rather fall back to the site. He's okay with him losing mid as long as they have extremity control. They know for a fact that their teammates will be marking angles towards the back of a heaven, so in case Fancy United have any fancy ideas of going for backstabs, it will be accounted for. But what I'm concerned about is that this guy, Jay, he's alone over here. No backup for him, so the moment he goes down, the B side is up for
30
grabs.
seconds left.
Yeah, trying to play contact on the turret, I feel like was always a scenario where you're going to get surprised, because the way Fancy seem to function is they look for those mid-round executes as a unit every single time. So when you get contact on that turret, you're not going to get one person on the other side. You're going to get more than
Multiple.
one every single time, and it ends up paying off. But now they're going for the retake irrespective, not looking to save their weapons, and they lose a devastating amount of economy because of that. I don't think they have the ability to pull off a buy anymore, so I'm kind of confused that that save was warranted in this situation.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing worse than losing a round is losing a round after immediately winning one. That is worse for your economy. It completely resets it. And sure, you might have been able to win the bonus round where Fancy United have way too much to work with, much more than they were supposed to have, but they are the ones who have the last laugh.
Ooh. You got a fancy lineup coming in. All the way towards A main. Set off from B main. Gives a ton of information about the Jet KO being present. So now, despite the slow start, not looking to change their setups or their style, they're still allowing Fancy free access to the ult ops, and you've got to wonder, is this a recipe for disaster?
It certainly isn't a recipe that you want to get a taste of. Oh, and there you go. The running back's already prepared. I don't think he's going to use it in this round. They know they're up against a bunch of pistols only, so they don't need to commit it right away. But yeah, they're taking their sweet time. Even after getting a kill, they're not flooding the side because they are fearing that this might be a stack and they don't want to walk into a trap like that. So nice and steadily, they're taking it slow. They have plenty of time. They've got the kills and the information. So the ball is in the court of Fancy United and they're playing fiddle with it.
It's really interesting because they've understood that last round, Fisher got challenged towards that B-main angle. So this round they
30
played much
seconds
more
left.
passive and they're going to go for the late contest into it, spotting out both of the players with the 0 point. They know that they set them up on the crossfire and they absolutely demolish the crossfire of Naos, get themselves free access to B side, and Fancy United Cribs continuously one step ahead of Naos towards the start of this
10
match.
seconds left. Spike planted.
One
Last
step
player
ahead might
standing.
turn into a mile if you just blink your eyes for a second.
Stealing sight.
Do you think Moyer can get away with stealing a weapon?
I don't know about a weapon, but I'm expecting him to at least get one frag, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
He's got the RGX Classic. Probably the second best Classic, in my opinion. You had to get a frag. It has to be on this one. He's going to get an opportunity. That too on a low health target here on Fisher. But Fisher, he's aware. He knows that there's something fishy. But Moyer is going to spot him out. Fisher doesn't check out market. And there's that single frag picked up now. Should not be able to pick up the weapon, but will end up sacrificing his life eventually. He doesn't want the credit penalty at the end.
Well, I think what's going to happen in this round is pretty obvious. Fancy United having all these ultimates are going to commit like 2 of them to take control of the site. And the lockdown will come through from Naos. After that, what happens is something that you can't really predict. That is the belly of the beast.
And really, that's where like the A retake lockdown is really crucial. If Wukong knows the specific spots to be able to shut it down with his fragment, and if he's able to save it up for the same. But Moyer's got his hands on an operator, and with the Fade Haunt revealing almost every single one of Fancy United's players, we're seeing the heavy rotations come about. So for now, that's a spanner in the plans of Fancy United. They cannot move forward and they're gonna find an Omen lurking in their back waiting to shut them down if they go for the full rotation. So Fancy United right now stuck between the pan and the fire with nowhere to go. Let's see how they get themselves out.
I mean, they could jump in. Never mind. I was gonna say they could jump into the furnace, but this guy gets cremated prematurely.
They're like, we're made out of fire.
Oh well. I mean, I expected that Omen's gonna get deleted if he peeks into 4 people at once. But then I saw, oh yeah, only one person's coming. Maybe he has a chance of getting away with a frag. Never mind. Get one tap. Moyer spotting out. No dash available, so he needs to rely on Kakarot to bail him out of this situation. And this is just a ruse. The actual execute is happening towards the B side where Blurred is just standing there hoping that he'll be able to get a frag or 2. At least he gets a real kill onto Nizzy. But will he be able to double up onto Wukong? Absolutely not. B side's under control, but the time is of the essence. They need to go for the spike plant right here and now. Maybe a little disruption can come through if the defenders actually start flooding in right now, but the spike gone down. At this point, I think the situation has stabilized. The only person who can throw a spanner in the works for Naos is this Chamber, who's making it absolutely obvious that he's over there. He's not trying to keep his footsteps a secret, and for now, Naos are just marking B main. As long as they deal with this Chamber, they are fine, but they haven't been able to deal with him, and Kakarot has to watch like 3 places at once, so there's no way he can do anything.
Yeah, given the fact that you saw Fisher coming in extremely aggressively, making that audio, it really relieved the pressure of the players in the site and sort of pushed Naos Esports into a moment of indecisiveness where they're like, well, we can't go for the site retake without dealing with the B-main player, but we can't deal with the B-main player one by one, so what the heck do we do? And they ended up going up for the possibly worst option where they give Fisher the 1v1 and Fisher's just, he's happy. to take
Yeah.
those 1v1s again and again. It's a role he's really inhabited in this attacking half, continuously being left to be a pain in the side of Naos. They're like, hey,
Exactly.
you go to one extreme and you make sure they know you're there, and then you just survive. And now they'll be
Exactly.
irritated.
Exactly. He just needs to irritate them, right? Fisher gets the kill. That's just a bonus. He did not even need to win that duel to actually make impact. All he needs to do is just be present and be loud, bold,
Yeah.
and announce it to the world that, hey, look at me. I'm here. And as long as they're distracted by him, there's no way that Naos have the bandwidth to deal with anyone else in Fancy United.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about bandwidth, now with this tactical timeout, we're hoping they're able to re-establish their momentum, and they've got the bandwidth to do that with 4 ultimates available on the table. So a retake setup most definitely on the cards, and usually that a retake setup is paired up with either an aggressive push down mid or a heavy B stack, and it looks like it is going to be option number 1 for now. Is an aggressive push down mid, and Fancy, they're not exactly expecting it. A double triple flash actually, but not a gun to boot. Moyer, that could have been a huge play, but all he had was a frenzy.
Jay tries to pick up the slack where Moyer dropped it, but again, with inferior weaponry, the max you can hope for is singular kills like this. The best thing that probably came out of that attack is the fact that they figured out where the spike carrier was. But even then, they can't do anything about it. Even if they know where the spike is, they can't take any action on it. Nows have no choice but to hold off angles and hope that they're able to punish a couple of Fancy United players, get some kills, keep the economy humble. That's about it.
Oh, talking about keeping players humble, NDG were just the ghost shutting down the fade right there. Will make it even Stevens on the board, and Fancy United now starting to edge in towards Blurred on this A-shot area now. They have a whiff that he's there, and he reveals himself with the small frag grenade being thrown out, but he's just going to look to delay, wait for his team to come back, and I wonder if they go all the way towards mid to try and recover weapons and try to go for the retake. The answer seems to be no. They're instead just going to go for the retake with the weapons they have, which is quite curious because Sheriffs on a retake while using the lockdown, it's a precarious situation.
Oh yeah, I mean this could be bad for them. Even if they don't go for the retake and just recover the weapons, that should be fine. At least they're getting the kills. Fischio feels that it is necessary for him to make a play over there. And there's only one spot left where they can be, and that's towards Binary. NDG does a great job of holding them back. Kakira finishes this off. Wow! The unlikeliest of round goes in the favor of Naos. Without weapons, a questionable lockdown, and they still end up winning this one.
Yeah, beautifully played, especially by NDG in that situation to push up in that smoke, expecting them to come out in a frenzy to try and deny the diffuse. But I think what is especially curious over here is we see Fancy going out towards the edges of the lockdown while Fisher was pushing in. I wonder if they just grouped up as a trio and pushed all heaven together and then tried to come back.
Yeah.
It would have been slightly precarious because they might not have made the diffuse on time, but it would have given them a better chance than clumping up into a position where Naos is expecting them. But hey, either ways, it seems like the tactical timeout has paid dividends. Crips, we see a Thrifty coming right on the other end of it.
Yeah, let's see how many more Thrifties they have in the bag. Fancy United, they were expecting this setup of Killjoy to be towards the A side, but what they don't know is that there's absolutely nobody on this side. They've spent so much utility to just clear out all these angles, and that's less available for them in post-plant. But hey, they haven't gotten a single kill onto Naos. Naos players are grouping up towards mid. The only person who can stop them is Fischio. And if he's able to get a kill or two over here, it could make the lives of Fancy United a little easier. But he doesn't. So now they're locked in here with them.
The Null Command as well as the Nightfall to go in, and Paranoia has set in for the Fancy United members. They have no idea who's coming in from where. They don't hear the TP from NDG, and he wreaks absolute havoc from the shadows into the darkness. NDG now back-to-back rounds becoming a terror in the hearts of Fancy United, man. That's 2 rounds picked up, and that's what I call the coach effect. That a team completely flipping its momentum all the way through on the basis of a single
One
minute.
enemy remaining.
Exactly. They have no audio, no abilities. And NDG pulled off something that you only see in Flex Ninja videos.
Oh boy. But hey, Fancy United now on the brink of losing their economy, on the brink of getting bankrupt. They've got one final buy with Fishio on the Tour de Force, and they're going to look for a mid default to pull it
You
off.
want to play?
But Moyer
Let's
with the
play.
operator already ready. If they go for a dry peak, I'm sure he's going to make them pay, but he actually misses that first shot, and it's going to be a heavy army to try and shut him down. But the backup already ready to that mid area. Moyer gets shut down, but Kenji and Kakarot find his trade.
Nah, too many people on mid. The smoke doesn't let anyone get a line of sight. And hey, at least they're giving them the fight where they want. Fancy United now creeping in towards mid, have an opportunity to make things work, but Jin and Wukong are just simply not taking no for an answer.
I will say, Moyer having a bit of an off game compared to the standard he set for himself yesterday. And this is something we wondered, given the fact that we saw him on the race, the power of his utility, his ability to turn that utility into continuous damage and kills and impact, really. Not seeing as much on the Jet so far. And of course, it's not really a case of, well, his race greater than his Jet, but I think more a case of the comfortable nature with which Naos was able to play that style yesterday against the unorthodox nature with which Fancy has approached them today. But hey, this round seems to be done for. They're just going to go for the safe crypts, and it gives us a moment to continue that conversation, right? Because Moyer's lack of impact today compared to his race yesterday does seem to be playing a part in the current scoreline.
Yeah, and not just that, even if Moyer is not able to get the kills that he always is supposed to get, the bigger problem is that his teammates also aren't able to capitalize on his sacrifice. Like, he's not able to create the space, his teammates are not able to trade him out. It's not necessary for him to get the kills in particular, as long as someone on the team is fragging. But Fancy United are just so disruptive, whether it's with their flashes, whether it's with their smokes, they just cut off lines of sight. So people like Moyer, even if they try to make those plays, they have no one to back them up.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what is key about the difference between Naos yesterday and today, where continuously when we saw Naos with that heavy utility comp yesterday, we were seeing them work in duos and pairs and find utility combos to make them successful. Today, they are definitely trying to do that. We saw that mid-link push from mid-link peak from Moyer backed up by Kakarot and Jay towards that mid-arches area. But we didn't see the same level of aggression where Moyer went for the re-peak after being pushed out. I wonder if that re-peak could have been backed up by a flash peak or a prowler peak from Kakarot and Jay as well. It's that lack of similar intention on both sides that is hurting Naos right now, and it's a tiny thing, it's a nitpicky thing really, but hold on, talking about a tiny thing, we've got the Odin going brrr, and it's Blurred who picks up the initial frag. Fancy now angry trying to shut him down.
Jin, no, he gets caught right there. There's so much disruptive counter utility, whether it's flashes or it's the paranoia. It stops Fancy United in their tracks, and they're now just trapped in this lane 1. It's a firing range for them as they get a hailstorm of bullets in the face. And Jin, oh my god. Okay, that was a ridiculous spray transfer. Now they're gonna need a drink to deal with that later.
Maybe they can ask the Phoenix himself for some gin. But hey, that Odin coming out, helping them control that B main area coming up. Huge really, because it bought the time once again. This is the second time we've seen that B execute fail for Fancy United simply because the players on site, Blurred and Jay, have bought so much time that they've got the heavy backup coming in from CT and Market, which has caused Fancy to slow down. So I wonder if these running backs can rather be used for like a mid to B split or a heavy A hit rather than a B hit, because Blurred and Jay have proven that they are very good at anchoring down this side.
Yeah, but he doesn't have enough rounds to farm up that run it back again. Oh wait, he actually does. He's got 2 more points left. Okay, we might just get to see one more run it back in this half. And
I think
you're
that would be
right.
the 5th.
I've lost track of the number of ultimates he's used. I mean, there's been so many, I just simply can't keep track. Prowlers, flashes, everything going down. Fishio, good for 1, but Blurred with his big fat Odin is still a menace to deal with, and he's spraying them all down. They're walking into his crosshair, and he's making mincemeat of them.
Chopping them up into little pieces with that Odin's high rate of fire. Leaves Fishio hoping for an opportunity now. There's an idea where they are, but he gets sprayed down instead. finds the first merit. The instant trade from NDG will make sure what started out as looking like a half that was going to be dominated by Fancy has since been turned around on the back of that tactical timeout. 5-6 on the board now, and Fancy not with a full buy yet. They've got, I think, 3 Vandals or 4 Vandals, but at least a player or 2 will be stuck on Light Shields or a Spectre or even a Sheriff. So the advantage most definitely in the hands of Naos. And I have to wonder, like, when you see that Odin, my natural instinct is just avoid Odin, like even more so than the Operator. But Fancy, they seem to be really inclined to try and shut that Odin down.
Well, if you're gonna try to bring a god down, you better bring a god killer weapon. Well, maybe the weapon can be Jin. How many points is he away? He's got only 1 point left. Give him an orb. Get him that stuff. Maybe he can farm up one more run it back. Alarm bot detects them, but hey, I mean, they've already seen these guys coming over here. But the problem over here is, for Naos, is that even though Fancy United make their noise on mid, they don't necessarily want to commit towards mid to B. And that has been confirmed by Moyer's kill.
Beautifully done by Naos in the early round setup. They noticed Jin's on 5 out of 6 Ultobs. They shut down both extremes, and despite not getting that early contact, they utilize it in the later stage by setting a Moyer in the off. But hold on, we've got the null command coming through for Fancy United as they once again try to move into the Odin for a mid to be split. Now Jin, he gets one, but he's gonna get instantly shut down, but he's already done his job. He's found the entry, he's found the space, and he's found the site for his team, who will now be able to play a post plant with that man advantage.
Definitely having these 3 players all tucked into the site is going to make things easier for them. The Nightfall is just infinitely harder because now they don't even know if someone's towards B main, and that's a problem that Naos has been facing since the beginning of this half.
Here.
Once again, that same duo that we saw earlier when they had that problem from B main, Moyer and Kakarot, trying to pull off the retake, trying to go together piece by piece, and Moyer, he finds the first contact and the kill to pull it off, finds the second as well, coming alive with his impact. Can he find a clutch? Yes, he most definitely can. Moyer with a 4K to equalize the scoreline, pulls off a 2v3 clutch. Talk about oh no! Oh,
So
no,
close.
7 milliseconds. 7
my God.
milliseconds. I thought it was done. It was a done deal.
Yeah, one would assume that it's done because given the odds that they had to overcome just to be able to sit on that spike were immense. The one-way smoke he put up over there, it basically made sure that no trades can take place, and anyone who's playing towards that box, like Fishio in particular, has to fight them all at the same time. So they disrupt the crossfire, they kill the members of Fancy United, win 2v3, which was difficult as is, but the odds are just a bit too stacked against them. But hey, I mean, given the way how Fancy started and given the way how this half has ended, I think 7-5 is a decent enough scoreline for Naos.
Oh,
Could have been
absolutely.
worse.
Especially since Moyer got that 4K towards the end of it, he's gonna be feeling himself come alive.
Yeah.
Hey, we've got that 1 minute halftime pause, an opportunity for the coaches on both sides to have a word with their players and get them back on a level ground. Reset them really in terms of mental to make sure that they're coming out on the strong foot in the second half, because we've seen how important it is to get off to a good start for both of these teams. And we'll have to see which team it is able to do so. But damn, man, has Jin been on fire. We saw 4 run-it backs and a potential 5th. He died before he could pull off the potential 5th. So I wonder how
But he did
he's
his
gonna
job.
pull off this half. Yeah.
Wait, but was it actually 5? Like, were you keeping count? Because I lost track after the third one.
I was keeping count, and yes, I do think it was 4 run-it backs, and then the 5th one came online as he died.
But he
so he
couldn't
didn't
use
use
it.
it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's still a lot. Even 3 is a lot.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. He's pushing right through one-way smoke, so that's very brave of him. Doesn't spot anyone towards B, and this should give them an indication to start rotating towards the A side already. There's a trademark placed right on tree, so the moment that gets popped, they'll know someone's present, but exactly how many, they have no idea.
Where are you?
Oh, the Prowler being broken early should tell him immediately, should give him an indication that there's someone in Vines, which means a double A main approach, and it's Yes I Can who shuts him down. But the entirety of Naos is trying to move in through A short, but they've instead got crunched, they've got sandwiched, and they've got shut down in this tree area. Trying to pull themselves out of it is Jin holding them down though, but finally they've got a breath, a moment to get out, but they haven't got the spike grips.
Last player
My
standing.
god, what on earth is this round? It's just them throwing bodies at each other. Now, I mean, sure, they could have easily gone towards the side and tried to plant, but because they did not have aim in control, they realized that it's a much wiser choice to just head down towards tree and win the fights over there. They definitely can't go for the plant without having aim in control, and sure, the idea of them going towards tree and fighting was the right one, but the way in which they did it, it came down to the wire. If it wasn't for Moe's individual heroics and his solid aim, this round would have been gone because Fancy United had no business losing this.
Yeah, but back-to-back 4Ks in 2 rounds is certainly going to be a huge confidence boost for Moyer right now, and an economic boost for his team to boot. But all of them, they're heading towards this ace site where you're seeing a 5-man stack from Fancy United. They've got to be patient though.
Last player standing.
Their patience wears thin. They move in for the peak, and now as they mow them down.
Yeah, that was like a firing squad. Just a hailstorm of bullets in their face, and that was a quick round too.
Yeah.
Fancy United is like, yeah, it's gonna be an ego anyway. Let's just get it out of the way. Let's just get to the main stuff. Don't want to spend too much time wallowing about.
Yeah, and talking about not wanting to spend too much time, you can see Moyer's confidence is going through the roof right now. I hope he's not going to overheat because he's picked himself up a Vandal in this bonus round, and this could be a costly affair if he wasn't playing the Jet, because even if he loses this Vandal, he's going to have his Blade Storm ready the next round.
Okay.
Can use that.
Well, after all that is said and done, they just get information on 3 defenders, eh? And then they go back on it. Which is fine. Which is Naos being careful. They're taking it methodically. Unlike Fancy, who like to group up together and dead ball, Naos is taking their sweet time. But the problem over here is they've spent too much time and a lot of utility trying to gather this information, but not too much has come off of it. And they've lost players too.
Yeah, and that time that you mentioned is allowing for the rotations to come through. Multiple members of Fancy United ready towards the defender's side spawn, entry to this B side to shut them down. But it's Jay with a random spray through the smoke, finding an initial opening for Naos and the plant as well. 4v4 on the retake now. I am a bit terrified for Fancy United because the Spectres are that much more devastating in these close ranges.
Oh yeah, definitely. But will the Crossfires hold out? Last time Naos tried to go for something like that, they had the Cloudburst to cut them off. But oh no, Jin, he's already got this farmed up. The flashes and prowlers go right inside, and the Crossfires are potent enough, but will they be able to overcome Fancy United? Nisi is the one holding and leading the charge. Taps the spike, tries to bait Kakarot out of his hiding hole, but Kakarot does not budge. He calls this bluff and he takes this dub.
Beautifully played by Kakarot, just holds his ground, acknowledges that in that situation, the best case scenario for him is to just play the time as much as possible, really induce the panic and the paranoia in his opponent. And for Naos, that is the biggest win you can get on your bonus. They took down every single weapon and got the win for their side on Fancy. So now they've got the lead, they've got the economic advantage, as well as the momentum on their side. Every single tick for Naos, can they convert it into a win? Oh!
Fishio tried to go for that play, but it didn't really pay off.
Look at the B-man push though. Got 3 players moving in aggressively for Fancy United, and Kakarot, he has the idea, he hears the audio. They're not gonna check his angle, finds 1, make that a 2, make that 4K for Kakarot. He's gonna be like, yo, don't kill that Fade, I want that ace, man.
Spike
Yeah, but he's a bit
planted.
too far from the action to actually get anywhere close to Nezzy. He most likely won't get the ace, but he definitely has our respect and the lead.
You can see he's not happy. He's like, guys, I wanted the ace, guys. Why did you kill him? Come on. I'm being sarcastic. Just to clarify.
Of course.
But you see, timeout called up by Kava. I assume the coach for Fancy United. And he's going to be discussing what is going wrong. And in that regard, I think what is especially going wrong for Fancy United right now is the amount of free space that Naos has been able to take just by walking in, right? We've seen multiple rounds from the pistol itself where Naos on the back of one B-main one-way fake smoke, they were able to walk in towards a shot. Similarly, last round, they just walk in towards that mid area on the back of one duel that Kakarot was able to win. So I really want to see Fancy United leverage the fact that they've got this Phoenix to control the extremes while using their chamber to continuously challenge that mid approach, because then that's where you're going to be able to slow down Naos to a large extent rather than let them set up on the extremities for their executes.
Win conditions sorted out for Naos. They seem to be in the lead for now with more ultimates in the back, but that all can change if Jin decides to run it back and kill a couple of people. Yes, I can not having the best game today, but he's creating impact for his team by just delaying Naos wherever it's possible. Although it's a different story that NDG is also doing the same and in a much better way.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for Yes I Can, right? Because he's used to playing the Phoenix on this map, but it is Jin, and he's going to be happy that Jin is at least performing, and he certainly is. The run it back coming online now, they get hella aggressive, and the call from the coach, get into their faces, show them who you are. We are Fancy United, baby, we don't back down.
They stepped the hell up. Every single member of Fancy United just ran into the corridor. I don't even know what you call it. It's literally into their spawn all the way back there. And they just kill them where they stand, murder them in cold blood.
Beautiful approach there, and I really like the aggression. It's a really good way to reset your team's mental, to effectively remind your team that, hey, you know what, we've got this in the bag as long as we play our game, and you're going to see that aggression continue even in this round. Clips heavy mid aggression, 5 players moving in with the tour de force. Fisher's already picked up 2.
Oh, and he knows he's got him cornered in that cubby. NDG has no chance of escape. Fishio takes no prisoners.
In the smokes, and Jay
Oh no.
struggling with the crosshair. Fancy picking up the pace, taking the fight to Naos, and they have no answer for it, Crips. And this is what I was talking about. You can't let Naos set up that execute. Fancy just put the pedal to the metal. They're like, you know what? Not only will we not let them take free space, we're going to take the fight to them. We're going to put up the question, can you even fight us early? Because right now the answer seems to be no.
Exactly. The barrier drops. They pounce on them. Fishio covering them with the tour de force. Meanwhile, every single member of Fancy United taking control of Catwalk, pushing into their faces. Even if they do kill Fishio, there's like 3 other people to deal and trade him. So there's absolutely no way Naos can win these battles. And they can't keep losing too many rounds in a row because they're on the verge of an economic meltdown. Just a couple more rounds and they will be broke. And Fancy United will be super high up in economic race.
Oh my god. Look at Yes I Can and Jin getting hella aggressive, and oh my god, timing is gonna hurt NDG. He jumps off at that worst moment he possibly could, and Jin shuts him down, and with no spokes, now it's in an impossible position.
Exactly. I mean, he was holding so passively simply to make sure that Fancy United can't do whatever the hell they want, but they ended up doing it regardless. Naos respond by taking B with force and sheer aggression. Jin has already used up his run it back, so he can't really make any magic work, but with his teammate coming in from lane 2 and the Nightfall going in, everyone's gonna be low on HP, so they can actually finish them off. And Jin is doing this! A flash into the corner, he knows Kakarot is blind. Ooh. Okay, they recovered it. It looked shaky for a second, but my god, did they rock them to their cores.
Yeah, for a second it looked scary. They get Jin the defuse as well, so he's gonna be once again inching closer to his runner back. But like you mentioned, NDG, his entire purpose there was to make sure they don't push, and timing just did not work out for him.
Yeah.
Quite unlucky, but now is still managing to almost pull off the round on the back of Moyes. Bladestorm forced that Nightfall commit from Fancy to be able to pick up the round, but the win is what matters at the end of the day, and that was a
Exactly.
big one to boot. Fancy, they
Yeah.
take the round lead as well as the economic lead, Crips.
Exactly, and this is the worst time for Naos to have an economic meltdown. The only thing worse would be having this meltdown at something like 11-11, but hey, you take those while you can. Fancy United, they have no reason to contest this side. They give it up to Naos, which is a little questionable because there's a lockdown as well to buy a lot of time. And now this could be a little tricky. This could be costly. There's too much time being wasted. Fancy United sure have the null command,
Oh!
but Jay? Okay, that's difficult to deal with.
Jay finds a huge 2k and suddenly just severely increases the odds of Naos being able to win this post plant. Still 3v4 with a weapons advantage. They fancy their chances and they're gonna go for it. Jumping down, not so coordinated, but it's a 1-for-1 trade for now. Naos looking for some, holding down under heaven as much as possible, and that 50 comes alive. Jay coming up huge for his team with that 2k.
I can't imagine what would have happened if the null command was activated right before the lockdown was popped. It could have bought them so much more time. Fancy United could have cleared up everything methodically, taken their sweet time to move in and break those crossfires, because really the only solution to breaking crossfires is to give it enough utility or give it enough time, and they had neither.
Now it's proving that this is most definitely a match of two of our favorite teams, top favorite teams in the group. 10-10 on the scoreline now, and neither team willing to give a ground. Fancy, they're sticking to their guns though. They're still looking for the aggression down mid, all 5 players effectively. And they're happy to retake site, but for how long will this work? Now they've got the run it back to retake this site, Crips, but Naos have already proved with inferior weapons they can hold it down. Can they do the same with just as good weapons?
Oh, maybe they can if they start beating. Yes, I can. They try to force the fights towards heaven, but Jin is about to come in from the other side. The Paranoia is actually wasting his run at back, but it doesn't really matter because Yes I Can picks up the slack. Jade tries to go in for a fancy maneuver of his own, but NDG and Blood, the duo under heaven, is just disastrous. The moment NDG is under fire, Blood literally peeks out of a smoke which was supposed to hold him back. Even though he has no vision, he walks out, gets 2 frags, takes the round. And this is a formula that seems to be working for Naos again and again.
Oh, it's really the under heaven area to retake that they're struggling with.
Yep.
Even in that round, the peak 1 by 1 rather than usually you see players jumping over towards the gen area, clearing gen, and then approaching them from both corners at the same time in a double swing. Fancy though, just not able to get that clear in. Now is taking full advantage of it. This time, Naos realized that they've hit that A side too many times, expecting a heavy presence from Fancy towards the A side. Instead, slow it down, waiting for aggression. But Fancy, they've been forced off of their aggression. They've been forced onto their initial defaults, which Naos was thriving on. You can see back to what we saw towards the start of their half. Naos able to walk in towards these sites and go for the execute. They were highly successful in this. What's to get Fancy to stop them now?
Exactly. Fancy's response was to turn up the pace towards mid and start fighting them in their faces. Naos respond by doing the same, but focusing it towards A rather. And now in this seemingly 5v5 retake, which I'm assuming will go down because Yes I Can won't be able to do all that much. He's trapped over here with no hopes of backup. Fishio does get one before he finally bites the dust, but now is the time for Jin to pop in, and he swings wide, gets the frag, turns it into a 3v3. Spike still hasn't gone down, and if they can delay this one, it will be amazing. The HP advantage still lies with Fancy United, and it's going to be even easier for them to deal with now that Nizi has taken down Blurred through the woodworks. Oh my god, he washes them with the flash and flushes them out of cover. Wukong with the final kill. Fancy tie up the scoreline.
And again, it's a tale that is quite familiar to us. Just on this B side, we saw Fancy on their attacking half struggle when the players went in deep towards that B site and bought a lot of time for the rotations to come through. And that's exactly what happens in this round. The Fancy players back up deep into sight. Fishio buys a lot of time for his team to come through in the rotation. And before they can even establish themselves on site now, they got 3 players from Fancy ready in the defender side spawn entry to be smoke, to take over on the retake. So a fast retake, meaning Naos never get an opportunity to set up crossfires or post plants. They get instantly shut down, and again, the score is equalized. The question remains, are we going to see the overtime come through? Because that would be a hell of a way to cap off this blockbuster of a match.
2 overtimes on the same day? Oh, sign me up. But again, it's kind of weird to see Naos just group up together outside of B and take it so slowly.
Yep.
Partially because I'm kind of traumatized by the way Fancy ran them down with brute force the last time they were here. It doesn't seem to be the case this time around, though. And they're being so sneaky, so silent. They aren't throwing any utility, and when they do throw it, it's gonna rain down all at once. Smokes, seizes, haunts, prowlers, everything comes out at once, and they take control of the site. This is deja vu all over again, CA. We've seen 5v5 retakes on A. I don't think they're gonna turn out any better on B.
But now is they actually end up 5 stacking on site, which is going to be really interesting because they haven't got a single presence towards B main, which is now spotted off by that 0 point. So the flank coming in from B main allows Fancy to access this site from every single corner. This has suddenly turned tables where Fancy were the defenders. They have now become the attackers, trying to execute into a 5-man stack on site, going for the retake. The recon not revealing much, the spam trying to hold them down. The 0 point does delay the utility, but the paranoia still comes through, as well as the one ways. It's Fancy moving in for the kill, but now they shut them down. Despite their low health buzz, they hold down the fort, they hold down the site, and they pick up match point.
Naos, the only thing that could have ruined them is one well-placed flash, and that would have given Fancy whatever they needed, but that crossfire, they're just simply too good. One guy holding stairs, the other guy holding lane 1, and the other two holding anti-flash angles, with the fifth one just chilling in back halls in case something goes wrong. Even if some of them are blind, the other guys will still have their eyes open, and all they have to do is just hold mouse 1, because when there's 5 people coming down from lane 1 and lane 2, those tiny corridors, they kind of turn into like those corridors from 300, where just a small army can hold off massive amount of forces.
Absolutely. The Spartan pride on hold for now as they hold down the fort. But this timeout really interesting, Crips, because there's 2 edges to this. On one hand, it gives a moment to Kaba, the Fancy United coach, to calm his team down and get them focused to try and pull this back to overtime, which I'm sure he wanted, but he didn't have it. He didn't have that extra timeout available since he already used it in this half. But on the other hand, it could just be Amix wanting to ensure that this does not go to overtime, giving a call to his team, hey, I want you to do exactly this, and I'm guaranteed telling you this will get us the win. This will make sure that we move into this match with the match win for ourselves. And it's going to be really interesting. It's a battle of the coaches effectively for this round, with a broken buy nonetheless. And Fancy, they've decided to play A on retake with just a trap to boot, wherein Amix has given the call for just That's where they found the most success. That's where they've been able to continuously disrupt the aggression of Fancy United, with, of course, the exception of that one overtime round. But in that regard, what you want to do is be able to show that early B-main aggression, get that ult off for Jin. You can see he's popping the heck off. You get him that early ult off on an overtime round, for all you know, he might just get that run it back on a retake to be able to pull it off. What do you
I
think,
just
so,
hope
Crips?
I'm just thinking about how the word retake kind of gives me PTSD over here. In the past, whenever Fancy have let Naos take over a site without really contesting it, and Naos hold it down, they were successful. I just hope that Fancy don't give this site up for free. Oh, Jin caught with a prowler in the face, can't flash himself out of the situation, but Yes I Can has gotten kill, and he's going around from the back lines, and he's ready to pinch them from both the sides. But the problem over here is the only person who can pinch them from front would have been that KO, who's now covered by a smoke. NDG, on the other hand, has reached the CT side of it, so in case Fancy United aren't they aren't thorough enough, this can go overlooked, and NDG can get a couple of frags for free. Nobody's looking towards him, and he strikes from the shadows when the time is right. Thinks one more, strikes again, and this is a disaster. We are going to a triple overtime, ladies and gentlemen. This match just doesn't seem to end.
Switching sides.
Beautifully done by now as they go for the aggressive B push, not worried about the pre-crunch, able to shut down Jin early, and the backup not able to come through on time. Like you mentioned as well, NDG making that play to take over CT, understanding in the moment that, hey, these guys push mid, these guys push B main. There's unlikely that there's any player coming through on a rotation, able to use that position to just bamboozle Fancy, and once again take us to overtime, 14-14 on the board. This time though, a slight change. I was just gonna say, we see that Odin come online, and immediately the impact shown, Fisher shut down.
Poor guy. Fishu has been so impactful for his team, and man, right at the start, that is a disaster for Fancy United. This is it. This seems like they're walking into a meat grinder. Now every single person is getting a kill or two. Fancy United down to last two members. They're standing on their last legs, and even those legs seem wobbly.
Wobbly indeed, Crips, because 2v5 on the board right now for Fancy United. You've got Nizzy and Yes I Can. Not the players who've been popping off this map, but most definitely have the potential to show something. It's really down to Yes I Can, with Nizzy's position revealed as well. He's got to win this duel against NDG and then become that lurk that relieves pressure off of Nizzy. Paranoia traded by both of the Omens, all of that pressure towards the A-shot area, but the people on site refuse to budge. They know that the spike is here, and it's Moyer able to shut down Yes I Can, and Nizzy now with no options as the swarm of Naos comes in to overwhelm him. It's match point picked up for Naos once again. It looks like Fancy is running out of tricks.
Match point.
They had like one cool trick which they showed us somewhere in the second half when the score was around the 7-10 mark or something like that. And ever since then, they've been trying to replicate it with varying amounts of success and diminishing returns.
Have to see, maybe Kawa has a couple more tricks up his sleeve, a couple more plays in his book to pull out. You see the timeout being called. We'll have to see what he can pull off, because like you mentioned, the only thing we've seen done successfully, somewhat successfully at least, for Fancy United has been aggressive mid push. And now it's just like, yeah, cool. We for us, mid does not exist on this map anymore. We're just going to W onto a site of our choice, probably do a coin toss and decide, but we're not going mid, bro. We don't want to fight you.
Yeah, I mean, if this is something that we've been able to figure out, then surely Kawa has also figured this out. So maybe Fancy United can take mid control for themselves, try to wrap around Naos before they have a chance to get into the site.
I see Fancy United pinging all of that catwalk area. I think maybe expecting a push down catwalk, while Naos actually, pinging that catwalk area, while Fancy actually pinging the B main crunch. So I think they're expecting early presence towards B main, but both teams actually heading on towards the default now. You see, now is possibly right about that expectation because we do see that mid link into catwalk push. Can Moyer hold on to this on time, or it will be yet another timing? Because they hear Moyer, they hear everyone in spawn running around. Yes, I can, engine, and they've got that double flank that could surprise the heck out of Naos.
Well, now all they need to do is just get there as quickly as possible. Fishio and Wukong are going to try their best to hold this attack back in B main itself so that the crunch is actually possible. But with Fishio making first contact and the smoke trying to delay them, I think this is a crunch that is inevitable. The only reason they haven't gone through with this yet is the turret might detect them. So they have to stop in their tracks. The backstab can't progress any further without revealing its position. Wukong, trapped in no man's land, gets instantly deleted. Jay is able to liberate this side. Now the flank finally comes through, and with the Killjoy out of the picture, I don't know if Naos are aware about this.
They most certainly aren't, but they don't care anymore, Crips. They've got themselves on site, the flank, a second too late, and now Fancy fighting for their lives in this match. 3v4 on the retake, and now so far they've proven highly successful in their post plants, in their crossfires. Jin,
yeah.
Tough Fragger trying to move in with that flashpoint, but it's Moyer who finds the first, make that a second, and yes I can, no he cannot. Naos, against all odds, pick up the win, 16-14 in overtime, get themselves on top of their group.
Woo! What was supposed to be one of the best teams in the tournament has been outperformed and outbrained by Naos Esports. Lovely performance from them both in the game and outside the game on the camera as well, as they just point at Kakarot's head and show how big of a brain this guy's got. Oh,
He's just yawning, man. He's like, yeah, just another day.
I mean, after a long game like that, I also would probably do it.
Oh boy, what an absolute blockbuster of a match. 30 rounds of intense, jam-packed action as these teams gave it their everything against each other. And the best part about this all is that we're not even done for the day. I'm expecting something similar to come up next.
Exactly. It's 5 o'clock. Yesterday we were almost done with the games at around this time. Now we have one whole game left. 16-14, man. It doesn't even seem like a score that you'll see in Valorant. But a good one, a good game indeed, and I'm looking forward to the next one. If this match can be so damn exciting, I can't even imagine what the next one holds for us. We got Bleed coming up next, and my goodness, I don't know how disastrous that will be or how excellent that will be. I definitely don't think it will go into double triple overtime, but it can go close.
Yeah, it most definitely could. And I just want to give props to Naos once again. Kakarot, ever so consistent. He's that gel who holds his team together. And to be able to pull off that win after such a devastating start, to be able to go through several rounds of overtime and come through despite the unorthodox nature with which Fancy was again and again overwhelming them. Beautifully done. And it's a performance that wasn't just on the back of one or two players. Every single player from Naos really stepping up to the mark.
Exactly. And it needed to rely on individual performances as well, right? Performances with an S, because so many players had to step up and just frag out of their minds. The only reason why Fancy was alive for this long is because of their immense fighting prowess and how often they were taking the fight to Naos, to the point where Naos were just literally at one point forced to stay in attack or spawn and just hold back the incoming waves upon waves of Fancy United players.
Yeah, and in that regard, right, when you think about that last round, you wonder what would have happened if the flank had come through a second sooner.
Yeah.
If the players had not been walking, instead running, maybe the comms had told them, okay, we see everyone here. But let's just have a look at the encapsulation of this match as a whole. Because Jin, this player we're seeing on the screen, he popped the heck off. So on one hand, Fancy, they're going to be ruining the fact that one of their star players, and yes I can, had an off day on an agent he's not perhaps as used to on the Omen, but they're certainly going to be happy that Jin coming into this roster has really shown up for him.
Oh yeah, exactly. Jin was supposed to be the new guy, right? The guy who's supposed to be the dark horse. People were questioning the decision to pick him up, but he's proven that this guy is absolutely berserk. He can be a monster if you give him the food that he needs to turn into one. So many ults pulled off by just him alone in the first half. I counted 3, there might have been 4, maybe even 5. I lost count. Maybe the highlights will tell us exactly how many. But with him popping off so well in the first half, it seemed like Fancy United would be able to finish this game off without any struggle whatsoever. Of course, Naos put up a stellar defense and mounted a ridiculous comeback, so props to them as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the story of the day, where Fancy have shown us that they have immense firepower in this team, as well as creativity to be able to show off these strats. What Naos has shown us is even more so important, which is stability and adaptability. They have the capability to be able to continuously change the way they play to adapt to the situation. And the biggest test they could have got was the last 2 games in this group. They've gone through Made in Thailand, they've gone through Fancy United, and now they've got Sharper and Todak left, who, while they are great teams, are not as experienced as the teams they've faced so far. So now, right now, they're in cruise control. They're feeling themselves. They're in the driver's seat to try and finish at the top of their group, and there's no better way to do it than the way they did it today.
Exactly. Fancy United, though, a team that was supposed to be one of the favorites to win the tournament, now off to a less than ideal start. Do you think something similar will follow for Bleed Esports as well? Because they are up against LVR, and while LVR is a respected team and they can hold their own, they did not have the best time against Oasis yesterday. They sure were able to win their game, but it was partially because of Oasis being uncoordinated rather than Louvre being super good. So yeah, I don't think Bleed are gonna be as breakable as Oasis. So definitely LVR have their work cut out for them.
I'll just say that Blade, man, they are scary.
Yeah.
It's because of that player they've got on board, their marquee signing, really, and the roster they put up together, right? But coming back to this match, you see Jay, he's going to be able to pick up the MVP. That's quite weird. Honestly, we might be a little bit of a bug, but Fisher as well picking up the MVP for his team, 7 first bloods to his name. Wasn't expecting it. I totally expected it to go the way of Jin, and again, I think it's a bit of a bug because I do notice higher ACS for Jin. So that's okay. The point being, again, you look at the stats for Naos altogether, team performance all the way through. Even for Jay, 15 assists picked up, that crucial initiator. Again, just like he was yesterday, that supportive player to enable players, star players like Moyer to pop off, to enable players like Kakarot to pop off. And it's really Kakarot that I look at time and time again, Cribs. He had the same kind of performance yesterday where he's fragging out of his mind, he's assisting out of his mind, he's IGLing out of his mind. What can this man not do?
Absolutely everything. There's nothing that he cannot do. There's nothing that he cannot achieve. And it seems like every person is just on their way to becoming the MVP. And yeah, speaking of the MVP, let's take a look at who that is. I think the answer is pretty obvious, but
Yeah.
Jin dropping a
Right.
30 bomb, it's ridiculous. But it is kind of unfortunate because, see, he reached the 32 mark like in the first or the second overtime itself. And
Yeah.
then in the last few rounds, he did not really have any impact.
Yeah,
Which
now
is
is just understood how to shut him down, not giving
yeah,
him that fight.
yeah,
Even in the last round, right? When he was pushing B main in the second last overtime, when he was pushing down B main, all he got mine. He just got one, and he instantly got shut down because of the 0 point. And I think more than the lack of Jin's impact, it speaks to Naos's ability to shut down such a star player.
yeah. And you can't even expect him to keep fragging again and again
Yeah.
in the overtime as well, right? He's carried his team all throughout regulation. And sure, he might have had a few silent rounds towards the end of the game. You can't expect him to do much more than what he's already done. 30 bomb is no joke.
Absolutely. A 30 bomb with 7 first bloods and a 43% headshot percentage. Jesus.
Those are some ridiculous stats.
Yeah, it's literally like every 2 in 5 shots, this guy's gonna hit your head. which is kind of messed up because if he gets 10 shots, he's basically going to kill the entire team.
Yeah.
Which is why they had to avoid the fights against this player, and they did. And while Fancy United will be disappointed that they were not able to pick up the win in their first match, I think they will be happy with the way Jin has performed with the responsibility put on him. Because if you look at their past matches, right, it was Yes I Can on the Phoenix, it was Yes I Can performing admirably, but Jin stepping up now. But like Crips mentioned, we're not done for the day just yet. We've got one more blockbuster of a match, and you have to stack up your popcorn for that. So we'll give you some time to go get it while we go for a small break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD, powered by Ampverse. The Riot official off-season event here, casted by, of course, me and my boy Crips, as we get ready for the final match of the day, but definitely the match that most people have been waiting for: Bleed Esports versus Louvre. Crips, are you excited?
Oh, very, very. I think
Yeah.
you can tell by my face. This is the match that we
Yeah.
all have been waiting for. And 3 matches down the day, and I'm still up for it, still energetic, because this is what keeps me excited. And I think everyone has been waiting for this one, so it's well worth the wait. Let's take a look at these teams. Let's see what they bring to the table, and rather, who they bring to the table.
Absolutely, and I think for every single person watching this match right now, it's a clear case of David versus Goliath, right? Because Bleed in the off season, they've made the moves where their intention is clear. They want the ascension. They want to be able to elevate this roster, this organization from the domestic leagues to ascension all the way to the franchise leagues. LVR, on the other hand, a set of talented players, good friends with each other, and yesterday they proved how good they are when set up against a full blown organization. Now, can they do it again? Because the story I mentioned, David actually takes down Goliath.
Well, if David does take down Goliath, then this will be yet another important storyline in this tournament. The very first game of the tournament yesterday was a David versus Goliath battle of sorts, and that particular David has been able to win 2 of those games. Now is stepping up, and they are stepping up really well. If today LVR are able to take down Bleed, it will be yet another big win for the underdogs over here. But keep in mind, I mean, this roster, even though it's fresh, even though Crazy Guy is somewhat new to this roster, he is showing up like anything. And all the roster changes that Bleed have made has definitely, like you said in your own words, elevated this team to the next level.
Oh, absolutely. And especially with one of their outstanding players who's been with them for a while, now turning 16 in Juicy, one of the most promising talents in all of APAC. This player can single-handedly turn the tables around. So in terms of firepower, with Scary coming into the picture, the former Xerxia stalwart, this roster is looking absolutely crazy. And I haven't even reached Crazy Guy. So you can imagine how good this roster gets. But I think when you have such a super team formed, when you have such immense amount of firepower stacked together, you usually, as you could historically see in esports, run into a different set of problems in itself, and it's up to Bleed now to conquer these problems one by one. On the other hand, Crips, we've got LVR with this roster, a great set of friends.
Yep, LVR is a young, promising team. People like Redco have been around for a while, and they have proven
Yeah.
that they are not only good with their brains but also with the brawn. DXN, a star opper, stepping up every now and then whenever his team requires. And these two players are going to be on my radar throughout this match. Of course, that doesn't take away anything else from Price, Neff, and Shun, but these two players are probably the reason why LVR have found all the success that they did. But is that going to be enough to take them through against Bleed today?
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be a question that I'm really excited to answer depending on which map we go through, because yesterday we did see LVR on Ascent. So uh, let's head over towards the map veto screen and see what these teams have got in store for us. It seems
Yet
like it
another
is going
Ascent.
to be Ascent once again. 30 rounds weren't enough, man.
I mean, I'm usually not surprised when I see Ascent in a best of one.
Yeah.
It almost always comes through. I was just more surprised when two fractures showed up yesterday in the best of one. So that was new to me. I haven't seen a fracture in a best of one ever before. Ascent, though, we've seen plenty of this before, haven't we? Now, one thing I want to point out over here is even though LVR was able to win their game against Oasis yesterday on Ascent, I wouldn't credit that win to LVR. I would rather say that it was Oasis who wasn't on point, and that's why LVR was able to win. Now, Bleed is not going to make the same mistakes that Oasis did, so LVR have their work cut out for them.
And the way Bleed play this Ascent is hella aggressive. You got Juicy most
Yeah.
likely on the Jet, Darion on the Chamber, enabled by Crazy Guy's Fade, all looking for a way to get a fight. They're hungry, they're thirsty, and they're always licking their lips the way Fancy did, but in a much more structured manner, in a much more organized manner, with a specific objective being achieved by that team. LVR, on the other hand, they play that triple initiator composition we saw yesterday that allows room for so much possibility, yet leaves clear weaknesses and clear spots that can be capitalized by Bleed. Now, yesterday, Crips, like you mentioned, Oasis definitely not up to the mark we were expecting, but every single time LVR were covering their weak spots. They were covering their weak zones, ensuring that they weren't getting screwed by the fact that their composition without that sentinel leaves certain gaps. The question is, Bleed, with its immense coaching staff, with Legia, with Godspeed, with Ominous, can they find ways to specifically identify, of course, these weaknesses, but more importantly, capitalize on them and make LVR pay?
Well, if LVR are able to just avoid that aggression from Bleed, I don't know how they'll do it, but if they are able to, if they can withstand the initial assaulting waves, then maybe they have a chance of doing something later in the mid round. I think that's the only hope that LVR have, because the early fights that Bleed likes to take, they almost always end up in their favor.
I mean, Juicy is cracked. There's no other way to say it. Juicy is legit cracked, bro. And if
Only
you give him
16
that
years
fight,
old, imagine.
yeah, exactly. And if you give him that moment to take that fight, it's really going to start getting hard. And I can only imagine how a team like LVR will cope, because I will say I was genuinely surprised with the amount of discipline and synergy this team had within themselves yesterday. There were several moments in 2v1 or 3v2 situations where they were always pairing up. And that simple fundamental is something that lacks in many a top tier 2 team. So to see LVR, a team that has recently gotten back together, being able to pull it off, shows you the level of the individual players they've got. But now they're facing off against, like we mentioned, a team that is going straight for the throat. They
Yeah.
want ascension, this team in Bleed. So to be able to face off against Bleed, that's a whole nother challenge altogether.
Exactly. Bleed, on the other hand, like you said, they are super aggressive right from the start. But once they get too tunnel visioned into that aggressive mindset, they start to make mistakes, which LVR can punish. But that is if LVR are able to withstand that initial assault. Once you soften up Bleed enough, they will start to bleed.
Can they bleed? That's the question, and we'll have to see if LVR can extract that from them. But I think most definitely something that is going to be drilled into every single one of these players for bleed is that confidence to be able to take those fights and understand that they are feeling like they are the better players in this particular moment. So LVR are going, it's going to take a certain amount of effort, and it's most definitely going to be a task to witness how they're going to soften bleed up. And I'm really excited to get it going. But what Bleed do have in terms of advantages is being able to watch LVR on this exact
Oh,
map
yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah.
So that data that they have, especially with Ominous, the level of data analysis he's able to pull off, I think there is going to be a clear-cut game plan coming in from Bleed for this match today. And I'm really excited to see what their minds have cooked up.
So, do you think it's going to be more based on the research that Ominous did, or more based on the original stats that their coach Godspeed is able to bring to the table?
So from what I've heard, Legia, Godspeed together, they combine, they
Oh
use
yeah,
the
they have
help and
Legia
the
as well
data.
now. I
Yeah,
completely forgot
exactly.
about that. Legia. Okay, I'm gonna cut you off here to go on a little story session of Legia over here. Man is a legend in Counter Strike.
Oh yeah.
Started at a tier 2 scene, went up to the majors and did his fair share of work over there. Fell back into the tier 2 scene, made a team from scratch, elevated them to the legend status, and now he's here in Valorant. The guy is an absolute legend. Probably one of the last CSGO pros to retire from CS and come down to Valorant. But when he did, I'm glad that he picked a team like Bleed rather than joining one of those big old franchise teams, because his core strength is building up underdog teams into world champions. And I think that's going to be super important for a team like Bleed.
Most certainly. But in this off-season event, they're gonna have to take down LVR first. They're gonna have to prove their might, and let's see what they've got cooked up for themselves. Let's head on over towards the agent selection and see what these players are going to be playing now. LVR, we're expecting that triple initiate to come out, and for Bleed, it's just standard all the way through. Expecting that chamber for Darion, and there we go. Scary going on to the Astra. I was expecting the Omen for Scary, really, so he could be a bit more aggressive, but the Astra shows us that they want to play a lot more organized, and JH capping it off with that KO. Now, Crazy Guy, he's the IGL over here on that fade, and I'm excited to see how he's going to be able to translate his support staff's instructions and adapt to what LVR do bring to the table, because that is the strength of LVR's composition. When you have that triple initiator, you've got a plethora of options with which you can approach this map. You're never worried about wasting your utility. You're never concerned that I might have to save this for that moment. You get to play in the moment on the basis of your utility, and that gives you a ton of options with which you can play if you are synergized with your team.
Yeah, but this is kind of concerning. If you are indeed going for a triple initiator, I would much rather have Breach be one of them, because you've already got the Fade and the Sova, the two characters responsible for gathering information. Sure, the KO isn't exactly considered an info gathering character, but he can do it. Although if you want brute force, I would much rather have the Breach, because then you can not just gather information, but punish the people that you gather information on. So
Absolutely.
yeah, I mean,
I
that's just me. I mean, I still think that this is a very potent lineup.
No, I definitely get your logic. I just think, given the nature with which we saw Neff play that KO yesterday, it's less of them wanting that third initiator in terms of the initiator power, and more of trying to enable Neff to be the backup to DXN, to be that potential secondary duelist in certain moments and be able to play aggressively. And he did perform really strongly to that mark. But again, that question comes to what we were talking about, Crips, is can you even play aggressively against this roster that was Bleed? And that's a question that we're going to get the answer to soon enough as we get ready to head directly into the match. It's going to be Bleed starting us off on the attacking side with a 4-1 default looking for a fast A hit.
Well, let's see if this fast A hit pays off dividends. They're going in, diving straight inside, but Shun, he shuns them out! Oh my god, Scary comes through with a double of his own, and that's exactly the level of performance we expected from them. They're silenced, suppressed, bitten in the head by Prowlers, and Crazy Guy just dives straight in once again. Meanwhile, TXN is making things expensive. Neff is able to corner all of them under Heaven, and finally DXN puts an end to these shenanigans. My god. Louvre pounced upon Bleed the moment they tried to enter the site. They basically crunched them from the doorway and Heaven all together.
Yeah, LVR making one thing clear. They're not here to back down. They're not here to give in. They're here to fight, baby. And we're going to get a hell of a fight throughout this match. Ooh, we're talking about fight scripts. DXN, I love this. He's picked up the Vandal. He's going to take the fight directly to Bleed. Once again, looking for that fight against Darion. Going to go for the peak just yet. It's instead going to be Neff who shuts him down.
I'm okay with the Hero Vandal as long as you don't leave it alone. I mean, sure, at this point he's fighting towards Cat where the weapon can be easily recovered from, so no problems over there. But if he does try to explore dangerous and uncharted territory, I would much rather have him go, with somebody. Anyway, it's supposed to be an anti-eco for LVR, so the worst that can happen to them is they lose a couple of weapons. As long as they keep their members alive, this should be a good bonus for them in the next one. But I'm surprised that Bleed, even though they're on an eco, they're not going for something wacky. Usually when you're on an eco, you would probably like rush aside or maybe go down mid, see what the defense looks like. See how do LVR rotate if mid is tickled. So they're not going for any of those info gathering plays, or they're not trying to bait out information from LVR. They're just holding their defaults and actually trying to win this round rather than treating it as a throwaway one and making some information that they can use later on.
Currently, though, maximizing value in terms of what they're able to get from this round. They've got the B main orb, likely the A main orb as well. And you can see JH on a crucial lurk right now towards that A site, pulling presence towards himself of multiple players. But that is on the back of Redco holding it down. Scary does find the trade, but the spike still towards Scary on this B side, who managed to win that duel against Shun and will get the spike planted. And Bleed suddenly looking at a very successful eco round with 2 weapons taken down and the spike money retrieved. Now Scary with 4 stars, how much more damage can he do?
the fragment. It does damage him, so the sound cue is given away, confirming his location. And they already knew where the KO is. So they have absolutely no reason to worry about JH stopping this defuse. If JH can at least like gather one of the weapons that was dropped over there, it would be amazing. But even if he doesn't, I would still call this a W. This is still a decent eco round. They got the plant, which they were never supposed to, and they now have realized that it is possible to bamboozle LVR because JH was able to thread the needle and find his way deep into A heavens, an area which otherwise he should have not been able to get into.
Exactly, and this is the key point that I kept noticing Oasis missing yesterday in their match against LVR in the fact that there's two extremes you can punish LVR on. You can go hard, aggressive and punish their lack of sentinel, or you can play slow and you don't use the lurk opportunity without that alarm bot or a trap to be able to spot it out. But LVR, they've got some plays of their own. They set up that left click pop flash, the buffed up KO pop flash. They peek off of it and a double kill picked up in bleeds by round. That's 2 Vandals down. That's costly.
That definitely is costly. Bleed already losing weapons. Even though LVR are supposed to be on just a bonus, DXN is supposed to have the gun, but he doesn't even need to step up. Bleed. They've got the Cosmic Divide, but they can't really use it until it's combined with something else. They can regroup, maybe try to plant it towards the A side, hopefully get a kill or two, but I think this is already going to be seen a mile away because LVR have taken control of B, and since they don't see anyone over here, it's kind of obvious that B are going to be hitting this A catwalk region. Oh, but even if they can see it coming, they can't really defend it. Scary finally gets the trade, but will they be able to make it into the site? Neff can still stop this. Gravity Well pushes them away, and this should clear up room for them to move into the A side, but it's still not enough to plant.
Crazy guy. Waiting. Full side clear from Scary. Now gonna look to close off the door, finally get the plant down, but they're really lacking in utility crypts. The drone's gonna spot them out and now start us up on a quick retake as Blue trying to move in, get the bonus for themselves. It's Neff with the Marshal moving in, all guns blazing. It's LVR able to pick up the win on the bonus, off to an outstanding start on this map.
Yeah.
The question was, can they bleed? LVR have proven they most certainly can.
Oh, and if they don't patch these wounds soon, this little neck bleed, it's gonna start turning into more of a hemorrhage. A laceration, rather. Not only do LVR pick up the round, but they also pick up the guns, which they never needed to upgrade in the first place. So that's economic momentum also going their way. DXN has an op and extra 4,500 credits in spares. So that is just cherry on top of the cake.
It's not ready.
Ooh, and Juicy's going for that hero Vandal play, and we'll have to see how that works out. LVR, though, on the other hand, getting aggressive down mid, leaving the A side to play on retake on the back of their Cosmic Divide. Now Bleed, they're trying to enable Juicy as much as they can. They want that hero Vandal to get some action, to get a chance to be able to find value, but Redco refusing to give him the opportunity, playing deep on site, anchoring it down.
I'm getting a little nervous about this one, CA. At least they figured out where the op is so they can avoid it like the plague. But a minute has passed and Bleed don't really have all that much information, nor do they have any map control. The only thing they've done is take control of A main, and even that won't help them all that much if they can't find a way to deal with the op. Sure, they can probably smoke it off and force the opper to reposition towards heaven or something, but yeah, maybe this Nightfall will help. It's not going to stop them from peeking though. The Gravity Well and the Nebula pushes them back, and with this, Bleed are able to bulldoze their way into the side, but Bryce has a bigger bulldozer of his own and he's just mowing them down. They get the plant, but at what cost?
3v3 though on the board, and Bleach should be able to turn their inferior weapons into Vandals. At the same time, Shun with his Shock Dust able to do a ton of damage and going in for the aggressive peaks with the Haunt revealing Juicy. He finds the first, knows both of the players are under heaven, but can they break this crossfire successfully? Redco now trying to move in with Shun, but he moves in alone, and DXN left all on his lonesome, giving Bleed an opportunity to pull off a Thrifty. Just a shorty in hand, so DXN, he pulls it off. He's like, shorty, I got this, bro.
Oh my god, Shorty did them dirty. Both of those players went on the reload at the worst time possible, and he just had to pull off the only gun which is viable in the situation. He just happened to have the shorty in that tiny corner.
It's beautifully done, man. So many key elements of that round, like
Yes.
Bryce getting that 2K on the back of Neff's again left click flash. It's so beautiful to see the synergy with which LVR are approaching this match. They have these key flashes ready for every single situation, and the discipline of Bryce to not peek out till that flash comes through, the communication to be able to ask for that flash, all of it combining together into this lovely painting, which is resulting in a 4-0 lead for LVR. But the round scripts, they are going extremely close, and now Bleed on a full buy. Can they finally turn a close round into opening up their scorebook?
Maybe they can, but this attack from Bleed is going to be clearly orchestrated. LVR are seeing this coming. They're just dumping utility at each other, hoping to keep each other at a distance, at an arm's length. But now that Bleed have realized that there's at least 3 people towards the B side, it's just so much more convenient to head towards A. All that Neff has to do is delay this push a little bit and maybe get as much damage done as possible. If he can hold them towards Catwalk, then the crunch around from B Link will come through, and then Bleed are in treacherous territory. Darion gets a consolation frag, but that's all that she wrote for him.
Teleport's ready.
Carry on now. One is up. He's gonna have to pull off the impossible. Can he first find the peak? Doesn't get a chance
30
just
seconds
yet,
left.
but has pushed off DXN. Gonna move towards A main. And this is what I love about LVR, where you might have seen a different team just holding down A main, holding down A shot, splitting up. LVR are like, no, okay, you know what? We're gonna play disciplined. It's a 1v3. Let him plant. We will get the round win in a retake.
10 seconds left.
Yeah. Guess plant he's got the 2 the force available. I don't think he's gonna use it in this
Spike
round, but
planted.
hey, it's still something. At least he has it in the next one, because there's no chance he's getting to save that op. So at least he has some sniper of some form in the next one. Sure, you can go ahead and debag him, but let's just hope he doesn't wake up and punish you next game.
Yeah, exactly. LVR, they are coming up all guns blazing. They are on a hell of a run of form. 5-0 in the lead, and they've got Bleed by their cojones, honestly. The Bleed right now are not able to make a single move without LVR being able to counter it. Like you perfectly called, that time being bought by Neff over there, allowing the crunch to come through. Even if Bleed had some sort of presence towards A main, they had Bryce ready in wineries to trap them off. LVR right now dictating the way this map is being
want to
played,
play?
and Bleed
Let's
not getting an
play.
opportunity to answer. Question is, for how long though?
Oh, at least they respond in kind with violence and trades, so Bleed is able to get an early frag onto mid and the control of this area as well. But this mid plus B crunch is easily seen coming by LVR from a mile away. Oh, the Cosmic Divide might just make it a little bit awkward for them to enter the side. Now they have no way to enter without any utility. If they try to go and try, they will die. Redco, unnecessary peeks by him,
my
but he
God.
still survives by the skin of his teeth. All he needs to do is just stay alive inside the side, and everything else will fall in place.
The Nightfall though is gonna make them pray for Bleed by staying inside that side. Darion holding any pushes, but Neff, he doesn't care. He says paranoia or no, I will shut you down. Finds a 2K, but Scary with the instant trades out. Able to now lighten the weight. Will be moving in with Darion. Has no idea where Redco is, and Redco on 4 HP inside the site, lurking in the smoke. The smoke fades away, and Redco, he's like, surprise, surprise. Gets scared.
Spike
Why
planted.
Scary? And just like that, finally, an opportunity for Bleed to pick up a round. A 1v2 retake with the Tour de Force online for Darion. I think Bleed's going to be able to open up their scuba.
I just hope you don't jinx this one. He goes in for the peek.
Oh,
He
no.
still gets the frag. Oh, Scary stabilizes this. It was indeed scary for a second over there. I thought he's got this. I thought a 1v2 clutch is gonna come through. But Bleed finally open up the scoreboard for themselves. Pick up their first
See,
round.
This is why they got Scary though. The last time, whenever you think Bleed and 2v1, you go back all the way to 2022 when Scary was on the other side, pulled off a 1v2 to kick Bleed off of the VCT 2022 calendar altogether. But this time, in the 1v2, they've got Scary on their side, and he's like, nah, I'm not going to let it happen to my own team. Ensures that he pulls off the 1v2 for
Get out of
themselves.
my way.
But man, I'm sure the coaching staff may have had icebox flashbacks in that moment.
I'll find you.
I don't think I'm aware about those flashbacks, but I know what happens when you don't flash properly. So yeah, maybe that's something. Anyway, they've lost Bleed again. They've lost their star player again. Darion does stabilize it, but will he get on the trade? Is that cool? He knew there's gonna be a flash, so he does turn around, but not in time. JH finally gets the better of him. 3v3. It seems like they're trading blow for blow, but once again, if it is down to a 3v3, the advantage always lies with the attackers because they can still group up and hit one of these sites with full force. But they're not going to do that now, are they? They've left the spike towards the B site, but they're still sending the Fate to explore on A. And they're about to run into a disaster. They don't know that Scary is around this corner. Or do they? Oh, yes, they do. Neff knows everything. The sixth sense on this man is immaculate.
30 seconds left.
Final player, crazy guy. And it's Neff who's able to shut him down once again. A moment of respite for Bleed with our last round picked up, and immediately LVR, they shut them down. Pick up that 6-1 lead and force that timeout called by Legia. We saw this timeout effect in our last match by Emix on the side of Naos, and how importantly he was able to rally Naos and to go on a winning streak and eventually close out the match. Can Legia pull off the same effect? We'll have to see.
What do you think they're going to be discussing here? Because at
I
this
think
point... Go ahead.
it really does come down to the ultimates LVR has, right? And the idea that continuously, every single time Bleed has tried to make a move on default, LVR have a trap ready for them. When they moved into A main, it was that left click flash in the bonus round. When they were trying to go for the mid to be split, it was that rally coming in from CT. So it's the idea that you got to start expecting these traps, maybe start when you're moving in, play a player on anti-flash and be able to pounce back when they're going in for these traps, because one thing is for certain, with the amount of utility LVR have, they're not going to stop laying these traps down.
Exactly. More than the traps, I think they also know about this concept called the sunk cost fallacy. Like, for example, if Bryce is stuck in a position which he knows he will not get out of alive, he's like, okay, if I'm gonna die, I might as well go down swinging. I might as well take down a couple of players with me. Did that recon just get stuck to his feet? It did, right? It got stuck to his feet. Juicy decides to go in without the backup of his teammates, and that is a questionable decision. So no trades over here. But Bryce is looking to push through the smoke the moment the timing is right. Darion gets two, mowing everybody down. It seems like Bleed have finally woken up, and they patched their wounds.
It's that coach effect, man. Legia, I'm not sure what he said, but it certainly has worked. And now in this 4v2 retake,
Last player standing.
LVR in an impossible situation. Neff does get one, but the immediate trade makes sure that Bleed are in a commanding position to be able to close out this round now. Neff does have the opportunity to pick up the operator and go for the save, but he says no. Going in for the hero clutch instead, finds Darion, shuts him down. Now Crazy Guy and Scary looking to play for the time. They go for the double pick together, pick up that Thrifty, and are able to just stabilize the flow that we've seen from Bleed. The continuous loss that we've seen from Bleed has been stabilized to a large extent. But last time we saw this, LVR immediately changed up their strat, got creative, got aggressive, and shut down that momentum. So we'll have to see if they can do it again.
Not gonna lie, it was kind of questionable when Juicy dashed in all by himself, and nobody else was even close to him to get that trade. But then when the rest of them just deathballed their way inside, just walked in as a four-man unit, that's when you know that LVR can't hold them off by just their guns. And unlike the previous Ascent games where there was a Killjoy, there's no such thing to stop them, you know. They can stay in lane 1 as long as they want. There's no timing window for
Oh,
them
look at
to
Scary.
get that active. Bryce, I'm more worried about this guy. He's about to face Scary with no guns. He's hearing Scary run back. Meanwhile, his teammates have already made contact towards B and won the games. So, yeah, this is good. Bryce had a lovely position back there, but he can't capitalize on that anymore.
Spike planted.
Scary giving over the information
Find you.
of that double push from A main, allowing his team to get aggressive once again towards that B site. Bleed clearly identifying that this B site is susceptible to these aggressive pushes, and it comes back to the idea that there's two ways to punish LVR. Hold on to that thought for a second though.
One enemy
As
remains.
Bryce will get the surprise of his life, and Scary looking to finish it off. Does get shut down by DXM, but not for long. In this 2v1 where they've got the high ground on the default box as well, it's just a matter of time for Darion to be able to finish it off. But coming back to that thought, Crips, where the lack of a sentinel for LVR means you can get really fast and aggressive into them because they haven't got that classic sentinel opper the way you would have a chamber, or the stopping power in the way you would have a Killjoy. You can either play extremely fast or extremely slow. And now that we've seen Bleed play extremely fast for a few rounds, you can see they're starting to branch out towards the extremely slow area and leaving Scary on the Astra to find the lurk. Basically, be the plan B. If their fast push doesn't work out, find the lurk and give them an option.
So they're keeping their options open, which is great, but how do they know which one to exercise? Because if the situation is going way too well for you, you might be inclined to stay in between and keep those options open rather than acting upon them at once. Over here, at least, they've gotten the first kill, so LVR have no obligation to continue playing aggressively now. They got that first pick, they can fall back, the ball is in Bleed's court.
And this is a lesson that Bleed keep learning again and again. Mid is not a playground that you can contest LVR on just because of the sheer amount of informative utility they have. They go for the mid default, try to translate it into a B main hit, but by this time DXN on the operators already ready, and Sean with the Hunter's Fury showing up with all of LVR's anger. Maintaining their lead, shutting Bleed down. This is starting to look like a case of David actually beating Goliath.
Well, let's hope that David has a lot more fight left in him, because if Goliath wakes up, it takes just one big swing and he's going down. And speaking of the swings, it's Darion, whose shoulder swing is not really that
30
great.
seconds left.
Gets spotted out by the other Opper. And it does seem like LVR have this round in the bag. And not just that, they've got the lead in the first half as well. They've already won the 7-pointer lead. It's just down to KO, and JH is not going to be much longer for this world.
Like he's gonna look for the save, and never mind, scratch that. Went in for the aggression instead. Again, quite weird in my opinion. There's no time, could have looked for the save. But I guess they do have the economy on the back of Darion's Tour de Force to be able to pull off yet another buy. So was looking for the damage. But in that regard, again, coming back to that discussion, right, Crips, like where do you think, of course, where do we think Bleed is going to go with this particular approach? The fast push has worked for them. The minute they try to switch towards the mid default, LVR shut them down again. So logic states they're going to go back towards those fast pushes down B site, and that's exactly what they look to do. The 0 point to deny B main aggression, the Prowler to be able to clear it off is juicy. That balling straight into sight, but Shun with his spray shuts down Crazy Guy, and already LVR have got an advantage. They've set up the null command to be able to go in for the fast retake for themselves, not allowing Bleed an opportunity to sit on site, but Bleed don't care. They want to fight, and they will take it to their faces.
Oh
what
my.
was the one-man advantage turned around?
Yeah, definitely. It was lovely seeing Juicy taking the lead once again and finally making it work, because he's been having an off game. But they don't want to plant just yet. They want one more kill before they can go for it. Making sure that every angle is covered, making sure that no wall banks can come through. Bleed now have locked themselves into the site. This 3-man retake is possible, but they need to come out on top. Swinging, Juicy won't let that happen. Neither will Darion. They're taking names and kicking ass. Bleed finally win around convincingly. And more importantly, it's great that they're able to keep 4 of their players alive, because their economy wasn't looking all that healthy. At least in the last round, they won't be broke. They have extra money. They can give Shun an extra. They have extra money. They can give Crazy Guy an extra weapon drop. So that's fine. Nobody will be forced to play with inferior weaponry over here.
And I love that small adaptation from Bleed in the round. As soon as that null command is popped, even though they get onto site, they don't focus on the plant. They realize that there's going to likely be a fast retake coming on the back of the null command of Nef. So they fake the spike plant multiple times and they force the fights in early where Juicy and JH are then able to capitalize. Once again, rinse and repeat. Why change what works out? Bleed going in for the 5-man hit, but this time the 0 point from Nef suppressing 5 players, and Bleed are now stuck with DXN having moved into catwalk. He's got their back. Bleed can't go back. They can't go ahead into this 3-man stack. Bleed are going to have to pull off a miracle to make this work.
Oh, I'm starting to feel nervous here. With all the information that LVR has gathered, Bleed are trapped over here. You're right, but how do
Look
they
at the
break this
anti-flash.
one?
Shun taking the contact, Nef on the anti-flash. How do they break this one is a really good question. The Bleed currently are not able to find the answer to. They're just playing, biding their time. They're hoping LVR make a mistake, but LVR, they're disciplined as ever, refusing to budge. And it works out perfectly for them. Bleed just walk into a massacre.
Yeah, it's like walking into a meat grinder. The crossfires are ridiculous. And DXN doesn't even need a line of sight to connect an off shot. JH finally returns one. Blind as a bat, still shooting through, still hoping to connect something. But with 20 seconds left and 4 men left to kill, this looks like an 8-4 half already.
And it most certainly will be.
Switching sides.
8-4 in favor of LVR as they now move on to the attacking side. And I will maintain, I genuinely believe that this composition is so much better on the attack than it is on the defense for LVR. So they get to move on to a situation that is much more comfortable for them. And Bleed are going to have to make sure they don't give LVR that moment to set up. If you allow them to sit on A main or sit on mid and just be ready to throw their utility into sight, do that, execute, it's very hard to be able to stop it just because of the sheer amount of informative utility that's going to come out. So Bleed are going to have to look to get creative and shut down LVR before they even get to that execute area and use the power of players like Juicy and Darion to get into their faces and fight them ahead.
The power of Juicy and Darion. See, Juicy doesn't have any power today. He's not having the best game. He's seen better days, of course, but to have less than 5 kills is not something you would expect of a player like that. I hope he can find the resurgence in this half.
I think that's exactly what the Bleed coaching staff will be hoping as well as their team. Right, I will say, we saw something similar from Moyer in the last game. And then he got a 4K and the rest was history. So it's all it takes is one round, one moment. And like from my conversations with Godspeed as well, right? Every single coach knows, and they've drilled into their team, that when your star player or when one of your top players is having this somewhat off day, you want to try and set up your defaults to enable him. Get him that extra kill, get him that eco kill, you know? Make him feel confident and then he's going to pay off the dividends. But right now, Juicy is just revealed by every single thing, baits it all out, backs up, and Crazy Guy slaps the XL.
Oh my god, what the hell? Bleed just all swing out of the smokes. LVR thought they were safe. They start to move into the site, assuming that nobody's gonna come out of CT and mark it. Well, that's where they were wrong. That's exactly what Bleed do the opposite of. They swing through the smokes, and then all of a sudden they see 4 angry defenders ready to stop them in their tracks. LVR face their makers.
A crucial pistol round picked off for Bleed. Now they get their hands on the anti-eco. A 2K for Juicy to boot. It looks like he might be getting his confidence and momentum back. He's got that Vandal once again. Never hesitates to pick that up in these sort of rounds. So we'll have to see, can he get the value once again? So it doesn't look like he's going to get the opportunity. LVR inclined towards this A side.
Okay. Well-timed hot. All of them nearly get revealed, but the Cloud Burst actually gives Scary the space he needs. LVR still overwhelm them with the numbers. This is gonna be really sad. See if LVR without any weaponry are able to overthrow Bleed in this round and steal away all the momentum that they gathered in the pistol. They specifically camped the hell out of Crazy Guy, griefed him, and now they've got so many weapons to work with. They might even be able to recover Juicy's Vandal, but Juicy still has some fight left in him. He might just be able to finish this off. Dodges the shock dart, but can he dodge the second one? Can he avert the imminent disaster? Redco and Shun just need to delay them for a little longer. One bullet left in the chamber and Juicy gets them all. These guys are not done yet.
I told you all it's gonna take is one round for Juicy to wake up and to be able to recover his team for what was looking like a dire situation, from what was looking like a thrifty possibility. That's going to wake Juicy the hell up. He's going to now start feeling hungry for more, rising up the ranks, and he's got that Vandal to boot. LVR, what looked like a round that they could have turned into their favor, and what was honestly a really good eco. 3 weapons taken away, the plant as well done, but there is a caveat to all of this. They might have awoken the beast. They might have got Juicy awake. Let's see.
That's exactly what they needed. Bleed Esports, they rely on players like Darion and Juicy to make an impact, and the moment they start hitting their shots, you better be sure that LVR,
Need that back.
they will have to lick their wounds, and they might spend considerable time doing so. And that's why LVR are taking it slowly. They figured out where one of the oppos is. They don't even know if it's a secondary op setup or not. Unlikely that they have 2 ops, but they don't want to take any chances. They do everything they can to clear every position individually, take inch by inch away from Bleed, push Juicy back little by little, and hopefully avoid facing the dangerous players until it's absolutely necessary.
Really like this setup from Bleed though. Focusing on this A main presence, giving up a shot, and forcing LVR to
Oh my God.
funnel in through this narrow choke point into the hands of Juicy. He finds that first, and look at this aggression towards A main to ensure that they don't get crunched at the same time. It's Scary who finds another, but LVR, they're getting creative. They move in all the way from
30
tree to
seconds
heaven.
left.
They shut down Juicy, and now they've got the site for themselves with the man advantage to boot.
Spike
A 3v2
planted.
post plant, and LVR, they've got to hold on to their guns. They cannot afford further economic damage.
Darion, not the ideal weapon for a retake, but he does find Shun looking him in the wrong direction. DXN looking to make a break through the smoke. He sees them, but Scary lines them up. Oh my god, that was ridiculous. How on earth? That is the exact play that Bleed needed. Sometimes it's Juicy stepping up, sometimes it's Scary, and on the back of individual firepower, Bleed Esports make this work. It was a difficult round. I have to appreciate what LVR did over there. The moment they realized that Bleed are going for a main control, they changed their game plan and go towards tree instead, which did work for them. And on pen and paper, under normal circumstances, LVR should have had this round in the bag. But what do you say when Darion and Scary start fragging out like that? You can't say anything. All you can do is shut up and watch the spectacle as your jaw drops.
Bring them down.
LVR now on that eco. Going to switch up the tempo, looking for a much faster push in towards this mid area, but perhaps suddenly changing their mind as they focus in on this A split once again. Lead on the other hand haven't changed up anything. Once again, the combo of JH and Scary maintain A main, forcing all of LVR into this tiny area on site where Bleed can now come, retake heaven, retake shot, and then go in for the full retake. But it's all over before I
God.
can even finish my sentence. That's what I call a fast retake.
Oh, this was a lightning fast retake. Crazy Guy just went pop, 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 pop. Done. 4 kills in a matter of just seconds. I mean, at least last time they had somewhat of a fighting chance when they took 3. But this time, LVR had absolutely no chance. They were stuck in the site. A-main not under their control. Heaven not in their control. Neither was the doorway. It's like shooting at fish in a barrel.
And LVR have got to start acknowledging the setup by Bleed, right? They've, for the last few rounds, continuously left that 2-man squad to hold down A and lock down A main specifically. So it gives you an opportunity to try and specifically target them, shut them down early, or at least push them off of A main force the rotation away from B and then maybe go back to B. But instead, LVR, they're going to focus their presence towards mid once again, allowing Scary and JH here to push in. You can see Bryce, he's waiting for it, he's expecting it, but they see him and they're going to back off.
All right, that's information gathered at the very least. LVR, they haven't really explored mid all that much yet being the keyword.
There.
But every time they try to go towards Cat and A main, they have been shunned out of the side in the worst ways possible. This time they will send their KO on a solo reconnaissance mission towards mid, only for him to go back and join his team towards E shot. JH, oh my god, he teams up with Scary to mow them down. The spike's under control. Neff has to recover this, but will he get the chance to? Yes, he can. Thanks a little bit of his own fragment damage, that's no problem for him at all. But Bryce surprises the hell out of Derry on the moment that smoke fades away. But that's at the cost of Redco's life. Is that gonna be enough? 2 versus 2 are better odds than LVR have ever had in a retake situation like this before. But they cannot count out the Danger Man. They cannot count out Juicy. Oh. Finally, LVR stabilized the first round of this half for them.
And that was such a crucial round. Redco used the Nightfall towards B main, expecting a mid to be hit, but the read was entirely wrong. The presence instead towards A shot and A main, just the solo presence of that KO towards the mid area. Sorry, Crazy Guy used that Nightfall. And without that Nightfall, you can see all of their players caught off guard. Bryce especially, lurking in that smoke, being able to catch Derion off. Bleed, they fell apart. In what looked like a round they could easily have picked up. Once again, LVR, despite losing their bye round, despite getting off to a poor start in this half, they maintain the fact that they've had the lead throughout this match. Can Bleed pull it back once again? Can they pick up the lead for them? We'll have to see, because LVR, they are not giving up, they are not striking down, and they keep aggressing. What?
Get burned alive.
One enemy remaining.
Oh man, when beats start to pop off, they take kills in the most hilarious ways possible. Can we get a replay on that?
I think it was that same gravity well fragment combo that we saw in the last round, where instead this time they waited maybe a half a second longer, allowed them to come completely into the choke point and made them pay. Beautifully done. And the surprising fact about this is, like I mentioned, this was done in the last round. So I'm surprised LVR weren't expecting it to be done once again for 2 players to have died to that fragment.
Oh. Cooked to perfection.
Out of my way.
Oh, but look at this.
Revealing area.
Blade Storm active. That's why he was looking up there. He was expecting him to updraft. But DXN instead turns the pace and he picks it up. They're going towards CT instead of going towards the regular mid plus B approach. The only person who can stop them over here is Derion. And Derion doesn't have his trap set up in the appropriate places in case something goes wrong. Has no choice but to fall back. Oh, but take a look at this. LVR take a U-turn. They make presence known towards CT and now they hurt down this A-shot corridor. And this time at least nobody gets burned. But they do get mowed down by Scary and his big gun. This is a... This is a bloody mincemeat machine. It turns them into pieces, shreds them apart.
They line up perfectly for Scary and he shuts them down one by one. They tried to avoid the fragment, but they instead felt the trap into Scary's hands. And just like that, Bleed finally, I believe for the first time in this entire match, pick up the lead. 10-9 is the scoreline, and it most definitely warrants this timeout from Eugene. LVR now, with their hands tied, what can they really do to counter the fact that Scary and JH together have made this A site a menace, continuously being creative with how they approach it, where we saw them in the earlier stages of the half, prioritizing A main. Now they've got that combo set up towards A short, and it leaves LVR guessing, where do we go? This Astra and KO are going to make our life hell either way.
Well, I guess you can try to go somewhere else because the Astra KO combination is working a bit too well for them. They are yet to run into Juicy and the Derion combination. I think they might have a better chance over there. But then again,
Certainly might.
But then again, do you really want to find out whether or not you will actually have a good chance over there? Juicy has just woken up.
Yeah.
He went from 5 frags in the first round to 12 now. And I know that frags don't really matter in a 5v5 game like this, but hey, you're finding that confidence again. He's trying to go in for aggressive plays again. And that might just be the cherry on top of the cake. That Bleed need to finish this recipe, to finish this masterpiece.
And look at this. They've shifted on towards a 1-4-1 default, allowing Bryce to give them information about aggressive pushes and lurk. Or early B main presence translated into now taking mid control. But again, like every single time we've seen any player hold on to that A main push, it seems like timing always gets the better of them. Because look at Darion. He's given Bleed all the information they need. But LVR, they still make them pay, Crips. They find that 2-4-1.
Seems like after a very long time, LVR have found the man advantage, but how did they capitalize on it now? Whatever information they had previously is no longer valid because Bleed are moving things around. They're making the chess pieces adjust themselves. The B side is open for the taking, but I think LVR will not make it there in time. One haunt and everything will be revealed. Yeah, if not the haunt, then the 0 point definitely reveals all the plans of LVR. The rotations have come through. JH playing anti-flash, and in case something goes wrong, Crazy Guy will peek out. Oh my god, he still gets those frags. Sean with a lovely shot onto JH, still not fast enough to shut Crazy Guy down. Spike dropped in no man's land. Recovery nearly impossible, and once again a 4K from the man himself results in Bleed taking a good decisive lead.
That was a precarious round though, because Juicy, he was expecting that mid push. He went in for the white peak. He got his, and then he got traded out. But Darion on the push got immediately taken off towards that mid top area, and it looked like LVR would have all the advantage. But Crazy Guy living up to his name, finding that 3K out of nowhere, surprising the heck out of LVR, now effectively establishing a huge momentum swing in favor of Bleed. This round is crucial. Now, Crips, it is the eco for the side of LVR, but it will enable match point. And Neff, he's gotten himself stuck. Bleed know exactly where this one player is, and the backup coming in from LVR, but that's what Bleed want. They want more members. They want to be able to shut down LVR right here.
Well, even after all is said and done, it doesn't really result in casualties, just a bunch of utility and information exchanged. LVR still have their options open and they want to explore a shot. Unfortunately, DXN is met with 2 people peeking them as soon as that smoke dissipates. One more person. Oh no, Scary gets caught in his yoga form.
3v4 on the map right now, but Bleed they're somewhat cornered in this A-shot area. But when you corner a lion, it's gonna maul you down. Better weaponry certainly helping them out. It's Bleed finding match point, and I know we've been running through this storyline across the entire map, but the entire idea of David versus Goliath now starting to fall apart because you called it. The moment Bleed woke up, it felt like it was over. But LVR, I still think they've got a couple more tricks up their sleeve with their ultimates available as well, the null command especially and the knifefall. They can most certainly secure this round, but can they keep pushing forward for the overtime?
At least they have 3 ultimates to work with, so this can be a round where they go in for a hardball death execute and just use all of them. Null command, the Fade ult, the Hunter's Fury. Hunter's Fury can be used to clear out some of the more common positions. And wherever the Fade ult shows you they are, just beam them down with the lasers. They have no choice, they have to go in for it. At least they've gotten in towards tree without being contested, and the usual combination of Astra and KO that Bleed have is playing from the side and not from tree itself, so they at least have a way of making inside. And we know what happens when Louvre are able to get inside the side. Bleed are generally not that great on retakes. But that's going to ring true in this round as well. Will LVR be able to extend this game further, or do Bleed end it here and now?
3v4 on the retake, and LVR with manpower towards A main as well is making this look nigh impossible. But Crazy Guy with the Odin. He clears off Under Heaven quickly, leaving now Neff isolated on this side. The backup from Bryce though relieves off some pressure from Neff, but Juicy immediately trading him out will mean suddenly this retake is more than just a possibility. The Sea is catching not a single player, but the trade's coming through. It's that Odin to try and pull it off, but the scope animation gives Redco that crucial moment to be able to get that W for LVR and keep their hopes alive in this match.
Yeah, but they're not done yet. Bleed have money for days, and LVR don't just need to break their morale, but also break their bank if they want to truly stop Bleed. Leggy are calling a tactical timeout. It seems like Bleed do not want to entertain them any further. They want to finish this game. They want to go have dinner.
And look, we've seen continuously from the side of LVR, despite the traps laid by the Astra KO, a tendency to end towards the side, right? So given the fact that Bleed have that Nightfall available, I'm thinking maybe we get to see a retake setup where they once again look for that mid-link push with Juicy, let him get aggressive and try and shut down one of the key initiators from LVR early, because what we have seen from LVR every single time is that early B main presence converted into mid control towards that A side. So if they can catch them in that moment when they are moving towards mid after that early B main presence, it could give Bleed an opportunity to deny that execute from LVR.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
And the fact that Crazy Guy was able to get that kill without using his haunt, just based on pure intuition, tells you how good of a player this guy is.
Yeah.
They need to finish it off here, though. If LVR are able to get this round, then they will have one more alt active, and that is just simply not desirable. They've still got the Cosmic Divide, which isn't as useful by itself, but when combined in a post-plant situation with some of the tricky angles that these guys are able to hold, it will be a disaster. It will buy them so much more time if they are able to get that plant down. Do the force active on the side of Bleed. Juicy doesn't get taken down yet. He did spot quite a lot of players over there, so his best intuition right now is to fall back and regroup with his team rather than going for a solo peek and risking a kill. Meanwhile,
But look at this. The push in from Darion tells him there's no one towards A, allows
Yeah.
Scary to get aggressive towards mid link.
yeah, and that's exactly what I was worried about. They know exactly what LVR are up to. No surprise can be thrown towards Bleed. No curveball headed their way. The only thing that could go wrong over here is if Darion gets taken down, because for now he seems to have A main on lock.
Neff goes for the re-peek without a single flash used. Darion makes him pay. And the Nightfall towards B main maybe gives a false sense of security to Bleed right now. It does not matter. Darion's going ham. He's popping off. He's found a 2k and dropped the spike carrier. And amongst all this chaos, look at this. Bleed's gonna push this other side as well. Crazy Guy with B main
Time.
control tells Carry they're all coming towards him.
Remaining.
And that's it. That's the game. There's no way that they can recover the spike and plant it now. GG has been called. Bleed have won this game. Whew. How on earth did they mount that comeback? It is inspiring, to say the least. Bleed Esports down 4-8. They win 4 rounds back-to-back, equalize the scoreline, relinquish only 2 rounds to their nemesis before they finish off the game in style. Multiple quad kills from Crazy Guy, from Juicy, from Darion as well. And all of that with great adjustments towards whatever LVR was trying to throw at them. Bleed truly have proven why they are the tournament favorites.
Absolutely. And that adjustment is something that really caught my eye. The idea of understanding LVR every single time. B main presence turned into mid control in towards the A side. They get Darion to push up to ensure that when they're turning that mid control in towards the A side, there's no way they can move in as a split. So they have to move in into a tiny funnel towards Carry where he's having the time of his life. And if they choose to instead go towards B, they run into a 3 stack. The only way LVR could have made their way out of that adjustment was to go and attack the trap at mid specifically, force that 3-man stack to dissipate, and then maybe shut them down. But that's too hard without knowing exactly what Bleed are trying to do. So a beautiful timeout call by Legia, and Bleed with a lovely rally back from what was looking like the possibility of LVR picking up this map.
Exactly. It seemed like LVR had the recipe to success, but they couldn't follow it all the way through. They lost their footing along the way, and they were just simply not able to recover from that stumble. Especially when Bleed started to take matters into their own hands, they were absolutely comfortable changing up where they play aggressively. In the highlights, we'll see how LVR was just turning this tree area into a meat grinder, but then Bleed returned the favor by doing exactly the same to them.
Absolutely, and I think that's going to be crucial for every single team now looking to play either of these teams in Ascent, where we've seen some clear weaknesses from Bleed on their attacking side, but also some clear strengths that are bound to terrify these teams, where Bleed is going to be able to push back on their defense, where they get to lay back a lot more and decide the tempo of their game. The same though for LVR, the number of traps they had pre-prepared on their defensive side bodes very well for the rest of their group stage, but they fall for now, but they're sure to rise again and look for the qualification through the playoffs.
Well, this is it. This round is basically where you see the comeback begin. Bleed are able to get a couple of rounds in the bag. They stop the LVR winning streak. And the moment that happens, you can see a little glimmer of hope. And sure, that glimmer of hope didn't shine as brightly as it did up until the second half began. But Bleed showed us that you don't always need Juicy to step up. You don't always need Derion to step up. Scary himself was enough to give Bleed whatever they required in the second half. And after that, when Juicy and Derion woke up in the second half, it was all history.
And that's why I say, man, Bleed is so scary. That player single-handedly ensuring the elevation of this squad, bro. It's a super team for sure. The way they work together, the way they enact their plans together, and I'm excited to see them unfold across the entirety of this tournament.
Yes, me too. This was a lovely day. I mean, we had two Ascent games, both of them going the distance, overtime in two of those games, and I couldn't have asked for anything better. All the matches today came down to the wire. Not a single one of them was like a comfortable match for either of these teams. Some of them have taken a 2-0 lead in their groups. The others have fallen down to 0-2. A lot went down today in the AMD SEA Championship, and we are just getting started, ladies and gentlemen. This is only day 2. We have so much more to go.
And so much more to see. Like you said, this is just day 2. I'm sure these teams have pages and pages of their playbook yet to reveal, because we're just seeing the basic maps from them so far. So I'm excited to see how the vetoes actually end up evolving, whether different teams decide to challenge teams, top teams like Bleed, on different maps and really force them to show more at the same time. And moreover, for the top teams, how they evolve into a more consistent performance, because that's what the off season is about. Every single team in the off season who has high hopes in the 2023 season wants to end this off season off on a good note, on a clean note. So I'm sure Bleed, they'll be happy with the win, but they'll want more from the rest.
Definitely. Let's take one final look at the scoreboard before we wrap up for the day. Of course, we don't need to tell you who the MVP is. It's kind of self-explanatory. Every single person on Bleed stepping up when it was necessary. I don't think I can give the MVP title to one particular person from Bleed, but on the LVR side, it was Neff. Not only having the highest skills, but also the highest impact, because some of those plays he made towards a shot was the reason why his team was in the lead.
Yeah, and this is why that KO works out so well for them as compared to a full-on initiator like a breach, right? Neff is really able to translate his utility into a more aggressive approach. Despite the recent nerfs to that KO left-click flash, you can see he's prepared himself with a lot of those the right click flash, and prepared himself with a lot of those left click flashes where he can actually set his team up for success while still playing aggressively. And that shows you an extremely versatile player. But this is why Bleed are scary, man. That Astra on the other side, so damn versatile, can play aggressive when necessary, but that anchor the team needs, really the rock and the foundation of the team, to be able to deliver consistent performances out and out.
Well, consistency is definitely key. Now, while we can't say that for people like Juicy or people like Darion, at least not for Juicy in this game because he was having a terrible first half, but the way he recovered in the second half, it's bloody brilliant. He not only recovered all that he was slacking off in the first half for, but he also got into positive KD. So from him to jump from like 5 something kills to 17 kills in a matter of just few rounds, it's impressive and scary as well. You don't always expect him to be the tip of the spear, but today he was not just that. He was the scabbard in which the sword takes shelter. He was the shield behind which you take cover in those difficult situations. And sometimes even the helm at the top of his team, directing the way and just leading them to victory. I think from the side of Bleed Esports, everyone had a great role to play, unlike LVR, where people like Shun were shining in the first few rounds of the game but then fell off eventually, and the opposite of that happened to Redco.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's where the question for LVR when they go back to the drawing board after this match will be is that are the traps really enough? Because those micro plays which they had were really great, but you could see the minute Bleed started understanding their macro strategy became very easy. But hey, that is going to be us heading towards the end of our day two, and I'm really excited to see how every single one of these teams has fared. So let's take a look at the group standings and see where these matches do have us ending up. You can see Southbuilt with their win earlier today, Crips taking top spot in their group and Naos respectively in this.
Yep, Southbelt and Naos currently leading on top of their tables. Torak and Bleed, of course, they also have a decent win each, but I can't say the same for Oasis and Sharper. They both came close to getting wins today, but still they are at the bottom of their groups, leading 0-2. I'm sorry, trailing 0-2.
Yeah. And we'll see Todak and NKT again back in action tomorrow. So they're gonna have to pick up the pace. And Todak is going to look to continue their run of form because you can see Made in Thailand, they are recovering. They picked up that win earlier today to equalize after their loss yesterday, and they're going to be gunning for that number 2 spot in their group. Meanwhile, Bleed, one win picked up, they're going to be hunting Southbill down, looking for that top spot in their own group.
Well, Southport had a decent game today. Sure, it was a long one, a lengthy one, but I'm really happy that they were able to take down a big and a more experienced team than them. So Southport definitely stepping up. Going into matches tomorrow, which team do you think we should keep our eyes on?
Um, uh, if LVR does have that match, I'm really looking forward to the LVR Southbill match because I feel like that will decide Group A. But uh, in terms of matches overall, I want to see how NKT has evolved. They looked extremely good in the first half of their match on the first day, but they did fall off. So they've shown they have the mechanical and macro capability, and I want to see what this 1 day gap has done for the players in terms of coming back stronger and rallying back in their group.
Well, uh, I would say the same, but I would say that for teams like Oasis and the teams who are at the bottom, I want to see what happens to them, whether they can come back or not. But all of these, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be witnessing tomorrow as well. Same time, same place. Don't forget to tune in to AMD SEA Championship, VCT off-season official event powered by Ampverse. My name is Crips. With me was CA, and we'll see you again tomorrow.